Episode 1, The Newcomer on the Rooftop. Type, Major Event Setting, Millbrook, early September. Priya has just moved to the city today. Cold open, apartment A, that same morning. Owen is crouched by the toaster, screwdriver in hand, muttering to himself. Mia enters in workout clothes, holding her phone up like a stopwatch. Owen, to the toaster, okay. Okay. If I just... MIA, what are you doing? Owen, the toaster's been undercooking on one side for a week. I looked it up, it's probably a heating coil issue, so I'm just going to... MIA, is it plugged in? Owen, long pause, obviously I unplugged it first. That would be reckless. He reaches over without looking and yanks the cord out of the wall, which was, in fact, still plugged in. A small spark. He jumps back. Owen, very calm, very fast, I'm fine. That's statistically, toaster injuries are almost never fatal. MIA, already moving on, checking her phone, great, love that for you. Okay, focus as Priya's flight lands at 2, first attic hang is at 7, so I've got a 90-minute buffer to steam clean the rug in case we end up back here. Owen, why would we end up back here? MIA, beat, I don't know, Owen, why does anything ever end up here? She taps her phone screen, a color-coded checklist titled Operation. Priya fills it, broken into 15-minute blocks. Owen, peering at it, is vibe check a scheduled item? MIA, it's a scheduled item. Cut to black on Owen quietly plugging the toaster back in and stepping away from it like it might bite. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, rush hour. Priya climbs the stairs to the rooftop, dragging a suitcase and hugging a cardboard box scrawled with MISC. Mia waves excitedly from their usual corner table. MIA, Priya. Over here. Okay, deep breath, I promise this group looks more chaotic than it actually is. Jake, from behind the bar, she's lying. It's exactly this chaotic. MIA, Jake, we talked about this. Owen, mumbling, half to himself, statistically, first impressions form within the first 7 seconds, so, no pressure, everyone. Priya, I really don't want to be a bother, I can just, is this seat taken? I can sit somewhere else if. MIA, Priya. Sit. You're not a bother, you're the guest of honor. Okay, introductions. Fast version. Mia points around the table like a conductor. MIA, Owen, accounting, worries professionally. Jake, bartender, allergic to feelings. Leo. Leo, not looking up from his guitar, here. MIA, Leo, musician, technically here. And Claire's running late, as always. Priya, got it. I'll try to figure out who's who by the end of the night. Everyone laughs a little too hard, the first crack in the ice. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Jake helps Priya move in. Jake carries Priya's box behind the bar so it's out of the way. One mismatched sock falls out onto the counter. Jake, you're missing a friend here. Priya, mortified, oh my god. I packed in like 20 minutes this morning. I ended up throwing random stuff in random boxes, and now half my socks don't match. Jake, look for the other one later. Or don't. Mismatched socks are a whole aesthetic now, I hear. Priya, you're just saying that so I don't cry in a bar on my first night. Jake, deadpan, is it working? Priya, laughing, a little, yeah. Jake slides her a water instead of a drink, without being asked. A small, unspoken kindness, the first sign underneath the sarcasm. Scene 3, the corner table, C-plot, the seat of Claire and Leo. Claire finally arrives in her work blazer, scanning the table before she sits. Claire, sorry, a call ran long. To Priya, hi. Claire. Welcome. Owen, we were just trying to make sure Priya doesn't get scared off in week 1. Claire, statistically unlikely, given who's already made her cry laugh once tonight. Claire's eyes flick briefly to Leo, who's still half focused on his guitar. He glances up at exactly the same moment. Neither says anything. Priya, watching everyone, as always, notices the half-second that lingers a beat too long. Priya, lightly, testing, have you two known each other a while? Claire, too quickly, not really. Leo, at the same time, long time. Beat. Claire shoots Leo a look. Leo shrugs and goes back to his guitar like nothing happened. MIA, oblivious, raising a glass, okay. To Priya, may your new city work out, may your roommates be sane, and may none of us scare you off by midnight. Everyone, to Priya. Glasses clink. Dana, wiping down the bar nearby, doesn't even look up. Dana, not my shift's problem yet. Act 2. Scene 4, the attic, closing time. Dana starts flipping chairs onto tables around the group, pointedly. Dana, I don't care that it's her first night. Bar closes at 9 on Fridays. MIA, already spiraling, okay, new plan, everyone back to ours. I've got half a lasagna and Owen alphabetizes the spice rack, so at minimum nobody dies of food poisoning. Jake, bold to promise at minimum. Claire, checking her phone, half standing, I should probably just call it a day, I've got a filing at. Priya, quickly, not wanting her to leave, you really don't have to stay because of me. Claire, pause, something in Priya's face gets her, one drink. That's it. Leo, still noodling on the guitar, doesn't look up. Leo, she says that every time. Claire shoots him a look. He finally smiles, small, private, and slings the guitar over his shoulder. Scene 5, the supermarket, 10 minutes later, B-plot. Jake and Leo speed walk down an aisle with a basket, grabbing things off shelves at random. Jake, do me a favor and grab wine, something under $12, nobody at this table has a palate. Leo, already holding 2 bottles, we're out of the good stock. This is what's left. Jake, that is the good stock, that's the problem. Leo, grabbing a bag of chips, pitch in on snacks or forever hold your opinion. Jake, I have never once held an opinion in my life. Leo tosses a bag of chips into the basket without looking, and it lands directly on Jake's head. Neither of them reacts, clearly not the first time. Jake, still walking, so? You and Claire. Leo, immediately, nothing to say. Jake, I didn't ask a question. Leo, you were going to. Beat. Jake lets it go for now, and grabs a second bag of chips. Scene 6, Apartment A, Kitchen. Controlled chaos. Mia is directing traffic with a wooden spoon like a conductor's baton. Owen is trying to walk her through his seating probability spreadsheet on his phone, which nobody asked for. Owen, so statistically, if Claire sits next to Leo, conversation efficiency drops 30%, but if we split them, Priya's between 2 strangers on night 1, which is worse optics. MIA, Owen. Nobody is running seating probability at a lasagna dinner. Owen, wounded, I ran it anyway. Priya, hovering by the counter, finally steps in and picks up a knife. Priya, can I pitch in with something? I feel weird just standing here. MIA, oh, sure, can you chop up the peppers? Priya, already chopping, too fast, too nervous, yep. Totally normal amount of pepper chopping happening here. She chops one wrong, sending a pepper seed flying into Owen's spreadsheet open phone screen. He doesn't notice. The door bursts open, Jake and Leo, arms full of groceries, Claire trailing behind looking mildly appalled at the volume. Jake, we come bearing snacks and questionable wine. MIA, already stressed, there's no room on the table for wine, we don't have. Claire, flatly, taking in the scene, you don't have a table big enough for 6 people. This was never going to work. MIA, small crack in her voice, I know. I just wanted it to be nice. Beat. The kitchen quiets for half a second, the first real moment of the episode. Act 3. Scene 7, Apartment A, living room. Nobody's at a table. Plates balanced on knees, everyone crammed onto one couch and the floor around it, lasagna slightly burnt on one corner. Jake, will just make do with the floor. Honestly, an upgrade. Owen, still holding his phone, for the record, my model did not account for floor picnic as a seating configuration. Claire, surprising herself, actually relaxed, your model should probably account for us in general. It never does. Priya looks around, mismatched plates, Owen's spreadsheet abandoned face down on the rug, Claire's shoes kicked off by the door, Leo tuning his guitar one-handed while eating. Priya, quiet, genuine, this is, I don't know. I thought moving somewhere new for a job meant eating alone in my apartment for like 6 months before I met anyone. MIA, softening completely, yeah, well. Not on our watch. Jake, raising a glass of the $12 wine, to low expectations, exceeded. Everyone laughs and clinks glasses, actual glasses, mismatched mugs, one jam jar. Claire's eyes flick to Leo again as he laughs, this time he catches it and doesn't look away first. Priya notices, again, and says nothing this time, just smiles into her food. Tag/outro. Everyone's gone except Owen, cleaning up, and Mia, collapsed dramatically on the couch. MIA, be honest. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a disaster was tonight? Owen, checking his phone, well, statistically. MIA, Owen. Owen, giving up on the math, it went fine. Better than fine. He starts stacking plates. One mismatched sock, the missing one from Priya's box, falls out of a couch cushion where it's been the whole time. He picks it up, stares at it, and sets it gently on the counter like evidence. Owen, to no one, I'm not touching that. Statistically, unclaimed socks are never worth the mystery. Fade out. Episode 2, The Unwritten Rule. Type, minor episode setting, Millbrook, Sunday afternoon, 1 week after episode 1. Cold open, Claire's law office, that Saturday morning. Claire strides into an empty break room, heading straight for a specific mug on the shelf, plain white, chipped handle, and finds a paralegal already using it, mid-pour. Claire, freezing, that's my mug. Paralegal, confused, I didn't know mugs were assigned? Claire, they're not. Officially. Unofficially, I've used that mug every Saturday for 4 years. Paralegal, already backing away, there's other mugs. Claire, recovering, professional again, thank you. And for the record, this isn't a whole thing. She waits exactly until the paralegal is gone, then rinses the mug out anyway before using it, muttering to herself. Claire, quietly, it's not a whole thing. Cut to black on her pouring coffee like nothing happened. Act 1. Scene 1, the familiar corner table, a plot, Priya learns the unwritten rules. Priya arrives and instinctively sits in Leo's usual chair. The table goes quiet for half a second. Jake, gently, so, fun fact, that's Leo's seat. Priya, scrambling up, oh. Sorry, nobody told me there was a seating chart. MIA, there isn't. Officially. Unofficially, yes, absolutely, and it's taken years to establish. Owen, there's also a rule about who pays for the next round. It rotates. I have a system. Priya, of course you do. Owen, pulling out his phone, I could show you the spreadsheet if you'd give it a chance. Priya, I would love to see the spreadsheet, actually. Owen lights up like it's Christmas. Mia mouths he never gets to show anyone the spreadsheet behind Priya's back. Scene 2, Apartment A, B plot, the dishes. Split scene, Mia and Owen's apartment, later that evening. A single dirty mug sits ominously in the sink. MIA, Owen. The mug. Owen, I was going to get to it. It's no big deal. MIA, it's been sitting there since Tuesday, Owen. That's not a mug anymore, that's an ecosystem. Owen, sighing, fine. I'll wash it. But for the record, I don't think one mug qualifies as a crisis. MIA, it's not about the mug. It's about the mug becoming two mugs, becoming a system, becoming us not being able to find plates. Owen, that's a very specific slippery slope. MIA, I've thought about it a lot, yes. Owen washes the mug. Mia visibly relaxes, color codes something in her planner with a small, satisfied nod. Scene 3, the bar, C-plot, Leo teaches Priya a song. Back at the attic. Leo has reclaimed his seat, guitar in lap. Priya watches, curious. Priya, is that an original? Leo, old one. Nobody's heard it in a while. Priya, play it? Leo, considering, then relenting, only if you promise not to judge the lyrics. I wrote it a long time ago. He plays a few bars, simple, unpolished, oddly personal. Priya listens closely, filing it away without realizing it's a clue. Priya, that's really good, actually. Who's it about? Leo, a beat too long, nobody. Just a version of me from a while back. Priya doesn't push, but she notices the hesitation. Dana passes by with a tray, unbothered as ever. Dana, if you're going to play a sad song, at least let people order a sad drink to go with it. Leo, laughing, breaking the tension, fair. Act 2. Scene 4, the attic, an hour later. The group's a few rounds in. Priya, trying to fit in, waves down Dana before Owen can stop her. Priya, I've got this round. It's the least I can do after stealing someone's chair. Owen, alarmed, nearly dropping his phone, wait, no, that's not how the system works, you're not even in the rotation yet. Jake, Owen, it's one round. Owen, it's never just one round. If she pays out of turn, the whole cycle shifts, and I'd have to rebuild the formula from scratch. MIA, deadpan, he rebuilt it after Claire's business trip. It took him a weekend. Priya, torn between guilt and fascination, I really didn't mean to break your spreadsheet ecosystem. Owen, softening, a little touched, you didn't break it. You're just not officially in it. Yet. He says it almost hopefully. Priya doesn't miss it. Scene 5, apartment A. Same evening, B plot continues. Mia comes home to find a second dirty mug in the sink, plus a bowl. She stares at it like it personally betrayed her. MIA, Owen. Owen. Owen, from the other room, it's not what it looks like. MIA, it looks like we're out of clean mugs. Owen, appearing, sheepish, we might be, technically, out of clean mugs. MIA, how are we out of mugs? We have 12 mugs. Owen, 11 now. One had a structural incident. In the dishwasher. Mia closes her eyes, breathes, and pulls out her phone. MIA, fine. New rule, we stock up on backup mugs so this never becomes a whole Sunday night thing again. Owen, that feels like solving the wrong problem. MIA, it's solving my problem, which is the only one that matters right now. She adds a line item to her planner, buy more mugs, underlined twice. Scene 6, the attic, later still. Everyone's back together. Leo's still holding the guitar loosely. Claire, who arrived mid-song, has gone quiet in a way that doesn't quite match her usual composure. Claire, careful, testing, I haven't heard that one in a while. Leo, not looking at her, didn't think you'd remember it. Claire, a beat, then covering, I remember most things. Occupational hazard. Priya glances between them, saying nothing this time, but filing it away, same as the song. Jake, sensing the shift, changes the subject loudly on purpose. Jake, okay, unrelated, but are we ever going to talk about the fact that Owen almost had a breakdown over a round of drinks? Owen, with total sincerity, it was a valid concern. Act 3. Scene 7, the corner table, closing time. The group's winding down. Owen pulls up his phone one more time, turns it toward Priya. Owen, so. I did some quick math off the top of my head, and I think there's a version of the rotation that works. You'd join in 3 weeks, once you've been here enough Sundays to count. Priya, genuinely moved, you made me a probationary period for buying drinks. Owen, it's not probation. It's onboarding. MIA, it's very sweet, is what it is. Owen, mildly panicked, it's a spreadsheet, Mia, it's not sweet. Priya laughs, and for the first time all episode, actually looks like she belongs at the table, not performing belonging, just having it. Priya, tell me about it, this might be the most welcomed I've ever felt by a piece of software. Leo sets his guitar down, and for a second, his eyes find Claire's again across the table. She looks away first this time, but not unkindly. Tag/outro. Dana walks by, collecting empty glasses, and pauses at the table. Dana, so is the new girl in the mug rotation or not? I need to know how many mugs to not wash. Owen, delighted someone's finally taking this seriously, 3 weeks. She's on a trial basis. Dana, already walking away, unbothered, fine by me. Fewer mugs, less my problem. Owen opens his phone one last time and, without telling anyone, quietly adds a new tab to the spreadsheet, Priya, provisional. Fade out. Episode 3, The Promising Candidate. Type, minor episode setting, Claire's law office, daytime, and the attic, evening. Cold open, the attic, that morning, before opening. Jake is behind the bar, restocking, while Dana counts the register. A box of limes sits conspicuously empty on the counter. Dana, we're out of limes. Jake, not looking up, no we're not. Dana, holding up the empty box, we're extremely out of limes. Jake, finally looking, huh? Okay, in my defense, I meant to hand in the supply order Tuesday, and then Tuesday became a whole thing. Dana, everything's a whole thing with you. Jake, that's just called having a life, Dana. Dana, already walking away, have a life that includes limes. Jake stares at the empty box like it personally wronged him, then shrugs and starts cutting up the last few sad, shriveled ones he can find. Jake, to himself, will make it work. We always make it work. Cut to black on him squeezing a barely there lime into a glass. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's office, a plot. Claire, in full lawyer mode, interviews a candidate for a new position. Mid-interview, she looks up, and freezes for half a second. Claire, recovering fast, professional, sorry, you were saying, about the merger case? The candidate finishes. Claire nods, writes something down, entirely composed on the surface. Claire, to herself, after the candidate leaves, that was fine. That was completely fine. She catches her own reflection in the window, exhales, straightens her blazer like armor. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot, Jake botches an order. Jake, training a new hire, gets overwhelmed by a large order during rush hour. Jake, okay, we hang out here after 7, not during a 12-drink order, table 6 is going to riot. New hire, I don't know what half these drinks even look nice as. Jake, neither do I. Improvise. Make it look nice, taste fine, and nobody asks questions. A tray nearly goes down. Dana catches it without even looking up from the register. Dana, not today. Jake, breathless, I owe you my whole paycheck. Dana, just remember it next time you're too busy to restock the limes. Scene 3, the corner table, C-plot, Priya notices. Priya arrives to find Claire nursing a drink alone, unusually quiet. Priya, rough day? Claire, too casual, just a candidate who reminded me of someone. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Priya, gently, you said fine about 3 times just now. Claire, a beat, almost smiling despite herself, noted. I'll catch up with my own face about that. Priya doesn't push, but files it away, same hesitation as Leo's, a few nights ago. She's starting to notice a pattern. Priya, to herself, once Claire's distracted, interesting. Jake collapses into the seat next to them, exhausted from the shift, and the scene closes on ordinary noise, safe, warm, a little chaotic. Act 2. Scene 4, the attic, a little later. Jake, finally off the floor, drops into the chair across from Claire and Priya, still catching his breath. Jake, whoever invented the 12-drink order should be legally required to drink all 12. Claire, dry, I could draft that. Jake, see, this is why I like lawyer Claire. Practical. He glances between Claire and Priya, sensing something in the air. Jake, what did I miss? Priya, nothing. Claire had a long day. Claire, flat, it was fine. Jake, immediately, to Priya, that's the fourth fine. I'm counting now too. Claire shoots him a look that could strip paint. Jake raises both hands in surrender, but he's grinning. Scene 5, Claire's office with flashback adjacent, intercut. Brief cut back to the interview from earlier, this time we see more. The candidate, mid-answer, gestures the exact same way Leo does when he's explaining something he cares about. Claire's pen stops moving for a beat before she catches herself. Candidate, unaware, sorry, I know I get a little animated when I talk about this stuff. Claire, quiet, almost to herself, no, it's familiar. In a good way. She writes something down that isn't about the case at all, then crosses it out. Scene 6, the attic, back to present. Priya watches Claire carefully, connecting dots she's not sure she's allowed to connect yet. Priya, carefully, was the candidate a guy, by any chance? Claire, too fast, why would that matter? Priya, backing off immediately, no reason. Just, interesting question, structurally. Claire, narrowing eyes, but not unkindly, you're going to be a problem, aren't you? Priya, small smile, I'm just good at noticing things. It's a whole personality trait. Jake, oblivious to the subtext, is loudly complaining to Dana about lime shortages in the background, normal chaos, holding the scene together. Act 3. Scene 7, the corner table, later. The rest of the group trickles in Amia mid-story about her day, Owen close behind with his phone already out. Leo arrives last, guitar case in hand, and Claire's whole posture changes for half a second before she catches it. Leo, dropping into his seat, what did I miss? Jake, lime shortage. 12-drink order. Claire said fine 4 times. Leo, to Claire, easy, unaware, rough one? Claire, steadier now, almost herself again, just a long day. Nothing worth getting into. She says it looking at Leo, but it lands like it's meant for the whole table, and for herself. Priya watches the exchange, saying nothing, filing it away with everything else. MIA, not picking up on any of it, cheerfully, well, I for one had a great day, so someone else can be sad, I'm off the clock. Owen, statistically, at least one of us is always having a bad day. It balances out. Jake, truly the Owen version of it's fine, everybody. Everyone laughs, and the moment dissolves back into the ordinary noise of the table. Tag/outro. Claire's the last to leave. She lingers by the stairs, phone out, thumb hovering over a name in her contacts she doesn't call. She puts the phone away and heads down instead. Behind the bar, Jake counts a small, sad pile of leftover lime wedges. Jake, to Dana, I restocked. Technically. Dana, not looking up, 1 box does not unflood a Friday rush. Jake, grinning, no biggie. We survived, didn't we? Dana, barely. She tosses him a rag to clean up. He catches it without looking, same as always. Fade out. Episode 4, Open Mic Night. Type, minor episode setting, a different bar with an open mic night, a few blocks from the attic. Cold open, the attic earlier that evening. The group is crammed around the corner table. Owen has his laptop open, scrolling a spreadsheet titled Open Mic Night, Attendance Probability. Mia is highlighting a printed schedule in 3 different colors. Priya is under the table, padding around for something. Priya, muffled, from under the table, I had 2 socks when I left the apartment. I want to be very clear about that. Jake leans back in his chair, watching her search without offering to help. Jake, statistically speaking, Owen, back me up, how many socks has she lost this month? Owen, not looking up, 4. Trending upward. Priya resurfaces holding 1 sock, defeated. Dana walks by with a tray, glancing at her bare ankle without breaking stride. Dana, flat, it's under the radiator. It's always under the radiator. Priya freezes. Beat. She ducks back under the table. Owen closes the laptop, satisfied, like the probability model has just been confirmed. Title card, Episode 4, Open Mic Night. Act 1. Scene 1. Backstage, a plot, Leo's fear of being boxed in. A cramped backstage area, string lights taped to the wall, a folding chair with a stack of set lists on it. Leo sits with one boot up on an amp, tuning his guitar by ear, adjusting a peg, plucking, wincing, adjusting again. A venue manager leans in, clipboard in hand, already halfway through a sentence before Leo notices him. Manager, so, it turns out our Thursday slot just opened up. Every week. You'd be in charge of the whole acoustic set. Leo, too fast, that's a lot. That's a big step for a Thursday. Manager, think about it. No pressure. He walks off, clipboard tucked under his arm. Leo doesn't move for a second. He looks down at the guitar in his hands, turns it over once like he's checking it for damage, then sets it flat across his knees. Leo, muttering, I will try my best to not think about it at all. He picks a random set list off the folding chair and reads it without absorbing a single word on it, just to have something to do with his hands. Scene 2, inside the venue, near the bar, B-plot, Owen in the crowd. The venue is loud, chairs scraping, someone testing a mic with feedback, a bartender racing to keep up with orders. Owen stands stiffly near the bar, both hands wrapped around a drink he hasn't touched, doing a slow visual sweep of the room like he's counting exits. Jake scans the room for a table, unbothered by the chaos. Jake, there's something wrong with you standing that straight at a bar. Loosen up. Owen, I am statistically more comfortable in rooms with fewer than 12 strangers. Jake, cool, well, we've got about 80. Get going, mingle, I'll find seats. Jake disappears into the crowd. Owen is left alone, gripping his drink slightly tighter. A stranger squeezes past and taps Owen's shoulder to ask if the seat next to him is taken. Owen visibly short-circuits for a second, jaw tight, eyes darting, before answering. Owen, too formal, it is unoccupied. You may occupy it. The stranger laughs, not unkindly, and sits anyway. Owen stares straight ahead, replaying what he just said. He looks stunned that it worked. Slowly, cautiously, he loosens his grip on the glass and takes an actual sip. Act 2. Scene 3, the whole group, before Leo goes on, C-plot, Mia's cheering plan. The group has claimed a table near the front. Mia has her printed schedule flattened out, tapping it with a highlighter cap for emphasis while Priya, now wearing 2 mismatched socks pulled up to different heights, leans over to read it upside down. MIA, okay, so at minute 2 we stand, at minute 4 we do the phone light thing, and if he plays the new song we. Priya, Mia. It's an open mic. I don't think it needs a program. MIA, everything runs better with a program. Owen, now visibly more relaxed, slides into the seat next to Priya and holds up his phone, screen angled toward Jake. Owen, for the record, I calculated an 82% probability he plays the new song. Jake, grinning, not looking up from the drink menu, no one asked, but go off. The house lights dim halfway. A ripple of quiet moves through the room. Mia straightens the schedule one last time, smoothing a corner that doesn't need smoothing. Leo steps onto the small stage, adjusts the mic stand a half-inch lower, and settles onto the stool. The room quiets. Mia clutches her schedule and, for once, forgets to look at it. Jake, low, to Priya, watch. She'll drop the whole plan in 10 seconds. Leo plays. It's good, unpolished but real. Around the table, phones stay in pockets. Mia's schedule sits forgotten on the table by the second verse, highlighter rolling slowly off the edge until Priya catches it without looking, still watching the stage. Act 3. The song ends. A beat of real silence before the room breaks into applause, louder than a first-timer usually gets. Leo blinks under the lights, caught slightly off guard by it. He gives an awkward half-wave and steps off stage, guitar case already half open in his hand before he's even reached the table. He drops into the empty chair between Jake and Priya. No one says anything for a second, they're all still a little starstruck, which is somehow more unnerving to Leo than silence. Jake, so. Thursdays. Leo, stalling, unzipping the guitar case slower than necessary. I have a rule about making decisions before the applause dies down. Owen, checking his phone, statistically, the applause died down 40 seconds ago. Leo looks at the case, then at the group, then back at the case. Priya slides the abandoned schedule toward him, tapping the blank space at the bottom where Mia had clearly left room for next steps she never got to write. Priya, gently, you don't have to program it. You could just show up and see. Leo looks at her for a second, then huffs out something close to a laugh, the tension breaking without quite resolving. He doesn't say yes. He doesn't say no either. Leo, quiet, mostly to himself, play it by ear, I guess. He closes the guitar case. The group doesn't push. Mia, still riding the high of the performance, reaches over and, without asking, reclaims her schedule from Leo's side of the table, smoothing it flat again like the whole detour never happened. Tag/outro. Back at the attic, much later. Dana is wiping down the bar. Owen has his laptop back open, already adding a new column to the spreadsheet, actual outcome. Owen, typing, prediction confirmed. 82% was conservative. Jake leans over his shoulder, unbothered, stealing a fry off Owen's plate without asking. Jake, you built a whole model for whether our friend plays a song. Owen, not looking up, the model works. Under the table, Priya wiggles her feet, one sock riding higher than the other, and catches Dana watching. Dana, flat, already walking away, radiators still there tomorrow. Priya sighs and goes back to her drink. Fade out. End of episode 4. Episode 5, The Terrible Date. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, the hour before Priya's date. Cold open, the attic, a little earlier. Dana is restocking napkins behind the bar. Owen sits alone at the corner table with a printed spreadsheet titled First Date Success Factors, a highlighter capped between his teeth while he types with 2 fingers. Jake drops into the chair across from him, already mid-thought. Priya, don't. Just don't. MIA, sliding a drink toward her immediately, we already know. We're so sorry. Priya, he kept translating things for her like I wasn't sitting right there. This is the place we talked about, remember, babe? To his ex. At my date. Jake winces theatrically. Owen, without a hint of irony, turns his laptop around to show a hastily updated spreadsheet with a new red cell. Owen, for the debrief, I'm classifying this as a catastrophic outlier, not a trend. Statistically, you're still due for a good one. Priya laughs despite herself, the first real laugh since walking in, and steals the highlighter out of Jake's hand to circle something on Owen's printout, more for the ritual of it than any real interest in the number. Priya, circle it in red. Make it official. Claire, still at the end of the table, watches the whole exchange over the rim of her glass, quiet, but a little less far away than she was at the start of the night. Tag/outro. Much later. The attic is nearly empty. Dana flips the last chair up onto a table. Priya, shoes fully off now, feet tucked under her on the chair, scrolls through the outfit photos from earlier, the ones nobody ever actually needed. Priya, to no one in particular, should have worn the green one. MIA, already halfway out the door, don't you dare start that again. Dana passes by, towel over her shoulder, glancing at Priya's screen without breaking stride. Dana, flat, green wouldn't have fixed the X problem. Priya stares at her for a second, then bursts out laughing. Fade out. End of episode 5. Episode 6, The Budget Secret. Type, medium event setting. The attic. Mia discovers the group fund is short. Cold open, the attic, earlier that day. Dana counts the tip jar behind the bar, unbothered. Mia sits alone at the corner table, planner open, pen tapping against a column of numbers that clearly aren't adding up. She retraces the same line with her finger 3 times, like the number might change if she's patient enough with it. MIA, to herself, that can't be right. She flips back a page, then forward again, comparing 2 totals. Dana glances over without stopping her counting. Dana, flat, numbers don't fix themselves just 'cause you stare harder. Mia doesn't look up, just underlines the discrepancy twice, hard enough that the pen nearly tears the paper. Title card, Episode 6, The Budget Secret. Act 1. Scene 1, the corner table, a plot, Mia investigates. The group has assembled around the table, Jake mid-bite of a sandwich, Leo tipped back in his chair, Priya still in her coat like she came straight from somewhere. Mia has her planner open to a page covered in numbers, deeply unimpressed with reality, tapping the pen against the margin like a tiny gavel. MIA, okay, so, someone took $40 out of the group fund and didn't log it. I need us to get together and figure this out like adults. Jake, wasn't me. I picked up an extra shift instead of touching the fund, actually. MIA, noted and appreciated. Anyone else? Silence. Chairs shift. Jake goes back to his sandwich, unbothered. Leo studies the ceiling like it's suddenly fascinating. Owen studies his mechanical pencil with unusual intensity, clicking the lead in and out, refusing to look up from it. Scene 2, the reveal, a plot continued, Owen. Mia's gaze drifts toward Owen without quite settling there yet. He clicks the pencil once more, then sets it down flat on the table, aligning it perfectly parallel to the edge. Owen, too carefully, I don't think I was involved in that. MIA, I didn't say anyone was involved. I just asked if anyone knew anything. Owen, right. Yes. I don't know anything either. A beat. Owen realizes he answered a question nobody asked. He picks the pencil back up and chews on the end of it, eyes fixed somewhere just past Mia's shoulder. Owen, muttering to himself, not worth it. Not yet. Priya, half listening while unwinding her scarf, files this away with the growing list of things people in this group don't say out loud. She doesn't push. She just watches Owen a beat longer than the conversation requires before turning back to her coffee. Act 2. Scene 3, the group tries to reconstruct the timeline. Mia has moved to a whiteboard-style approach now, the planner flipped to a blank page, dates scrawled down one side. Jake leans over her shoulder, offering theories with far more confidence than evidence. Jake, could have been the delivery guy. Tip jar's basically an honor system. MIA, the tip jar and the group fund are 2 completely different envelopes, Jake. Jake, are they, though? Philosophically? MIA, not dignifying that, no. Leo, still tipped back in his chair, lets it drop forward with a thud, suddenly more invested than his posture suggested. "Leo, for what it's worth, I haven't touched it either. I'd remember spending $40. I remember every time I spend $40, it's usually a whole event." Owen says nothing this time, just turns his water glass a quarter turn on the table, aligning the label with the edge over and over, a small compulsive ritual that Priya clocks but doesn't mention. Scene 4, Claire offers Tio help, see plot. Claire slides into the last open chair, coat still on, clearly stopping by between things. She takes in the whiteboard planner and the general tension at the table in about 2 seconds flat. "Claire, I could make an appointment with someone at my firm who does this pro bono, if it'll help you sleep at night." "MIA, it's $40, Claire, not a federal case." "Claire, with you, it's never just $40. MIA, deflating slightly, fair." Mia closes the planner halfway, the fight going out of her posture a little. Priya sets her coffee down and, without quite meaning to, straightens the pens on the table into a neat row, a small, unconscious echo of Mia's habits that nobody points out yet. "Priya, honestly? Whether we track it down or not is entirely up to me, I mean, it's up to all of us. Sorry, long day." Act 3. Everyone lets the slip go, but Jake shoots Priya a small, knowing look across the table. She's starting to sound like Mia. Nobody comments on Owen's silence, but nobody forgets it either. He's gone very still, pencil now resting untouched beside his glass, gaze fixed on some middle distance that has nothing to do with the conversation. Mia closes the planner all the way, tucking the pen into its loop with more finality than she probably feels. "MIA, okay. New plan." We stop interrogating each other and I just recalculate. Maybe I miscounted. Jake, there it is. Healthy coping. MIA, pointed, I contain multitudes, remember? Leo huffs a laugh at that, the tension in the table easing by a degree. Claire checks her phone, already half standing, one hand braced on the table. "Claire, for the record, the offer stands. $40 or 40,000. She heads out. The rest of the group starts to scatter, Jake balling up his sandwich wrapper, Leo stretching, Priya gathering her scarf back up. Owen is the last to move, and when he does, he pockets the pencil instead of leaving it on the table like he usually does. Tag/outro. The attic, near closing. Dana wipes down the corner table after everyone's gone, sweeping a few stray coins off the surface into her palm, leftover change nobody bothered to collect. She counts them without much interest, then glances toward the door Owen just left through. Dana, flat, to no one, $40. Sure. She pockets the coins and moves on to the next table, unbothered, the mystery clearly not hers to solve. Fade out. End of episode 6. Episode 7, Dishes Are War. Type, minor episode setting, Apartment A, Sunday morning. Cold open, Apartment A, early morning. The apartment is quiet except for the drip of the faucet. Mia stands at the counter in pajamas, a roll of laminating film and a stack of colored markers spread out in front of her, hunched over a half-finished chart like a general planning a campaign. Behind her, the sink is stacked with exactly one offending mug. She glances at the mug, then at the chart, then back at the mug, and adds one more box to the grid before she's even done laminating it. MIA, muttering, to the chart, not today. A door creaks down the hall. She quickly tapes the laminated sheet to the fridge, smooths it flat with both palms, and steps back to admire it like a finished art installation just as Owen shuffles in, still half asleep. Title card, Episode 7, Dishes Are War. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment, a kitchen, a plot. Owen pours himself coffee on autopilot, then stops mid-pour when he actually registers the fridge. He sets the pot down and leans in close, reading the chart like it's a legal document, tracing one column with his finger. Owen, is this color-coded by urgency? MIA, arms crossed, already braced, I am done with finding mystery dishes at 11 p.m., Owen. This is the system now. Owen, I respect privacy. I do not respect a chart that assigns me sponge duty on a rotating basis. MIA, everyone gets sponge duty. It's fair. Owen taps the laminated corner of the chart, testing its rigidity like he's assessing how permanent this actually is. It doesn't bend. He sighs and pours the rest of his coffee, resigned. Scene 2, Leo and Jake stop by, B-plot. The apartment door swings open without a knock. Leo and Jake wander in uninvited, as usual, Jake already heading for the fridge out of habit before he even clocks what's taped to it. Leo, wow. Someone's really taking control of the sink situation. Jake, pulling the fridge open around the chart, it's not that big a deal, is it? It's dishes. MIA, say that again after you've lived with someone who leaves a mug out for 6 days. Leo, to Owen, grinning, 6 days is kind of a personal record, my guy. Owen doesn't dignify it with a defense, just picks up the offending mug from the sink and holds it like evidence being unfairly used against him. Jake grabs a juice carton, checks the date, and puts it back without drinking any, pure habit, no real intention behind it. Act 2. Scene 3, the argument escalates. Mia has moved on to explaining the color coding system in more detail than anyone asked for, pointing at each colored square while Owen counters with increasingly specific objections. Leo has parked himself on the counter, clearly enjoying the show. MIA, green is dishes, blue is counters, yellow is trash, and red is obviously emergency mode, like when we have people over. Owen, there is no emergency mode for dishes. Dishes do not escalate. MIA, they absolutely escalate. A dish left alone becomes 2 dishes. 2 dishes become a situation. Leo, to Jake, low, I've never seen someone defend a mug this hard. Jake, also low, I've never seen someone attack a mug this hard either. It's kind of impressive from both sides. Owen sets the mug down in the sink with exaggerated care, like placing it gently will somehow prove his point, then crosses his arms to match Mia's stance exactly, neither of them backing down an inch. Scene 4, Priya as referee, C-plot. The door opens again. Priya, arriving to drop off a book she'd borrowed weeks ago, gets pulled into the argument against her the second she steps over the threshold. She hovers near the doorway, book still clutched to her chest, clearly regretting the timing. MIA, Priya, back me up. Chores should be shared fairly, right? Owen, Priya, back me up. Nobody should be micromanaged over a mug. Priya looks between them, Mia's chart-covered fridge, Owen's stubbornly crossed arms, and sets the book down on the counter very slowly, buying herself a second. Priya, long pause, I'm just going to change the subject and wash it myself, actually. She sets the book fully down, rolls up one sleeve, and picks up the mug without another word, running the tap and reaching for the sponge that started this whole thing. Act 3. Mia and Owen don't even notice the mug is gone from the debate, they've moved fully into the abstract now, arguing principle rather than dishes. Priya quietly washes the mug by herself while Mia and Owen keep arguing behind her, neither noticing the problems already solved. She dries it, sets it in the rack, and picks her book back up like nothing happened. Jake, watching, delighted, and that's why she's my favorite. Leo hops off the counter, stretching, clearly done watching the argument loop for the 3rd time. Leo, are we still doing this, or can somebody make actual breakfast? Mia glances at the sink mid-sentence, notices the mug sitting clean in the rack, and stops talking entirely. Owen follows her gaze. A beat of silence where neither of them quite knows how to land the argument now that its whole reason for existing has evaporated. Owen, quietly, well. That's anticlimactic. MIA, equally quiet, a little deflated, yeah. She reaches up and, without a word, adds a small new box to the laminated chart in permanent marker, Priya, honorary member. Tag/outro. Later, the apartment settled back into calm. Jake's found eggs and is attempting breakfast with more confidence than skill. Priya sits at the counter, book finally handed off, watching Mia peel the chart slightly to add Priya's new box more permanently under the laminate. Priya, you know this means I'm now contractually part of your chore system, right? MIA, not looking up, focused on the tape, everyone gets sponge duty. It's fair. Owen, from the doorway, mug of fresh coffee in hand, nods slowly like he's reconsidering the whole system's legitimacy now that it has one functioning member. Owen, to no one, I might respect the chart now. Slightly. Jake flips an egg badly, and it lands half on the pan, half on the counter. Everyone turns to look. Nobody moves to write egg incident on the chart, but Mia's eyes clearly drift there for a second. Fade out. End of episode 7. Episode 8, The Costume Party. Type, major event setting, the attic, Halloween party. An unexpected storm jams the downstairs door. The group is stranded on the rooftop overnight. Cold open, the attic, earlier that night. String lights crisscross the rooftop, half of them shaped like bats and clearly Mia's doing. Owen stands near the drinks table in a half-committed costume, a cape over his usual sweater, holding a plastic sword he keeps forgetting is in his hand. Priya, dressed as something involving mismatched fabric wings, ties a loose thread on her costume while balancing a drink in the other hand. Priya, what even are you supposed to be? Owen, adjusting the cape, a knight. Statistically the least embarrassing option available at the costume shop by 6 p.m. A gust of wind rattles the string lights. Somewhere below, thunder rumbles, distant enough that nobody looks up from their drinks yet. Title card, Episode 8, The Costume Party. Act 1. Scene 1, MID Party, rain pours, inciting event. The party is in full swing, costumes, string lights, chaos. Someone's playlist is a beat too loud. Thunder cracks, sharper this time, and half the rooftop flinches. Dana comes up the stairs 2 at a time, unusually rattled, hair damp, keys still in her hand. Dana, doors jammed. Water got into the lock downstairs. Nobody's going anywhere for a while. Jake, mid-costume, adjusting a fake mustache that's peeling off, okay but morbid follow-up, how long is a while? Dana, shrugging, wringing out the hem of her jacket, landlord says morning. Staying over, kids. A ripple of noise moves through the group, someone laughs nervously, someone else checks their phone for signal that isn't coming. Mia is already pulling out her planner from wherever she'd stashed it, flipping past October to a blank page. MIA, already pulling out her planner, okay. Let's talk reality. We have snacks, we have blankets in the storage closet, we can make this work. Owen, I'll admit, I feel great about how calm I'm being right now. Priya, you're holding a fake sword in a death grip. Owen, I said calm, not unarmed. He loosens his grip slightly, sets the sword flat on the drinks table, and picks it back up 2 seconds later without seeming to notice he's done it. Scene 2, dividing up the rooftop. The group scatters to make the best of it. Jake and Priya haul blankets out of the storage closet, dumping an armful onto the nearest bench. Mia counts snack bags out loud under her breath, sorting them by some system only she understands. Owen trails behind with a flashlight, testing it on and off like he's rationing the battery already. Jake, dumping blankets, we've got 4 blankets and 6 people. Somebody's gonna have to make peace with that. Priya, spreading one out, I nominate you to be the one who's cold. Jake, rude, but noted. Owen clicks the flashlight off, satisfied it works, and sets it precisely at the center of the bench like it's a shared resource now requiring stewardship. Mia finishes her count, closes the planner, and glances toward the rail, where Claire has drifted off alone, arms crossed against the wind, and Leo has quietly followed a few steps behind her. Act 2. Scene 3, Claire and Leo, a private corner, C-plot climax. Claire and Leo end up alone by the rail, rain falling just past the awning, close enough that the mist reaches them but the worst of it doesn't. Neither moves away. Leo leans his forearms on the rail, watching the rain instead of her at first. Leo, quiet, we should probably pass on pretending we don't know each other tonight. Nowhere left to go. Claire, a long beat, fine. Fair. Leo, wait a minute, you're actually going to talk. Claire, don't make it weird. She exhales, drops the composure by a fraction, the most unguarded she's been all season. She sets her drink down on the rail, both hands free now, like she needs them for nothing but this conversation. Claire, we dated. 2 years ago, different city. It ended badly, mostly because of me. When you showed up in this group, I figured the easiest thing was to just, back to work, back to normal, pretend the timeline doesn't connect. Leo, I wasn't looking out for a confession. I just wanted you to stop flinching every time someone says my name. Claire, almost a laugh, noted. She picks her drink back up but doesn't drink from it, just holds it against the rail, turning it slowly. Behind them, faint laughter drifts from the blanket pile, Jake losing an argument with Owen about flashlight rationing, but neither of them turns to look. It isn't fully resolved, old wounds rarely are in one conversation, but something between them loosens for the first time. Leo shifts an inch closer along the rail. Claire doesn't shift away. Act 3. Scene 4, the whole group, near dawn, closing. Near dawn, the group is half asleep in a pile of blankets, Jake sprawled sideways with his cape still on, Owen upright but drifting, the flashlight now dead in his lap. Mia curled into her own blanket with the planner tucked protectively against her chest even in sleep. Priya, still awake, watches Claire and Leo sitting slightly closer than usual, saying nothing, and understands more than either of them realizes. MIA, sleepily, okay. I'm officially declaring this the worst planned, best night of the year. Jake, high bar. Very high bar. The rain stops. Sunlight starts to come together over the rooftop, gold and ordinary, catching the damp string lights and making them look almost intentional. Dana appears with coffee nobody asked for, tray balanced on one hip, already unlocking the door with her free hand. Dana, doors open. Go home. Shower. All of you. Nobody moves right away. For a moment, the 6 of them just sit there, closer than they were 12 hours ago, in ways some of them can name and some of them can't yet. Priya pulls her knees up under the blanket, watching the light spread across the rooftop, filing this morning away with everything else she hasn't said out loud yet. Tag/outro. The rooftop, a few minutes later. Everyone's finally stirring, gathering blankets, stretching stiff shoulders. Owen picks up his dead flashlight, shakes it once out of habit, and tucks it under his arm like he might need to file a report on its performance. Owen, to Jake, half asleep, I'm marking this down as a successful resource allocation. Jake, not opening his eyes, sure, buddy. Dana passes out the last of the coffee, pausing near Claire and Leo, who are still sitting a little closer together than the rest of the group has quite registered yet. She looks between them, says nothing, and just leaves an extra coffee cup on the rail between them before walking off. Claire glances at the second cup. Leo doesn't touch it either, but doesn't move it away. Fade out. End of episode 8. Episode 9, After the Storm. Type, minor episode setting, the morning after the storm, the group cleans up the attic before opening. Cold open, the attic, just after sunrise. The rooftop is a mess, deflated string lights, a fake cobweb sagging off the rail, a single plastic sword abandoned near the drinks table. Dana surveys it all with the tired resignation of someone who has done this before, hauling a mop bucket up the last step. She stops when she spots someone already there. Title card, Episode 9, After the Storm. Act 1. Scene 1, rooftop, early morning, a plot, Claire avoids Leo. Claire arrives before anyone else, sweeping confetti off the rail with more focus than the job requires, small, tight strokes, gathering the same 3 flecks over and over. Dana passes with a mop, pausing at the sight of her. Dana, you're here early. Claire couldn't sleep. Figured I'd get it together before the others show up and want to talk about last night. Dana, nobody's going to make you talk about anything. Claire, not looking up, as far as I'm concerned, last night doesn't need a follow-up meeting. Dana just raises an eyebrow and keeps mopping, dragging the bucket toward the far end of the rooftop without another word. Claire sweeps the same clean patch of railing one more time, glances toward the stairwell like she's timing everyone else's arrival, and finally moves on to the next section. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Jake and Leo clean up. Downstairs at the bar, Jake stacks chairs 2 at a time, the legs scraping against each other with a rhythm that fills the silence. Leo wipes down the bar top, unusually quiet, going over the same spot longer than it needs. Jake, so what are you up to today, besides pretending nothing happened? Leo, cleaning. That's it. That's the whole plan. Jake, you seem oddly calm for a guy who spilled a 2-year secret in a thunderstorm. Leo, I'm on a roll, actually. Calm's my new thing. Jake, since when? Leo, since about 6 hours ago. Jake sets the last chair down and studies him for a second, unconvinced, then shrugs and grabs a rag of his own, tossing it onto the bar next to Leo's. Jake, starting to wipe down the other end, sure. Let's see how long that lasts. Act 2. Scene 3, the whole group, C-plot, Mia takes charge, Priya observes. Mia arrives with trash bags looped over one arm and a clear sense of purpose, planner tucked under the other. Owen and Priya trail in behind her, both still visibly running on party hangover energy. MIA, okay, everyone take care of one section. Owen, you've got the tables. Owen surveys the wreckage of cups, streamers, and one abandoned party hat with something like scientific curiosity, crouching to examine the spread. Owen, based on how many cups are on the floor, I'd estimate this party had at least 40 more guests than the guest list said. MIA, already moving on, noted. Not helpful, but noted. Priya lingers near Mia, lowering her voice as she picks up a stray streamer off the floor, twisting it around her fingers. Priya, quietly, to Mia, did you notice Claire got here an hour before any of us? MIA, I noticed. Priya, just back me up if it gets weird with Leo today. MIA, always. They exchange a small look, the kind that says the conversation isn't over, just paused, before splitting off toward opposite ends of the room, trash bags rustling. Scene 4, A2 groups converge. Upstairs, Claire finishes her section of the rail and heads for the stairs just as Jake and Leo come up from the bar, arms full of empty crates. The 4 of them nearly collide at the top of the stairwell, an awkward pause where everyone recalibrates who's supposed to move first. Jake, breaking the silence, cheerful, morning, sunshine crew. Claire, already moving past, bars done? Leo, matching her clipped tone, a beat too fast, done. Spotless. Very calm environment down there now. Claire pauses half a step, catching something in his phrasing, but doesn't turn around. She continues past toward the storage closet with the broom. Leo watches her go for a second longer than necessary before Jake nudges him toward the next stack of crates. Act 3. By mid-morning, the rooftop is mostly restored, chairs back in place, the last of the confetti bagged, the sagging cobweb finally taken down. The group gathers near the corner table for a water break, the 6 of them collapsing into chairs with the particular exhaustion of people who partied and then cleaned. Mia does a final scan of her checklist, satisfied, while Owen inspects his own hands like the cleanup has personally aged them. Owen, I would like it noted that I found a shoe. Just one. No owner has come forward. Jake, not looking up, keep it. Start a collection. Priya glances toward Claire, who's sitting slightly apart from the group, and then toward Leo, who's very deliberately looking at anything else. Neither of them has said a word to each other since the stairwell. Priya opens her mouth like she might say something, then closes it, deciding against it, filing the moment away instead, the same way she's been filing everything else lately. Dana passes through with the last of the trash bags, glancing at the group slumped around the table. Dana, flat, you all look worse than the party did. MIA, too tired to argue, accurate. Tag/outro. The attic, finally quiet, open sign flipped for the day. Claire is the first to leave, coat back on, pausing at the door just long enough to glance back at the rooftop stairwell before stepping out. Leo watches her go from behind the bar, rag still in hand, saying nothing. Priya slides onto a stool next to him, following his gaze. Priya, careful, you okay? Leo, setting the rag down, calms my new thing. Remember? Priya, unconvinced, gentle, sure. She doesn't push further, just bumps his shoulder lightly with hers before hopping off the stool to help Mia with the last of the chairs. Leo watches the door a moment longer, then goes back to wiping down a bar that's already clean. Fade out. End of episode 9. Episode 10, well done, Owen. Type, minor episode setting, an ordinary evening at apartment A. Owen decides to try being more direct. Cold open, apartment A, earlier that evening. Owen stands alone in the bathroom, staring at himself in the mirror, rehearsing silently, lips moving, no sound coming out. He practices a hand gesture, reconsiders it, drops the hand back to his side. He clears his throat once, quietly, like a warm-up. Owen, barely audible, to the mirror, Mia. I need the bathroom schedule to not exist anymore. He nods at his own reflection, unconvinced by his own delivery, and tries it again with slightly more conviction before finally opening the door. Title card, Episode 10, well done, Owen. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment A, a plot, Owen practices speaking his mind. Owen stands in the kitchen doorway, visibly rehearsing something, one hand gripping the doorframe like it's holding him upright. Mia is on the couch with a spreadsheet open, red pen tucked behind her ear, not yet noticing him. Owen, Mia. I need the bathroom schedule you made to not exist anymore. MIA, looking up, delighted, way to go. That's a full sentence with no hedge in it. Owen exhales, shoulders dropping a fraction, like he'd been bracing for a fight that didn't come. Owen, I lost track of time yesterday because I was reading the schedule instead of just showering. MIA, fine. Deleting it. Mostly. She flips to the schedule page in her planner, hovers the pen over it, then instead of crossing it out, just folds the corner down, a compromise she clearly thinks counts as deletion. Owen watches this happen, decides not to fight that particular battle today, and heads toward the now theoretically schedule-free bathroom. Scene 2, the bar, the attic, B-plot, Jake vents about work. Across town, Jake pours drinks behind the bar, unusually restless, wiping the same glass dry long after it needs it, glancing at the drink menu taped to the register like it's personally annoying him. Leo leans on the bar, nursing a soda water, watching him circle the same 3 feet of counter. Jake, I've made the same 12 cocktails for 2 years. I think I need to roll with the punches on this one and just change something. Leo, career crisis? On a Tuesday? Jake, give it a go being supportive for once. Leo, I am being supportive. Supportively confused. Jake sets the glass down harder than intended, catches himself, and softens the motion for the next one. Leo watches him a moment longer before sliding the drink menu across the bar, flipping it to a blank page in the back. Leo, quieter, genuine, okay. What would you actually change? Jake looks at the blank page like it's more intimidating than any of the actual questions at the bar tonight. Act 2. Scene 3, Apartment A, later, a plot continued. Owen emerges from the bathroom, towel around his shoulders, visibly proud of himself in a low-key way, standing a little straighter than usual. He finds Mia still on the couch, now cross-referencing something in a second notebook. Owen, testing the momentum, I also think we should talk about the thermostat. MIA, not looking up, but smiling slightly, one battle at a time, Owen. He considers this, nods once, and sits down across from her instead of pushing further, visibly pleased with the day's single victory, even if the thermostat war will have to wait. Scene 4, Priya's OWN apartment, C-plot, Priya and Claire. Priya's apartment is half unpacked, boxes stacked against one wall, a lamp still wrapped in bubble paper on the floor. Claire knocks once and lets herself in, holding a book out before Priya even opens the door fully. Claire, you can share with me if something's bothering you. I'm not going to make it a thing. Priya takes the book without really looking at it, setting it on top of a box instead of shelving it, hands returning to unwrap another item she isn't really focused on. Priya, it's nothing, I keep trying to focus on unpacking and I keep thinking about Halloween night instead. Claire goes very still for a second, just a flicker, before recovering, arms crossing loosely over her chest as she leans against the doorframe. Claire, a beat, let it go, Priya. Not everything needs solving. Priya, that's rich, coming from you. Claire opens her mouth, closes it again. She glances at the half-unpacked boxes, the bubble wrap scattered across the floor, anywhere but directly at Priya. Act 3. Claire says nothing, but almost smiles on her way out, the corner of her mouth giving her away for half a second before the door shuts behind her. Priya stands alone in the half-unpacked apartment, staring at the closed door, then finally picks up the book Claire brought and turns it over in her hands, actually looking at the cover this time. Back at apartment A, Mia has moved on to folding laundry while Owen sits nearby, drying his hair with the towel, watching her work with an expression of someone building up to something else. Owen, careful, for the record, that was hard. Saying the thing. MIA, folding a shirt, I know. You did good. Owen, I might do it again sometime. Not today. But sometime. MIA, glancing up, genuinely warm, I'll be here for it. Across town, Jake stares at the blank page Leo slid over, tapping the pen against it without writing anything yet. Leo waits, unusually patient, not filling the silence for once. Jake, finally, quiet, maybe I don't hate the 12 cocktails. Maybe I just hate that nobody's asked me to make a 13th in 2 years. Leo, nodding slowly, that I can work with. Tag/outro. The attic, near closing. Jake has scrawled something on the blank page, a rough recipe, crossed out twice, rewritten. Dana passes by, glancing at the paper without stopping. Dana, flat, new drink? Jake, 13th cocktail. Working title. Dana, already walking away, working titles usually stick. Don't overthink it. Jake looks at the page again, actually smiling now, and underlines the title twice. Across the room, Leo watches him with quiet satisfaction, supportive, for once, without the confusion. Fade out. End of episode 10. Episode 11, Changing Jobs. Type, minor episode setting, Jake announces he's quitting bartending, the group reacts in different ways. Cold open, the attic, right before closing. Jake wipes down the bar in slow, distracted circles, staring at the row of bottles like he's seeing them for the first time. Dana counts the register behind him, not looking up. Dana, you've been wiping that same spot for 5 minutes. Jake, still staring at the bottles, just thinking. Dana, flat, dangerous hobby for you. He sets the rag down, straightens the row of bottles one final time, labels perfectly forward, and pulls his apron off over his head in one motion, folding it with more ceremony than usual before setting it on the counter. Title card, Episode 11, Changing Jobs. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, after closing, a plot, Jake's announcement. The chairs are up, the lights dim to half. Leo sits on a bar stool, feet hooked on the rung, watching Jake pace behind the bar with unusual energy for this late. Jake, so I quit. Today. Officially. Leo, again? Jake, I'm trying to take the heat off myself here, a little support would help. Leo, sorry, support. What's the plan? Jake, no plan yet. I'd kill for a job where I don't smell like a bar by 9 p.m., that's the whole plan. He grabs the folded apron off the counter and tosses it lightly onto the bar top, where it lands in a loose heap. Leo eyes it, then looks back up at Jake, who's already reaching for 2 glasses out of habit, pouring drinks even on the night he quit pouring drinks for a living. Scene 2, Apartment A, B plot, Owen and Mia discuss. Back at the apartment, Owen sits at the kitchen table with his laptop closed for once, a mug of tea going cold in front of him. Mia stands by the counter, arms crossed, clearly turning something over. Owen, I'm going to take a short break from having an opinion about this. Jake does this every 8 months. MIA, I feel guilty for wanting to plan his next career for him. Owen, don't. He'll land somewhere. He always does. Mia uncrosses her arms, picks up Owen's cold mug, and reheats it in the microwave without being asked, a small, automatic act of care that neither of them comments on. She sets it back down in front of him, still turning the Jake situation over in her head. MIA, half to herself, 8 months on the dot, actually. I could have predicted this from the calendar. Owen, taking the tea, please don't start a spreadsheet for it. MIA, no promises. Act 2. Scene 3, The Bar, C plot, Leo and Priya. The next evening, Leo leans against the bar, technically off-duty now, since there's no one behind it to work it, while Priya perches on a stool, swirling a straw through a drink she's mostly ignoring. Leo, don't give ammunition to Claire on this one, she'll have a whole speech ready. Priya, honestly, you and Jake have more in common than either of you admit, you both hate feeling stuck. Leo opens his mouth to argue, then closes it, clearly not having a ready counter for that one. He picks up a coaster and spins it on the bar top instead of responding directly. Claire walks in mid-conversation, coat still on, having clearly heard the last part. She sets her bag down on the nearest stool without sitting. Claire, if this gets out of control and he's on my couch by Friday, I'm billing him. Leo, recovering, see, this is the speech I was talking about. Claire, unbothered, it's not a speech. It's a policy. Scene 4, Jake faces the group. Jake wanders in from the back, spotting the 3 of them gathered like a small tribunal. He stops short, immediately suspicious. Jake, why does this look like an intervention? Priya, it's not an intervention. Claire, it's mild concern with a billing clause attached. Jake drops onto the stool next to Priya, grabbing her drink and taking a sip without asking, a habit nobody bothers correcting anymore. He sets it back down, grimacing slightly at whatever fruity thing she ordered. Jake, I'm not moving in with anyone. I've got savings. Small savings. Modest, humble savings. Leo, deadpan, that's not reassuring, but go on. Act 3. Jake sits back, and for a moment the joking drops away, just slightly, just enough for the others to notice. Jake, quieter, I'm not trying to figure out the whole thing tonight. I just know I can't do one more shift smelling like citrus peel and regret. That's it. That's as far as the plan goes right now. Claire studies him a second, then, surprisingly, softens her tone to match. Claire, that's actually a reasonable place to start. Most people I know start with less. Priya, gently, you don't have to have it figured out by Friday. Jake, half a laugh, try telling Claire's billing clause that. Claire, already relenting, the clause is flexible. For now. Leo bumps Jake's shoulder lightly, and something in the tension of the last 2 scenes finally eases, not solved, but not urgent either. Jake takes his drink back from Priya and actually finishes it this time. Tag/outro. Later that night, back at apartment A, Mia's asleep on the couch with the planner still open on her lap. Owen tiptoes over, gently lifts it off her without waking her, and, after a long pause, writes one line at the bottom of tomorrow's page before closing it: check in with Jake. No pressure. He sets the planner on the coffee table, turns off the lamp, and heads to bed. Fade out. End of episode 11. Episode 12, Big News. Type, major event setting. Owen is offered the IT team lead position, a big promotion, right on the 3 to 4 episode major event rhythm since episode 8. Cold open, Owen's office, earlier that afternoon. Owen sits at his desk, headset still on, staring at his monitor like the words on it might rearrange themselves if he blinks. A calendar invite sits open, follow up, team lead discussion, accepted an hour ago, forgotten until just now. He pulls the headset off slowly, sets it down with exaggerated care, and stares at his own hands for a second like they belong to someone else. He picks up his phone, opens a new message to Mia, types something happened, deletes it, retypes can we talk tonight, deletes that too, and finally just pockets the phone without sending anything at all. Title card, Episode 12, Big News. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment A, evening, a plot, Owen gets the news. The apartment door opens. Owen walks in and just stands there, phone still in hand, coat still on, keys dangling forgotten from 2 fingers. Mia looks up from the couch, immediately alert. MIA, you look like you saw a ghost. Owen, they offered me the team lead role. I have to get up the courage to actually say yes instead of finding 14 reasons why someone else is more qualified. MIA, Owen. This is huge. Owen, I'm upset about how happy I am. That doesn't make sense. I know that doesn't make sense. He finally sets his keys down on the counter, missing the bowl they usually go in by a few inches, and doesn't notice. Mia gets up, crosses the room, and takes his coat off his shoulders for him. He lets her, arms limp, still processing. MIA, gently, sit down before you fall down. He sits. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot, the group reacts. Word has clearly traveled fast. By the time Owen and Mia arrive at the attic, the corner table already has extra chairs pulled up. Jake leans back, arms crossed, grinning like he's been waiting all day to say something. Jake, wait, Owen's going to be someone's boss? That blows my mind a little, no offense. Leo, man's about to save face in every meeting from now on. Huge glow up. Owen fidgets with a coaster, flipping it over and back, clearly still not used to being the center of this much attention. Claire, who's been quiet at the end of the table, sets her glass down and leans forward slightly, an uncharacteristic softness crossing her expression. Claire, rare, unguarded warmth, a word of advice, Owen, say yes before you talk yourself out of it. You've earned this. The table goes briefly quiet at that. Claire rarely lets that much warmth show at once, before Jake breaks it by raising his glass in an exaggerated toast, forcing everyone else's glass up with his own momentum. Jake, to Owen. Boss. Team lead. Whatever the plaque says. Act 2. Scene 3, the corner table, private, C-plot, Mia and Owen. The rest of the group filters out over the next half hour, Jake off to close up somewhere, Leo trailing after Claire toward the door, the noise of the evening thinning down to just the 2 of them. Mia sits with Owen after the others leave, more serious now, hands wrapped around her own drink. MIA, let me put this in perspective for you. You've been the guy everyone comes to for help for years. This is just the title finally catching up. Owen, quiet, thanks. That actually helps. He turns the coaster over one more time, sets it flat, and finally looks up at her instead of at the table. Something in his shoulders loosens for the first time all evening, the first real exhale since he walked into the apartment 2 hours ago. Scene 4, Priya overhears. Priya passes by with a tray of drinks for another table, catching just the tail end of the conversation as she balances the tray on one hip. She sets the last glass down and lingers a beat longer than the job requires. Priya, for what it's worth, this means a lot to me too. Watching you not disappear into the wallpaper for once. Owen blinks at her, caught off guard by the specificity of it. Mia smiles into her glass, watching the two of them, Priya already halfway back toward the bar before he can fully respond, tray balanced expertly despite the empty compliment left hanging in the air behind her. Act 3. Owen sits with that for a moment, turning it over the same way he'd turned over the coaster all night. He pulls out his phone, the same message thread he'd abandoned at his desk hours earlier, and types a new one, this time without deleting it. He reads it once, thumb hovering over send. Owen, to Mia, quiet, what if I mess it up? MIA, then you fix it. Same as everything else you've ever fixed for the rest of us. He looks at her for a long second, then finally presses send, not to Mia, but to his manager, the acceptance he'd been avoiding all day. The phone buzzes almost immediately with a reply. He reads it, and for the first time all night, he actually smiles, not the nervous, self-deprecating half-smile he usually does, but something fuller. Owen, quiet, mostly to himself, okay. Okay, that's done. MIA, raising her glass one more time, just for the two of them, team lead Owen. Owen, still a little stunned, team lead Owen. Tag/outro. Later that night, back at apartment A, Owen sits at the kitchen table with his laptop open, not work, for once, but a blank spreadsheet, cursor blinking in an empty cell. He types a title across the top, things I'm allowed to be proud of. He stares at it a moment, then adds the first line, said yes. Mia passes behind him on her way to bed, glances at the screen, and doesn't say anything, just rests a hand briefly on his shoulder before continuing on. Owen sits alone with the blinking cursor a while longer, then closes the laptop, the single line saved. Fade out. End of episode 12. Episode 13, first week as boss. Type, minor episode setting, a few days later. Owen adjusts to his new role, the group settles back into everyday life, with the Claire Leo aftermath still lingering underneath the jokes. Cold open, apartment A, bathroom, morning. Owen stands in front of the mirror in his work shirt, one button still undone, psyching himself up. Mia's voice comes from off-screen, mid-morning routine sounds, kettle, cabinet doors. Owen, to his reflection, low and serious, Owen. You're the boss now. You don't over-explain. You don't apologize for existing. Beat, softer, sorry, I mean. You don't apologize for existing. He straightens his collar. Nods once, too hard, and nearly knocks his own glasses off. MIA, from the hallway, not even looking in, you've been in there 10 minutes talking to yourself like a sports movie. Owen, flustered, buttoning the last button wrong, I was doing a visualization exercise. It's a documented productivity technique. MIA, sounds fake, but okay. He checks his watch, realizes he's late, and speed walks out, tie still crooked. Mia doesn't even glance up from her planner as he passes. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, a plot, Owen adjusts. That evening. The usual corner table. Leo is already in his seat, feet up on the empty chair across from him. Owen drops his bag with a little too much confidence. Owen, I did my own laundry, made 2 decisions before lunch, and didn't apologize once in a meeting. Growth. MIA, loosely translated, that means you yelled at someone. Owen, I did not yell. I stated a boundary at a normal volume. Dana passes by with a tray, not even slowing down. Dana, flat, over her shoulder, sure you did, champ. Owen opens his laptop bag on the table, and, of course, pulls out a spreadsheet. He turns it toward Mia like he's presenting evidence. Owen, actually, I made a tracker. Tapping the screen, column A is decisions made. Column B is decisions I apologized for afterward. The ratio's finally trending in the right direction. MIA, leaning over, genuinely impressed despite herself, is that conditional formatting? It's turning green. Owen, quiet pride, it's turning green. Leo, not looking up from tuning his guitar, man's out here color-coding his own personality growth. Owen, strictly speaking, it's called self-monitoring. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Mia versus Jake on the job search. Jake's shift. He's behind the bar, half-heartedly wiping down glasses that are already clean. Mia sits on a stool, planner open, pen tapping. MIA, have you even sent out a resume? Jake, enough already, I'm job hunting, I'm just doing it my way. Crash on the couch was one night, it's not a whole life plan. Leo slides onto the next stool, setting his guitar case down carefully, the one thing he treats with any real order. Leo, I could mix and match a few of my old gig contacts, if you want a real lead instead of vibes. Jake, pausing mid-wipe, that's actually helpful. Weird feeling. Mia underlines something in her planner, satisfied, like this counts as a completed task on her behalf. MIA, see, this is what pitching in looks like. Write that down somewhere, Jake. Jake, I'll add it to my non-existent to-do list, right under Get a To-Do List. Scene 3, a private corner, outside, C-plot, Priya and Claire, a seated mystery. Priya finds Claire alone outside, looking at her phone. Priya, freaky coincidence, I swear I saw someone who looked exactly like you in an old photo at Leo's place. Different haircut, though. Claire, too fast, that wasn't me. Priya, I didn't say it was. Claire's phone buzzes. She turns it face down without checking it. Claire, softer, changing the subject, you've had a rough week settling in. Let me cheer you up, drinks on me tonight. Priya glances down and notices, for the first time, that her socks are two different shades of gray. She wiggles her foot, unbothered, filing it away as just another Tuesday. Priya, quietly, half to herself, interesting. Act 2. Scene 4, Owen's office's day. Owen sits at his new desk, spreadsheet still open on his monitor. A younger coworker, Tash, 20s, nervous, knocks on the open door frame. Tash, hey, boss? Do you have a sec? Owen freezes at boss, like the word physically startled him. Owen, too formal, overcorrecting, yes. I have several secs. Multiple secs are available. Tash, I messed up the Miller account numbers. Pretty badly. Owen's hand hovers over his mouse. Old Owen instinct, apologize on her behalf, fix it himself, pretend it never happened. He catches himself. Owen, taking a breath, okay. Walk me through what happened, and we'll figure it out together. No blame spiral. Yet. Tash, surprised, relaxing slightly, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Owen allows himself the smallest, private fist pump the second she turns to leave, then immediately checks if anyone saw. Scene 5, the bar, later, B-plot continues. Jake, still behind the bar, phone propped against a bottle, scrolling. Leo returns, dropping a napkin with a scribbled number on it. Leo, told you. My old sound guy's cousin runs a bar downtown, they're short-staffed. Jake, picking up the napkin, skeptical, this says Gary, ask for the guy with the mustache. That's not a lead, that's a riddle. Leo, play it by ear. Worked for me. Jake, that's not comforting, actually. Mia appears behind them, having clearly been eavesdropping, planner already open to a fresh page. MIA, give me the number. I'll make do with what we've got and call ahead myself so you don't have to ask for the mustache guy like an idiot. Jake, genuinely touched, hiding it badly, you'd do that? MIA, only because watching you avoid responsibility is stressing out my nervous system. Scene 6, Claire's apartment, night. Claire, alone, sits on the couch, blazer finally off, draped over the armrest. Her phone sits face down on the coffee table where she left it. She stares at it for a long beat, then flips it over. It's a text from an unknown but familiar contact. We don't see the words. Claire's jaw tightens. She locks the phone and sets it back down, this time in a drawer, out of sight. Claire, to herself, barely audible, noted. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, night. Everyone's back at the corner table. Owen arrives last, visibly drained but standing a little taller than usual. MIA, how was day 3 of Emperor Owen? Owen, I had to give actual feedback to someone today. Out loud. To their face. I didn't soften it into a question. Leo, growth. Owen, small smile, growth. Dana drops off a round of drinks nobody ordered, sets one specifically in front of Owen. Dana, flat, on the house. First week bosses don't pay. Owen, touched, confused, that's oddly kind of you. Dana, don't get used to it. Jake slides in, holding his phone up like a trophy. Jake, interview. Thursday. Downtown place. Mustache guy came through. MIA, genuinely thrilled, immediately writing it in her planner, I'm putting it in pen. Pen means I believe in it. Jake, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, and it was about stationery. Priya arrives last, drops into her seat, kicks off one shoe under the table to fix her mismatched sock, then just shrugs and leaves them uneven. Priya, okay, decided something. Uneven socks are a personality now. Claire raises her glass slightly, the closest thing to a toast she'll allow herself tonight. Claire, to surviving the week. Whatever that took for each of us. A beat. Everyone clinks glasses. Leo watches Claire a second too long. She notices, and looks away first. Tag/outro. Owen sits at the kitchen table, spreadsheet open again. He adds one more row to column A, hesitates, then types something into a new column C. MIA, passing by, glancing at the screen, what's column C? Owen, a little embarrassed, times I let someone else be right without needing to prove I was more right. MIA, reading the count, it says 0. Owen, it's a baseline. You need a baseline. Mia just shakes her head, smiling, and heads to bed. Owen stares at the 0, sighs, and quietly changes it to 1, crediting himself for the conversation they just had. End of episode 13. Episode 14, Little Notes. Type, minor episode setting. A few days after Owen's promotion news, everyday life resumes. Cold open, apartment A, kitchen, morning. Owen stands at the counter, staring at 2 nearly identical mugs like they're a legal dispute. Mia enters, already dressed, grabbing her bag. Owen, dead serious, if I bring my coffee mug from home to the coffee shop, is that insulting to the barista, or resourceful? MIA, not even breaking stride, it's Tuesday, Owen. Owen, that wasn't an answer. MIA, it's insulting. Put the mug down. He sets it down slowly, like it's evidence being confiscated. Then picks it back up the second she leaves the room, shoving it into his bag anyway. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, midday, a plot, Jake job hunting. Jake and Leo at the corner table, Jake's laptop open to a half-filled job application, mostly ignored in favor of his phone. Leo, so I stopped by that studio I mentioned. They need someone behind the bar for their event space. Jake, trying to get a job through a favor feels weird, but okay, I'm listening. Leo, just keep going with the applications too. Don't put all your eggs in my one contact. Jake glances at his laptop screen, a form frozen on the same question for what's clearly been a while. Jake, tapping the screen, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Man, I don't know where I see myself Thursday. Leo, just write something. It doesn't have to be true, it has to be typed. Jake, typing, muttering as he does, growth-oriented, team player, open to. Stops, this is basically fiction. Leo, every resume is basically fiction. Mine says reliable. They both laugh. Dana passes with a tray, doesn't even look over. Dana, flat, neither of you should be trusted with a stapler, let alone a full-time job. Scene 2, Apartment A, B plot, Owen tries dating. Owen paces the living room while Mia sits cross-legged on the couch, planner forgotten for once, fully invested. Owen, I'm going to ask out the barista at the place near my office. I've decided. I calculated the odds and they're acceptable. MIA, delighted, look at you, bringing up your feelings unprompted. Growth. Owen, don't make it a whole thing. MIA, already making it a whole thing, okay, but what's your opening line? Please tell me it's not a percentage. Owen, defensive, it's not just a percentage. He pulls out his phone, shows her a note. She reads it, face slowly falling. MIA, Owen. This says statistically, most people respond well to direct communication, so, coffee? That's not an opening line, that's a thesis statement. Owen, it's honest. Honest is good. MIA, gently taking the phone from him, honest is good. Terrifying is not. We're editing this. Owen, sighing, sitting down next to her, fine. But no exclamation points. I don't trust my own enthusiasm in writing. Scene 3, Priya's own apartment, C plot, Priya and Claire. Priya is unpacking the last box. Claire helps, distracted, phone face down on the table. Priya, I think people are starting to catch on that something's different between you and Leo lately. Claire, flat, let them think what they want. Priya, I made a mistake asking, didn't I? Claire, no. Just, not today. Priya nods, lets it go, pulls a small framed photo out of the box, quickly turning it face down onto the shelf before Claire can get a good look at it. Claire notices the movement but says nothing, filing it away. Priya, changing the subject, holding up a mismatched pair of curtains, okay, unrelated, but do these look like they belong in the same apartment to you? Claire, grateful for the exit, nothing in your apartment matches. It's kind of the whole charm. Priya, I'm choosing to hear that as a compliment. Act 2. Scene 4, coffee shop near Owen's office's day. Owen stands in line, rehearsing under his breath, phone in hand with Mia's edited note open. The barista, Sam, 20s, easygoing, looks up as he reaches the counter. Sam, hey, the usual? Owen, blanking completely, yes. No. Wait, he glances at his phone, then just puts it away, actually, can I ask you something that isn't about coffee? Sam, smiling, curious, sure? Owen, abandoning the script entirely, I've rewritten this question 4 times and every version made me sound like a tax form, so I'm just going to say it badly. Do you want to get dinner sometime? Sam, laughing, genuinely charmed, that was way better than whatever the tax form version was. Owen, stunned it worked, yeah? Sam, yeah. Here, scribbles on his cup, text me. Owen walks out holding the cup like it's made of glass, completely forgetting to actually drink the coffee. Scene 5, the attic, later, a plot continues. Jake returns to the table, phone pressed to his ear, wrapping up a call. Leo watches, eyebrows raised. Jake, hanging up, interview set. Studio gig. Thursday, same day as the other one. Leo, double booked yourself into options. Look at you. Jake, half laughing, half panicking, I don't know how to pick between definite maybe and your friend's word of mouth. Leo, go with whichever one doesn't make you miserable in 6 months. That's the whole trick. Jake, pointing at him, that's surprisingly solid advice from a guy who once turned down a paying gig because the venue's lighting was wrong for his aura. Leo, the lighting genuinely was wrong. Scene 6, Priya's apartment, night. Box is mostly gone now. Claire sits on the floor against the couch, more relaxed than earlier. Priya hands her a mug of tea. Priya, for what it's worth, whatever's going on with you and Leo, I'm not trying to crack it open. I just noticed. Claire, quiet, staring at the mug, I know you're not. That's actually what makes it harder. Priya, sitting down next to her, because I'd let it go if you asked? Claire, because you'd let it go if I asked, and somehow that makes me want to tell you more, not less. A beat. Priya doesn't push. Just sits with her. Priya, well. Whenever it's not today anymore, I'll be around. Claire almost smiles. It's small, but real. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, night. Full group back at the corner table. Owen arrives glowing, still holding the same coffee cup with "text me" scrawled on it, now empty and cold. MIA, spotting the cup immediately, is that, did you keep the cup? Owen, defensive, hugging it slightly closer, it's evidence of a successful social interaction. I'm allowed to keep evidence. Leo, man's framing a paper cup. Owen, I am considering it. Jake slides in next, visibly torn. Jake, so I've got 2 job options now and zero idea what to do with either of them. MIA, already flipping to a fresh planner page, pros and cons list. Right now. I'll even hold the pen. Jake, do we have to? MIA, pen already out, we have to. Priya and Claire arrive last, a little more at ease with each other than before. Priya drops into her seat, Claire sits beside her, not quite as guarded as usual. Dana, passing by, deadpan, look at all of you, pretending your lives aren't a mess. Cute. Everyone laughs, even Claire, briefly. Leo watches her laugh, and this time, when she catches him looking, she doesn't look away first. Tag/outro. Owen sets the paper coffee cup carefully on his desk, next to his laptop. He opens his spreadsheet, adds a new column, types something in, then hesitates and deletes it, replacing it with something shorter. Mia peeks over his shoulder on her way to bed. MIA, what's the new column? Owen, a little sheepish, just says Sam. No formula yet. MIA, smiling, no formula's a good start. She heads off. Owen looks at the single word on the screen for a long moment, then, quietly, adds one more row underneath it, text her back before I overthink this. End of episode 14. Episode 15, the interview. Type, minor episode setting, Jake gets ready for the interview Leo set up for him. Cold open, apartment B, Jake's room, morning. Jake stands in front of an open closet that looks like a crime scene, 3 shirts already on the floor. Leo leans in the doorway, half awake, coffee in hand. Jake, holding up 2 nearly identical black shirts, which one says hire me and which one says I once got banned from a Buffalo Wild Wings? Leo, squinting, honestly? Both say the second one. Jake, deflating, that's not helpful. Leo, we're the one without the stain. That's the whole system. Jake checks both shirts, finds a faint stain on one, and holds up the other in silent victory. Jake, science. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, a plot, Jake's nerves. Jake behind the bar for his usual shift, restocking bottles with more force than necessary. Leo sits on a stool, guitar case beside him as always. Jake, they put an actual offer on the table if the trial shift goes well. I did not expect to shoot for the stars and land this fast. Leo, you gotta have the courage to actually show up sober nervous instead of drunk confident, though. Jake, one time. That happened one time. Leo, counting on fingers, the open mic, your cousin's wedding, and that networking event you described as networking. Jake, pointing the bottle at him, those were 3 completely different eras of my life. Leo, they were the same month. Jake sets the bottle down, suddenly serious for a second. Jake, what if I trial shift and they realize I'm just good at pretending to know what I'm doing? Leo, shrugging, genuinely reassuring, then you'll be exactly as qualified as everyone else who works in a bar. Jake, considering this, that's weirdly the nicest thing you've said to me all week. Leo, don't get used to it. Scene 2, Apartment A, B plot, Mia and Owen. Mia is folding laundry with military precision. Owen sits at the table, laptop open, clearly only half working. MIA, if it doesn't work out, it's for the best, you'll know it's not the right place. Owen, I'd stay away from saying that to him before the interview, statistically speaking. MIA, fair. She folds a shirt, sets it down, picks it back up to refold it slightly better. MIA, I just don't want him to spiral if it goes badly. He acts like nothing bothers him, and then it turns out everything bothers him, 3 weeks later, at 1 a.m., over something unrelated. Owen, closing his laptop, actually listening now, that's a surprisingly specific pattern you've identified. MIA, I have a spreadsheet mind. I just don't make the spreadsheets. Owen, mock offended, excuse me? MIA, smiling, you make the spreadsheets for both of us. It's a good system. Owen looks weirdly proud of this division of labor. Scene 3, the corner table, the attic, C plot, Claire and Priya. Claire nurses a coffee, composed as ever. Priya sits across from her, swinging her feet slightly, mismatched socks on full display. Claire, I'd think it through before you tell him it's a sure thing. Nothing's a sure thing. Owen, a toast. To Jake, who, statistically speaking, should not have pulled this off, and did anyway. Jake, raising his own glass, best backhanded toast I've ever gotten. Claire watches the celebration with quiet warmth, catching Priya's eye across the table. Priya gives her a small, knowing look, told you he'd be fine. Claire just shakes her head, smiling despite herself. Dana, passing by with a tray, deadpan as ever, congrats. Don't let it inflate your tab confidence. Jake, grinning, unbothered, no promises, Dana. Tag/outro. Jake sits on the couch, still in his work shirt, staring at a folded piece of paper, the actual job offer. Leo walks in, tossing his guitar case aside. Leo, still staring at it? Jake, quiet, unusually sincere, feels weird. Having something that's actually mine. Not borrowed, not for now. Leo, sitting down next to him, get used to that feeling. It's a good one. Jake folds the paper carefully, sets it on the coffee table like it's fragile, then, a beat later, picks it back up and tucks it into his jacket pocket instead, closer to him. Jake, half joking, half not, no biggie. Just my whole future or whatever. Leo, smirking, no pressure. End of episode 15. Episode 16, the contract falls apart. Type, major event setting, Mia's biggest event ever collapses just hours before it's due to happen, right on the major event rhythm since episode 12. Cold open, apartment A, kitchen, morning. Mia moves through the kitchen like a general reviewing troops, checklist in one hand, coffee in the other, color-coded tabs sticking out of her planner at odd angles. MIA, to herself, rapid fire, linens confirmed, florist confirmed, caterer confirmed, venue confirmed twice because I don't trust the first confirmation. Owen shuffles in, still half asleep, and pours cereal directly into a mug by mistake. He doesn't notice. Owen, yawning, this is the calmest I've seen you before a big event. MIA, not looking up, that's because nothing has gone wrong yet. Give it time. She knocks twice on the wooden table, superstitiously, without even breaking stride out the door. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, a plot, the bad news lands. Midday. The corner table. Mia sits with her planner open, calmly checking off items, humming slightly to herself. Owen bursts in, phone still to his ear, scanning the room, finds her. Owen, Mia, the venue for Saturday just cancelled. Water damage. They're saying it wasn't a judgment call, it just happened, but the client's already furious. MIA, very still, say that again. Owen, I'm so sorry. I tried to find something to cushion the blow before telling you, there wasn't one. Mia's pen is still hovering over the checklist, frozen mid-checkmark. The rest of the attic seems to go quiet around her. MIA, voice controlled, too controlled, define water damage. Define cancelled. Are we talking postponed? Are we talking relocated? Are we talking? Owen, gently, I'm talking the ceiling caved in over the main hall, Mia. There's no version of Saturday where that room exists. She closes the planner slowly. It's the stillest anyone has ever seen her. MIA, okay. Okay. I need a minute. And then I need every backup venue number I have ever collected in my life. Owen, I already started a list. He slides his phone across the table. Mia doesn't touch it yet. She just stares at the closed planner in front of her. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Jake and Leo's reaction. Jake behind the bar, restocking on autopilot, phone propped up with the news clearly already delivered via group chat. Leo sits across from him, guitar untouched for once. Jake, this is going to drive her crazy for weeks, isn't it? Leo, the client already took a cheap shot at her on the phone, from what Owen said. Called her unprofessional. Jake, over something that isn't even her fault. Nice. Jake slams a shot glass down harder than necessary, then catches himself, sets the next one down more gently. Leo, you good? Jake, she works harder than anyone I know. Like, borderline concerning amounts of harder. And the one time something actually goes wrong, it's not even a thing she did. Leo, quietly, yeah. That's the part that's gonna eat at her the most, too. She can survive her own mistakes. Somebody else's mistake landing on her? That's the one she won't let go of. Jake nods slowly, wiping down the bar with more focus than the bar actually requires. Jake, we should do something. Not, like, a whole thing. Just, something. Leo, standing, grabbing his jacket, then let's go be a whole thing quietly, from a distance. Scene 3, private, rooftop, C-plot, Claire stays by Mia's side. Claire finds Mia alone, staring at nothing. Mia's eyes are welling up, and she's furious at herself for it. MIA, I don't cry over work. I don't do this. Claire, sitting down, no lecture, you can open the door to being upset for 5 minutes. Then we figure out the rest. MIA, 5 minutes. Claire, 5 minutes. Claire doesn't say anything else. She just stays. The city hums below them. Mia's shoulders finally drop, just slightly, the first crack in the composure she's been holding since Owen's phone call. Claire sits with her hands folded, watching the skyline instead of watching Mia, giving her room to fall apart without an audience. A full minute of silence passes. Then Mia lets out a single, sharp breath, not quite a sob, not quite a laugh. MIA, wiping her eyes, embarrassed, this is stupid. It's a room. Rooms exist everywhere. Claire, evenly, it's not about the room. MIA, quiet, no. It's not. Claire doesn't push further. She just waits. Act 2. Scene 4, the attic, later, a plot, the scramble begins. The corner table has become a makeshift war room. Owen has his laptop open, 3 tabs of venue listings. Mia is back, red-eyed but composed, planner open again, pen moving fast. Owen, I've got 4 places that might have Saturday open. 2 are outside the budget, one's 40 minutes out of town, and 1. MIA, cutting in, business mode fully restored, call the 40 minutes out one first. Distance is fixable. Budget isn't, not on 4 days' notice. Owen, on it. Jake and Leo arrive, hovering awkwardly near the table, unsure how to help but clearly not planning to leave. Jake, we come bearing snacks and moral support. Mostly snacks. He sets down a bag of something greasy. Mia doesn't even look at it, but reaches over and grabs a handful anyway, mechanically. Leo, anything we can actually do? Or is this a stand here and look supportive situation? MIA, without looking up, honestly? Both help. Owen, on the phone, suddenly sits up straighter. Owen, to the room, hand over the receiver, the 40-minute place. They have Saturday. They're asking about catering logistics. MIA, standing so fast her chair scrapes, tell them yes. Tell them yes to everything. We'll figure out logistics after we have a floor to stand on. Scene 5, the phone call, a plot, the client. Mia steps just outside, phone pressed to her ear, visibly steeling herself before dialing. Claire watches from the doorway, arms crossed, present but not hovering. MIA, into the phone, calm and measured despite everything. Hi, yes, I understand you're upset, and you have every right to be. I want you to know we already have a solution in motion. Pause, listening, jaw tightening slightly. I understand it's frustrating. It's frustrating for us too. But calling it unprofessional isn't accurate, and I'd like the chance to prove that to you in the next 4 days instead of over the phone right now. A pause. Claire watches Mia's expression shift, something steadying behind her eyes. MIA, continuing, firmer, great. I'll send the new venue details within the hour. Thank you for your patience. She hangs up. Turns to Claire, exhales. MIA, I didn't apologize. Did you notice? I didn't apologize for something that wasn't my fault. Claire, the faintest, genuine smile, I noticed. MIA, that's new for me. Claire, it's a good new. Scene 6, the bar evening, B-plot, Jake and Leo help in their own way. Jake and Leo, having run out of useful things to do at the attic, have taken it upon themselves to help by making calls of their own, badly. Jake, on the phone, unconvincing, yeah, hi, this is Jake, I'm calling on behalf of, okay, they hung up. Leo, trying his own call, guitar case still on his back, hi, I'm calling about the flower thing, the floral arrangement thing, do you guys do rush orders? He gets cut off too. Both of them lower their phones, defeated. Jake, we are, categorically, bad at this. Leo, we're morally supportive. Logistically useless. Jake, brightening, okay, new plan. We can't fix the venue. But we can make sure she eats something that isn't gas station chips at midnight. Leo, now that's a job we're qualified for. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, night. The group reassembles at the corner table, exhaustion visible on everyone but a different kind now. The exhaustion of having actually solved something, not spiraled over it. Owen, closing his laptop with finality, new venues locked. Caterer confirmed the move. Florist says it's annoying but doable. MIA, quiet, almost disbelieving, we actually pulled it off. Claire, you pulled it off. We just stood near you while you did it. Jake sets down a plate of real food in front of Mia, not the greasy snacks from earlier, something Leo clearly picked out. Jake, eat. You've earned actual food, not crisis food. MIA, taking a bite, softening, this is actually good. Since when do either of you cook? Leo, we didn't cook. We know a guy. Jake, everyone in this friend group knows a guy. Owen raises his glass, a little more solemn this time. Owen, to Mia. Who, statistically, should have melted down for hours today, and instead melted down for 5 minutes and then fixed everything. MIA, glancing at Claire, small private smile, 5 minutes. That was the deal. Claire, raising her own glass slightly, deal honored. Dana passes by, setting down a round no one ordered, glancing at the group. Dana, flat, walking off, heard your ceiling exploded. Drinks are on the house. Don't say I never gave you anything. MIA, laughing despite everything, that's the nicest thing that's happened to me all day. Tag/outro. Mia sits at the kitchen table, planner open to Saturday's page. She's crossed out the old venue name and written the new one beside it, neat and steady. Owen pads in, refilling his water, glancing over her shoulder. Owen, you okay? Actually okay, not fine okay. MIA, considering the question honestly, getting there. Ask me again Saturday night, after it's actually over. Owen, deal. She flips to a blank page in the back of the planner, one she's never used before, and writes a single line at the top, things that went wrong that weren't my fault. Underneath it, just one entry, the ceiling. MIA, quietly, to herself, baseline. She closes the planner, and for the first time all day, actually smiles. End of episode 16. Episode 17, after the collapse. Type, minor episode setting. A few days later, Mia begins to recover. The group rallies around her. Cold open, apartment A, living room, morning. Mia sits on the couch with her laptop, a mug of coffee going cold beside her, scrolling through venue reviews with the focused intensity of someone building a case file. MIA, muttering, charming rustic space, exposed beams, slight leak in rainy season, scoffs, slight. Sure. Slight like my whole Saturday was slight. Owen shuffles past in socks, sees the screen, stops. Owen, are you reading one-star reviews of venues you're never going to book? MIA, not looking up, I'm doing research. Owen, you're doing revenge research. MIA, pause, is there a difference? Owen just sighs, grabs the laptop gently, and closes it. Mia glares at him like he's confiscated a weapon. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment A, a plot, Mia recovers. Later that morning. Mia, laptop reclaimed, now open to an actual spreadsheet instead of angry reviews. Owen sits across from her with his own coffee. MIA, I keep calculating the odds of that happening again. Water damage. Who plans for water damage? Owen, nobody. That's the point. MIA, I should steer clear of booking that venue type ever again, honestly. Owen, or you accept it was bad luck and move on. Also an option. Mia taps her pen against the table, unconvinced. MIA, you say that like accept and move on is a setting I have. Owen, gently, it's not. But it's one you could build. Like a spreadsheet. Just, for feelings instead of numbers. MIA, squinting, did you just describe therapy as a spreadsheet? Owen, I described it as something you'd actually use. There's a difference. Mia almost laughs, shaking her head, and closes the laptop halfway, not all the way, but halfway counts as progress. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot, the group cheers her on. The corner table. Mia arrives looking more like herself, though still a little worn around the edges. Claire, Jake, and Leo are already there. Claire, put it like that, one bad venue doesn't erase 5 years of good ones. Jake, she's right. You'll be back on track by next week, guaranteed. Leo, maybe spend a little time not working this weekend, too. Just a thought. MIA, small smile, terrifying suggestion. I'll consider it. Dana drops off Mia's usual order without being asked, she never usually remembers anyone's order. Dana, flat, heard about the ceiling. This one's free. Don't make it a habit. MIA, genuinely touched, if a little thrown, that's twice now. Are you feeling okay, Dana? Dana, already walking off, don't push it. Jake leans back in his chair, gesturing vaguely at Mia with his drink. Jake, in all seriousness, you handled that whole thing better than I would've. I'd have just closed the laptop and moved to a different country. MIA, I considered it. Briefly. Around minute 3 of my 5 minutes. LEO, raising an eyebrow, 5 minutes? MIA, waving it off, long story. Claire math. Claire says nothing, just sips her coffee, the smallest curve at the corner of her mouth. Scene 3, a private corner, C-plot, Priya observes. Priya watches the group rally around Mia from a distance, thoughtful. She drifts over to where Claire has stepped slightly away from the table, refilling her coffee. Priya, to Claire, quietly, you really can't live on being the strong one all the time, you know. Neither can she. Claire, a beat, surprised, noted. Priya doesn't elaborate, just gives her a small, knowing look before heading back toward the table. Claire lingers a second longer, glancing at Mia laughing at something Jake said, then at her own reflection in the dark coffee, unreadable. Act 2. Scene 4, Apartment A, later, a plot continues. Mia stands in front of her planner, now laid open on the kitchen table, a blank Saturday square staring back at her, the first unbooked weekend she's had in recorded memory. She stares at it like it might bite her. MIA, to herself, okay. Empty square. That's fine. That's allowed to just exist. Owen walks by, pauses, backs up. Owen, you're negotiating with a calendar square. MIA, I'm acclimating. Owen, sitting across from her, you know, statistically, people who take at least one full day off a week report significantly lower burnout rates. MIA, narrowing eyes, did you just fact-check me into resting? Owen, is it working? Mia stares at the blank square a moment longer, then, with visible effort, picks up her pen and writes, in small letters, nothing. On purpose. MIA, quiet, proud of herself, there. Scheduled rest. It counts if it's scheduled. Owen, that defeats the purpose slightly, but I'll allow it. Scene 5, the attic, B-plot continues. Jake and Leo, plotting something in hushed tones at the end of the table while Mia is momentarily distracted talking to Claire. Jake, Lo, we should actually make her do the resting thing. Not just suggest it and hope. Leo, what, like, kidnap her for a day? Jake, I was thinking less kidnap, more conveniently already planned outing she can't cancel. Leo, grinning, that's basically kidnapping with a Google Calendar invite. Jake, shrugging, whatever works. Leo pulls out his phone, starts typing. Leo, okay. Saturday. Something low-key. No planners allowed. Jake, she's gonna smell a trap the second we invite her to something with no agenda. Leo, then we don't call it no agenda. We call it the agenda is secret. Jake, considering, that might actually work on her. Scene 6, the attic, continued, C-plot, Priya and Claire. Priya returns to the table, sliding in next to Claire, who's watching Mia with a quiet, unreadable expression. Priya, you've been doing that a lot. Watching her like you're checking she's still standing. Claire, not denying it, old habit. Priya, whose habit? Claire doesn't answer right away. She just turns her cup slightly on the table, a small stalling gesture. Claire, somebody's, once. Doesn't matter whose. Priya lets the silence sit for a second, then nudges Claire's shoulder lightly with her own, no pressure, just presence. Priya, okay. Not today, then. Claire, the faintest exhale, almost a laugh, you're getting good at that. Priya, I'm a fast learner. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, later. The whole group at the corner table, the mood noticeably lighter than it's been all week. Mia looks more settled, planner closed for once and simply sitting beside her, unopened. Leo, so. Saturday. We've got a thing. No details. MIA, immediately suspicious, what kind of thing? Jake, the secret kind. MIA, that's not an answer, that's a red flag. Claire, dry, sipping her coffee, it's not a trap. It's an intervention disguised as a hangout. MIA, pointing at Claire, see that I trust. The honesty. Owen, the plan is, statistically, in your best interest. MIA, sighing, but smiling, fine. Fine. One day. No planner. She reaches for her planner as if to at least write down no planner day, catches herself mid-motion, and instead just pushes it further away on the table, a visible act of willpower. MIA, muttering, that was harder than it should have been. Jake, baby steps. Dana passes by one more time, glancing at the group with something almost like approval. Dana, flat, you all look less like a disaster than you did Tuesday. Progress. MIA, raising her cup, I'll take it. Everyone clinks glasses, even Claire, who catches Priya's eye across the table for a brief, warm second before looking away, this time not entirely out of avoidance. Tag/outro. Mia sits on the couch, planner resting closed on the coffee table, untouched for the first time in memory. Owen walks by, notices, stops in the doorway. Owen, no spreadsheet tonight? MIA, looking at the planner like it's a strange animal, no spreadsheet tonight. Owen, how does that feel? MIA, considering, itchy. Like a sweater tag I can't quite reach. Owen, progress is supposed to feel itchy. That's how you know it's real growth and not just a nap. MIA, laughing quietly, when did you get so wise? Owen, sitting down next to her, statistically speaking, I've been taking notes on you for years. Mia leans her head back against the couch, closes her eyes, and, for the first time all week, actually lets herself just sit there, doing nothing at all. End of episode 17. Episode 18, Results. Type, minor episode setting, Owen is on his way to a date, Jake gets his interview result. The group is relieved before the episode 20 milestone. Cold open, apartment A, Owen's room, evening. Owen stands in front of the mirror, trying on jackets like it's a multiple-choice exam with only wrong answers. Mia leans in the doorway, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. Owen, holding up two nearly identical navy jackets, this one says, put together. This one says, put together, but tries too hard. MIA, they're the same jacket, Owen. Owen, gasping, genuinely offended, they are not the same jacket. This one has a different button count. MIA, deadpan, one button. The difference is one button. Owen, putting the extra button one on, resolute, statistically, more buttons signal reliability. MIA, that's not a statistic. That's a feeling you're calling a statistic. Owen checks himself in the mirror one final time, nods with false confidence, and speed walks toward the door, nearly tripping over his own shoes on the way out. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, a plot, Jake's interview result. Jake behind the bar, phone in hand, grinning ear to ear. Leo sits at his usual stool, guitar case leaning nearby. Jake, I got it. Trial shift, then full-time if it sticks. Honestly had such a blast during the shift, didn't feel like an interview at all. Leo, told you. I'm taking full credit, by the way. Jake, any minute now you're going to ask for a cut of my tips. Leo, grinning, wasn't going to, but now that you mention it. Jake throws a bar rag at him, laughing. Leo catches it easily, tosses it right back. Jake, 10%. Finder's fee. That's generous, considering your whole pitch was a napkin with ask for the mustache guy on it. Leo, a napkin that worked. That's premium consulting, that is. Jake, shaking his head, still grinning, I can't believe that panned out. Leo, more sincere now, I can. You're actually good at this. You just needed someone to believe it before you did. Jake pauses mid-wipe, genuinely caught off guard by the sincerity, then covers it with a smirk. Jake, careful. Almost sounded like a feeling just now. Leo, don't worry, it already passed. Scene 2, The Attic, B-plot, Leo's musical progress. Mia sits at the corner table, planner open but relaxed, sipping her coffee as Leo joins after his shift with Jake. MIA, how's the Thursday slot going, by the way? You never mention it. Leo, good. Quietly laying the groundwork for an actual set list instead of just winging it every week. MIA, look at both of you, growing up right in front of me. Leo, mock wounded, growing up. I'm 30 seconds from being called responsible. Feels illegal. MIA, smirking, want me to take it back? Leo, no, no. Let it happen. Just, slowly. I have a reputation to maintain. Mia flips a page in her planner, glancing at something. MIA, you should let me help promote the set. I know people. I make events happen for a living, remember? Leo, hesitating, I don't know. Feels different when it's not for a client. More, mine. MIA, gentler, that's exactly why it'd be worth doing right. Leo considers this, actually considers it, instead of deflecting like usual. Leo, maybe. Let me think about it. Baby steps. MIA, smiling, look at that. 2 growth arcs in one conversation. I should write this down. Leo, please don't. Scene 3, Apartment A, evening, C-plot, Owen and Priya. Owen is halfway out the door, jacket finally settled on, visibly nervous. Priya leans against the kitchen counter, amused. Owen, I'm off to meet the barista. For real this time, not hypothetically. Priya, make a wish before you go. It's practically a first date superstition now. Owen, that's not a real superstition. Priya, it could be a set someone up with a decent one if he asks nicely. Owen pauses at the door, actually considering it. Owen, sighing, fine. What do I wish for? Priya, grinning, delighted he's playing along, something small. Not world peace. Something you actually want. Owen, closing his eyes for a beat, genuinely trying, I wish I don't bring up statistics unprompted. Priya, that's a good one. Realistic. Achievable. Owen, opening his eyes, statistically, it's a coin flip at best. Priya, laughing, and it's already broken. Claire buzzes someone in downstairs, a delivery, nothing dramatic, but everyone still turns to look, out of habit now. Owen, halfway out the door, calling back, if it's the barista canceling, tell her I already left and can't be reached. Priya, calling after him, go. You're going to be late for your own optimism. Act 2. Scene 4, The Coffee Shop, night. Owen sits across from Sam at a small table, a candle between them that's clearly just standard table decor, not romantic staging, though Owen treats it like it might be a trap. Owen, too formal, I want to disclose up front that I already know the Wi-Fi password here. From working here, near here. Working near here. Sam, laughing, okay. Good to know. Anything else you'd like to disclose? Owen, pausing, actually considering, I once made a spreadsheet ranking the coffee shops within walking distance of my office. Yours won. Objectively. Sam, grinning, was that before or after you decided to ask me out? Owen, before. The spreadsheet was unbiased. The asking out came later and was, admittedly, less objective. Sam, I'll allow it. Owen visibly relaxes for the first time all night, the tension easing out of his shoulders. Scene 5, The Attic, later, A plot and B-plot continue. Jake and Leo still at the bar counter area near the attic's edge, phone between them, scrolling through something. Jake, okay but seriously, thank you. For the whole thing. I wouldn't have even tried without you pushing. Leo, shrugging, a little uncomfortable with the sincerity, you'd have gotten there eventually. Jake, maybe. Slower, though. A lot slower. A beat. Leo picks at his guitar case latch, not quite meeting Jake's eyes. Leo, you know what's weird? Watching you land something solid kind of makes me want to actually finish the set list instead of just talking about it. Jake, nudging him, do it. Mia's right, let her help. Worst case, it's a good night with people who actually show up for you. Leo, quiet, yeah. Okay. Maybe. Priya wanders over, having overheard the tail end, sliding onto a stool. Priya, maybe what? Jake, Leo's growing up in real time. It's very moving. Leo, I will end this conversation. Scene 6, the coffee shop, continued. Owen and Sam, drinks mostly finished, clearly past the awkward opening stretch now. Sam, so what's the actual verdict? Worth the spreadsheet? Owen, mock serious, I'd need at least 3 more data points to be sure. Sam, leaning in slightly, is that your way of asking for a second date? Owen, caught flustered, statistically, catches himself, stops, tries again, softer, yeah. That's what I'm asking. Sam, smiling, good. Because I was going to say yes either way. Owen allows himself a real, unguarded smile, no formula, no hedge. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, night. The group reassembles at the corner table, minus Owen, who's still out. Jake, freshly triumphant, Leo more settled than usual, Mia relaxed, Priya perched on the edge of her seat, Claire arriving last. Claire, sitting, what did I miss? Jake, job's official. Leo's finally taking his music seriously. Owen's on an actual date instead of a hypothetical one. Claire, raising an eyebrow, that's a lot of growth for 1 week. MIA, we're calling it a trend. Dana passes by, setting down a tray of drinks without being asked, glancing over the table. Dana a flat, word gets around. Heard the bartenders staying. Heard the musicians getting organized. Heard the accountants got a date. Jake, grinning, you keep tabs on all of us? Dana, already walking away, I keep tabs on everyone. It's how I know who's lying about their tips. The table laughs. Priya glances toward the door, checking, half expecting Owen to burst in with an update. Priya, he's gonna come in here buzzing. You know that, right? Leo, $10 says he opens with a percentage. Claire, dryly, I'll take that bet. I think tonight broke the pattern. Scene 8, Apartment A, later that night. Owen walks in, quietly glowing, still in his jacket. Priya is curled up on the couch with a book, looks up immediately. Priya, well? Owen, trying to play it cool, failing instantly, it went well. Priya, sitting up, well-meaning? Owen, unable to contain it, second date? She asked. I said yes without doing math first. Priya, delighted, Owen. No math. That's basically a miracle. Owen, sitting down, a little dazed, I know. I don't know what happened to me. Priya, growth happened to you. Owen, considering, growth happened to me. Tag/outro. Owen sits at the kitchen table, laptop open, spreadsheet pulled up out of habit. He hovers over a new row, fingers on the keys, then stops, closes the laptop instead, leaving the row blank. MIA, passing by, noticing, no entry tonight? Owen, smiling faintly, some things don't need a column. MIA, genuinely surprised, careful. That almost sounded like wisdom. Owen, don't get used to it. He leaves the laptop closed on the table and heads to bed, the blank row still waiting, untouched, for once not bothering him at all. End of episode 18. Episode 19, The Flight. Type, major event setting, Claire's secret, hidden since episode 13, the phone that's always face down, is finally exposed. Cold open, Claire's apartment, morning. Claire stands at her kitchen counter, blazer already on, laptop open beside an unopened envelope she's clearly looked at 100 times without opening. Her phone buzzes. She glances at the caller ID, exhales, and lets it ring out. Claire, to herself, flat, 11 days. 11 days and I still don't have a sentence that doesn't sound like a betrayal. She picks up the envelope, turns it over once, and slides it into a kitchen drawer, the same drawer, we notice, where she hid her phone back in episode 13. She closes the drawer a little too firmly. Claire, checking her watch, resetting her face into something composed, noted. Later. She grabs her bag and leaves, the drawer still not quite fully shut behind her. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, evening, a plot, the secret comes out. The corner table, mostly full, Lamia, Jake, Priya. Claire sits slightly apart, more tense than usual. Her phone rings mid-conversation. She answers too fast, walks toward the stairwell, and doesn't notice Owen following to bring her a drink. Claire, into phone, low, I can't talk long. Yes, I'm still considering it. I know the offer doesn't wait forever. Owen freezes in the doorway, drink in hand, clearly hearing more than he meant to. Claire turns and sees him. Claire, cutting the call off, I have to go. Owen, I wasn't trying to listen, I swear, I was just bringing you a. Claire, quiet, resigned, it doesn't matter. You'll all find out eventually. She sets the phone down on the stairwell railing, steadying herself, then walks back toward the table, Owen trailing a step behind, unsure whether to follow or give her space. Scene 2, the whole group, before Claire explains, reactions. Claire stands at the head of the table now, the whole group's attention on her. Even Dana, a few feet away, has slowed her tray carrying to a stop. Claire, there's a firm in another city. Vigor roll, partner track. They gave me 2 weeks to decide. I've had it for 11 days. MIA, 11 days? Claire, that's a big break. Why didn't you say anything? Claire, because saying it out loud makes it real, and I've had a feeling of impending doom about this conversation since the day the offer came in. Jake, quiet, uncharacteristically serious, okay. I'm a little scared to death, not gonna lie. A silence settles over the table, the kind that never happens at the attic. Mia reaches automatically for her planner, then stops herself, leaving it closed. MIA, carefully, is this a thinking about it or already decided and dreading telling us situation? Claire, a long beat, I don't know yet. That's the honest answer. I've read that contract more times than I've read anything in my life, and I still don't know. Priya, quietly, what's stopping you from knowing? Claire doesn't answer that one. Her eyes flick, almost involuntarily, toward Leo, who is standing apart from the group, arms crossed, jaw tight. She looks away first this time. Scene 3, a private corner, C-plot, Leo and Priya. Leo stands apart from the group, jaw tight. Priya watches him for a moment before crossing over. Elio, flat, great. History repeating itself, right on schedule. Priya, gently, you don't have to pretend this isn't tearing you apart a little. Elio, I'm not pretending anything. Priya, a beat, I think some part of me always knew there was more to that different city story from Halloween. I'm still kind of in a state of shock it's actually happening again, this fast. Leo says nothing for a long moment, staring at Claire across the room, composed, professional, giving nothing away to anyone but him. Elio, quiet, almost to himself, last time, I didn't say anything. Just let her go and called it playing it by ear. Priya, and this time? Elio, exhaling, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Across the room, Claire catches an early flight schedule glowing on her own phone screen and quickly locks it. Act 2. Scene 4, the attic, rooftop corner, a plot, Mia and Claire. Mia finds Claire alone at the rooftop railing, mirroring the scene from episode 16, but the roles feel different now. MIA, funny. Feels like I'm supposed to be the one sitting here upset, and you're supposed to be the one keeping it together. Claire, a tired half-smile, turns out I'm not as good at keeping it together as advertised. MIA, sitting beside her, nobody's ever actually good at it. Some of us are just better at hiding the cracks. Claire, quiet, I've had 11 days to figure out how to say this out loud, and I still don't have it. MIA, then don't figure it out. Just talk. That's usually how it comes out right. Claire looks at her, something loosening slightly in her expression. Claire, it's not just the job. It's, if I go, I'm the one who leaves again. Same as last time. And I don't know if I can watch myself do that to the people I actually. She stops herself, doesn't finish the sentence. Mia waits, doesn't fill the silence for her. MIA, gently, you can say it. Nobody's grading you on it. Claire, barely audible, to the people I actually care about. Scene 5, downstairs, near the bar, B-plot, Jake and Owen process it. Jake and Owen, off to the side, both a little shaken by the news, neither quite sure how to be useful. Jake, 11 days. She sat on this for 11 days and none of us noticed. Owen, quietly, I noticed the phone thing. The face down thing. I told myself it wasn't my business. Jake, none of us wanted it to be our business. That's kind of the problem with Claire. She makes not your business feel like the polite thing to respect. Owen, considering, statistically, the people who hide things the best are usually the ones who need the most help asking for it. Jake, surprised, damn. That's actually good. Owen, a little proud, I've been saving it. Jake looks toward the stairwell, where Leo has disappeared to be alone. Jake, should one of us go check on him? Owen, I think that one's not really ours to fix. Scene 6, the stairwell, C-plot, Leo and Claire, finally face to face. Leo sits alone on the stairwell steps. Claire finds him there, the same stairwell from scene 1, now empty of everyone else. Claire, quiet, you've been avoiding me for an hour. That's a personal record, even for you. Leo, not looking up, I wasn't avoiding you. I was giving you room to explain it to everyone else first. Claire, sitting a step below him, and now that I have? Leo, now I don't know what to say that isn't just Halloween again. A long silence. Claire studies her hands. Claire, I know what you're thinking. That I'm going to disappear the way I did before, without saying the real reason. Leo, finally looking at her, are you? Claire, voice cracking slightly, the first real crack we've seen, I don't know, Leo. That's the truth. I don't know. He doesn't reach for her. He doesn't pull away either. He just sits there, letting the silence be honest for once, instead of playing it by ear. Leo, quiet, last time I let you leave without asking you to stay. I told myself it was respecting your choice. It wasn't. It was me being a coward. Claire, barely holding it together, Leo. Leo, I'm not asking you to stay right now. I needed you to know that. Before whatever happens next happens. Claire looks at him for a long moment, something unspoken passing between them, years of avoidance finally cracking open just slightly. Act 3. Scene 7, the attic, later that night. The group reassembles at the corner table, subdued but together. Claire returns from the stairwell, quieter than usual but steadier. Leo follows a moment later, keeping a small distance but present. MIA, carefully, you don't have to decide anything tonight. Nobody's asking you to. Claire, I know. A beat, I think that's actually the first time in 11 days someone said that to me instead of asking what I've decided. Priya, gently, for what it's worth, whatever you choose, nobody here is going anywhere. That part doesn't change. Jake, nodding, more serious than his usual self, yeah. Even if you go. Especially if you go, honestly. Claire looks around the table, Mia's steady presence, Owen's quiet guilt easing into support, Jake's unexpected sincerity, Priya's careful gentleness, and finally, Leo, who meets her eyes and doesn't look away. Claire, quietly, 11 days, and this is the first time it's felt like something other than a countdown. Dana approaches, setting down a single drink in front of Claire without a word, no deadpan comment this time, just quietly walking away, giving the moment room. MIA, softly, take the time you need. We'll be right here whether the answer's yes or no. Claire, nodding, something settling in her, thank you. All of you. Tag/outro. Claire sits at her kitchen table, the same envelope from the cold open now open in front of her, contract pages spread out. Her phone sits face up beside her for the first time in the whole episode, no longer hidden. She picks up a pen, hovers it over the signature line, then sets it down, unsigned. Instead, she pulls out a blank sheet of paper and starts writing something else entirely, not a resignation, not an acceptance. A list. We see only the heading, in her neat, sharp handwriting, what I'd actually be leaving. She stares at the blank space beneath it for a long moment. Then writes the first word. It's a name. We don't see whose. Claire sets the pen down, exhales, and for once, doesn't turn her phone face down. End of episode 19. Episode 20, 19 days. Type, minor episode setting, a few days after Claire's news broke to the group, nobody knows yet what she'll choose. Millbrook is deep in autumn, a thin rain falling on and off all afternoon. Cold open, apartment A, early morning. Small kitchen. Owen stands in front of the coffee maker, thumb tapping away at his phone, muttering numbers under his breath. Mia shuffles out of her room, hair a mess, hugging her planner like a pillow. MIA, yawning, why are you already doing math this early? Owen, not looking up, flat, I'm calculating the probability the coffee maker breaks down this month, based on usage frequency. Currently sitting at 34%. MIA, stopping, looking from the coffee maker to Owen, how do you even know that? Owen, I keep a log. Holds up his phone, showing off a color-coded spreadsheet, statistically speaking, it's about to die. The coffee maker makes a strangled gurgling noise and shuts off. They both stand there staring at it. MIA, sighing, opening her planner, underlining a line in yellow highlighter, okay. Adding new coffee maker to this week's list. Owen, nodding, satisfied, 100% accurate. I do enjoy being right. MIA, muttering, heading for the door, nobody enjoys you being right, Owen. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, late afternoon. Tidy, minimalist, a single desk lamp on. Claire sits on the couch, legs tucked under her, a glass of wine untouched, just turning slowly in her hand. On the table is an opened envelope, laid face down, like she doesn't want to look at it again. Mia lets herself in with the spare key, shaking rain off her jacket. MIA, your door was unlocked. Which, for you, is basically a cry for help. Claire, not moving, it's not unlocked. You still have a key. MIA, sitting on the arm of the couch, glancing at the envelope, is that the offer? Claire, following her eyes, then looking away, it's paper. It doesn't have opinions until I give it one. MIA, so what are you actually leaning toward? Claire, I'm not answering what you're getting at, Mia, because I genuinely don't know yet. A beat. Mia studies her, the two still shoulders, the wine she hasn't sipped once. MIA, softer, okay. A small nod, I'll leave it at that. For now. She reaches over, straightens a stack of coasters that's already straight, a small, unconscious habit, then gets up to put the kettle on without being asked. Claire watches her do it, says nothing, but something in her jaw loosens just slightly. Scene 2, the attic, light rain outside. The corner table. Rain streaks the window, keeping the group inside a little longer than usual. Dana wipes down the counter, unbothered, throwing occasional glances their way. Owen has his laptop open. Jake is flicking a bottle cap across the table, catching it, flicking it again. Owen, closing the laptop, exhaling, I can't stand to watch everyone pretend this is fine when it isn't. Statistically, one of us should say something real. Jake, not looking up from the bottle cap, real like what? Hey Claire, please don't leave, we'll be sad? She's a grown woman with a job offer, Owen, not a golden retriever we're trying to keep from running into traffic. Owen, I'm only saying the avoidance is inefficient. If everyone would just. Jake, cutting him off, flicking the cap one last time, catching it flat on the table, fine. If she goes, we go the distance and visit. That's the deal. No dramatic goodbye scene, just logistics. Owen actually stops. Blinks. Owen, that was surprisingly mature of you. Jake, already reaching for a menu, not making eye contact, don't make it weird. Dana, passing by, not even slowing down, weird would be pretending you two aren't both losing sleep over it. Keeps walking. Jake and Owen exchange a look, caught. Act 2. Scene 3, the corner table, private. Later. The rain has thinned to a drizzle. Leo sits with his guitar across his lap, not playing, just resting his hand flat on the strings to mute them. Priya sits across from him, peeling the label off a bottle in small, careful strips, her usual fidget when she's about to say something she's rehearsed. Leo, we're not kids anymore. Grown-ups have entire relationships neither of us gets a vote in. Priya, not looking up from the label, want my honest opinion? Leo, not really. Give it anyway. Priya, finally looking at him, I think you already know what you'd ask her to stay for, and you're scared to say it before she decides on her own. Leo doesn't answer. His hand stays flat on the guitar strings, silencing a chord that was never played. Leo, quiet, almost to himself, it's not my decision to make. Priya, nobody said make it for her. I said say it. Those aren't the same thing. He looks at her properly this time, something between annoyance and being caught out. Leo, when did you get so sure about stuff like this? Priya, small shrug, going back to the label, I'm not sure about anything. I just notice things other people are too busy to look at. Across the rooftop, through the rain-streaked glass, Claire is visible at a different table, watching the street below, phone still in her pocket, still silent. Leo's eyes drift there without meaning to. Priya notices, says nothing, just keeps peeling the label. Scene 4, Apartment B, Jake plus Leo, night. Comfortably messy, mismatched mugs on every surface. One sock on the doorknob for reasons never explained. Jake is sprawled on the couch, remote in hand, not actually watching the TV. Leo comes in, sets the guitar case down harder than necessary. Jake, you look like a man who just lost an argument with a 19-year-old. Leo, Priya's 23. Jake, doesn't change the loss. Leo drops onto the other end of the couch, rubs a hand over his face. Leo, am I supposed to just say something? Before she even decides? Jake, finally muting the TV, actually turning to look at him. Man, I'm the last person who should be handing out advice on saying things before they're safe to say. But I will say this, you've been rearranging your whole personality around no pressure for 2 years. Might be worth checking if that's actually who you are, or just who you decided to be so nothing could hurt you. Leo stares at him. It's rare for Jake to land something that clean. Leo, that's oddly insightful for a guy who once tried to pay rent with a gift card. Jake, grinning, grabbing a throw pillow to lob at him, that gift card had $11 on it. It was a gesture. Leo laughs despite himself, catches the pillow, holds onto it. The moment softens. Act 3. Scene 5, the attic, the next evening. The whole group gathered at the corner table, the rain finally stopped, a strip of orange sunset through the window. Claire arrives last, coat still on, sitting down without her usual composure fully in place. MIA, carefully, you look like someone who made a decision. Claire, a long exhale, I made a decision about the decision. I'm giving myself until the end of the week. No more. I needed everyone to stop tiptoeing around it like I might shatter. Owen, relieved, statistically, that's the healthiest thing anyone said all week. Jake, raising his glass, to a deadline. The only thing this group actually respects. Everyone laughs, a real one, tension breaking. Leo, sitting slightly apart, catches Claire's eye for just a second. He doesn't say the thing. Not yet. But something passes between them, an acknowledgement, unspoken. Priya, quietly, to no one in particular, peeling the label off a fresh bottle, 19 days. That's how long she's had that envelope. I counted. Dana, walking past, not stopping, nobody asked you to count, sweetheart. But nobody's surprised you did. Group laughs again. Warm, easy, the rooftop back to its usual rhythm despite everything hanging over it. Tag/outro. Empty rooftop, late. Just Claire, alone at the corner table, coat still on. She finally turns the envelope face up. Doesn't open it, just looks at it. Behind her, unseen, Leo's silhouette pauses in the stairwell doorway, sees her sitting there, and, after a beat, quietly steps back down without approaching. Cut to black. End of episode 20. Episode 21, 19 days, still waiting. Type, minor episode setting, a few days after episode 20. Claire still hasn't decided, and the whole group is living in a strange kind of limbo, nobody wants to bring it up, and nobody can stop thinking about it either. Cold open, the attic, morning. Quiet before the lunch rush. Dana is restocking napkin holders behind the counter. Priya sits alone at the corner table, laptop open, a spreadsheet of her own, nowhere near as elaborate as Owen's, but clearly influenced by him. She's muttering to herself, trying to make a formula work. Priya, typing, frowning, why won't you just work? Owen walks in, spots her, and can't help himself. He's drawn to the laptop like a moth to a very boring flame. Owen, leaning over her shoulder, uninvited, that's not a formula error. That's a formatting error. You've got text in a number field. Priya, startled, half covering the screen out of instinct, then giving up, how long were you standing there? Owen, long enough to feel physical discomfort watching that happen. Priya, sighing, turning the laptop toward him, fine. Fix it. But you have to admit this is a cry for help, not an invitation to judge my life choices. Owen, already typing, noted. Statistically, both can be true at once. Dana, without looking up from the napkin holders. Dana, get a room. Or at least a different spreadsheet. Owen and Priya both freeze slightly, not quite looking at each other. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, a plot, Leo confronts her. Evening. Claire is at her small kitchen table, laptop open to something work-related, though she hasn't typed anything in a while. A knock at the door, 3 short raps, unmistakably Leo's rhythm. She hesitates before answering. Claire, opening the door, arms crossing almost immediately, this isn't a great time. Leo, stepping in anyway, gently, it's never a great time with you. I've stopped waiting for one. Claire moves back toward the table, putting distance between them without quite meaning to. Leo notices. Leo, you've been shutting me out for a week and calling it processing. Claire, I'm not shutting anyone out. I'm thinking. Leo, in reference to what, exactly? The job, or the part where you won't look at me when you talk about it? Claire doesn't answer that. She closes the laptop instead, a small, deliberate motion, like ending a conversation with herself. Leo, quieter, less accusing now. I'm not trying to corner you, Claire. I'd rather you yell at me than go silent. Silent I don't know what to do with. Claire, finally meeting his eyes, tired, what do you want me to say? That it's complicated? It's complicated. Leo, I want you to say literally anything that isn't a deflection dressed up as a sentence. A long pause. Claire almost says something, her mouth opens slightly, then she picks up her wine glass instead and takes a sip she doesn't need. Claire, finally, noted. Leo, a short, humorless laugh, of course. Grabbing his jacket off the chair, take your time. I hear that's the whole plan these days. He leaves. Claire stands alone in the kitchen, staring at the closed door for a beat too long before finally opening the laptop again, and still not typing anything. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot, Mia loses patience. Group mostly assembled, minus Claire and Leo. The mood is stiff, everyone talking a little too carefully, like walking around furniture in the dark. Mia has her planner out but hasn't written anything in 10 minutes, a rare event. Jake, trying to fill silence, so, anyone see the game last night? Owen, nobody here watches sports, Jake. Jake, I know. I was hoping someone would lie to me so we'd have something to talk about. Silence again. Mia finally slams her planner shut, loud enough that Dana glances over from the counter. MIA, I am so fed up with everyone walking on eggshells around this. Can we just talk about literally anything else for 10 minutes? Owen, mildly, not looking up from his phone, you could try settling down about it. Statistically, worrying doesn't change her decision. MIA, statistically, you're annoying. Owen, finally looking up, mildly wounded, that's not even a statistic. MIA, standing, grabbing her bag, it's a fact. Facts don't need statistics behind them, Owen, that's the whole point of a fact. She storms off toward the counter, more to escape the table than out of actual anger. Owen watches her go, genuinely puzzled. Owen, to Jake, quietly, did I say something wrong? Jake, patting his shoulder, buddy, you say something wrong roughly every day. This one just landed at a bad time. Act 2. Scene 3, the bar, later that night, C-plot, Jake, Priya. Jake behind the bar, wiping down glasses more out of habit than necessity. Priya sits on a stool, scrolling her phone, visibly tired. Jake, so is Owen getting back into the game or what? Second date happen yet? Priya, checking phone, distracted, I've been working late all week, I haven't even asked him. Jake, setting a glass down, leaning on the bar, you two live in each other's pockets and you haven't asked him about his own love life? That's a new low, even for this group. Priya, finally looking up, a little defensive, I've had a lot going on, Jake. Not everyone's love life is the top headline of the week. Jake, raising both hands, backing off, didn't say it was. Just noticed. A pause. Priya sets her phone face down, rubbing her eyes. Jake, Leo's been out of sorts too. Everyone's a mess. Good week for the bar's business, bad week for everything else. Priya, small, tired laugh, at least somebody's profiting off all this. Jake, pouring her a water, unprompted, on the house. You look like you need it more than a drink. Priya takes it, mildly surprised by the gesture. Priya, that was almost thoughtful of you. Jake, don't spread it around. I've got a reputation to protect. She manages a real smile this time, small but genuine. Behind them, the door opens as Leo walks in, hood up, dropping onto a stool at the far end without a word. Jake and Priya exchange a look. Jake, calling down the bar, gentler than usual, the usual, or the I don't want to talk about it usual. Leo, not looking up, second one. Jake, already reaching for a glass, coming right up. Scene 4, Claire's apartment, same night. Claire alone again, laptop finally closed for good. She picks up her phone, scrolls to Leo's contact, thumb hovering over the call button. She doesn't press it. Instead she sets the phone down, picks the envelope back up off the counter, and just holds it, unopened, for a long moment. Claire, quietly, to no one, 19 days. She sets it back down, exactly where it was, and turns off the kitchen light. Act 3. Scene 5, the attic, the following morning. Group gathered again, the tension from the day before slightly eased overnight, though still present under the surface. Mia arrives with 2 coffees, hands one to Owen without a word, a quiet apology. Owen, taking it, surprised, am I forgiven, or is this a bribe? MIA, it's both. Don't overthink it. Owen, small smile, statistically, that's the most romantic thing anyone said to me all year. MIA, rolling her eyes, but smiling, lowest bar in Millbrook, Owen. Priya arrives, visibly more rested, and sits beside Owen, bumping his shoulder lightly with hers. Priya, hey. I heard there was a fight yesterday. Are we okay? All of us? Owen, glancing at Mia, we're recalibrating. MIA, nodding, recalibrating is a good word for it. Jake and Leo arrive together, a small detail nobody comments on, but everyone notices, a quiet sign that whatever happened at the bar last night helped. Leo looks tired but steadier. Jake, dropping into a chair, morning, disaster committee. Priya, any word from Claire? Leo shakes his head, doesn't elaborate. The group falls into an easier silence than the one from the day before, not resolved, but no longer strained. Dana, passing by with a coffee pot, refilling cups without being asked, you all look like a support group that finally admitted they have a problem. Progress. Small laughs around the table. Through the window, unnoticed by the group, Claire walks past on the street below, pauses at the sight of them through the glass, and, after a long moment, keeps walking instead of coming in. Tag/outro. Claire's apartment, that evening. She sits at the table again, envelope finally open in front of her, the letter itself out and unfolded, though her expression gives nothing away to the audience. Her phone buzzes, a text from Leo. She looks at it, doesn't open it right away. She picks up a pen instead. Cut to black before we see what she writes. End of episode 21. Episode 22, The Answer. Type, major event setting. Claire calls the group together at the attic, the deadline has arrived. Cold open, Claire's apartment, late afternoon. Claire sits alone at her kitchen table, the offer letter in front of her, fully unfolded now. She reads it. Sets it down flat, smoothing the creases with her palm like that might change something. Picks it back up. Reads it again, slower this time, lips barely moving on one line in particular. Claire, to herself, almost a whisper, worst case scenario, I say yes and hate it. Best case, I never wonder what would have happened. She sets the letter down one final time, squares it against the edge of the table like she's straightening a picture frame. Stands. Grabs her phone off the counter, scrolls to a number, and presses call before she can talk herself out of it, the whole motion quick, almost violent in its decisiveness, like ripping off a bandage. Claire, into the phone, steady, hi, yes, this is Claire Whitfield. I wanted to give you my decision directly rather than by email. A beat. She closes her eyes. Claire, thank you for the opportunity. I have to decline. She hangs up. Stands there a moment in the quiet kitchen, staring at nothing. Then, almost surprising herself, a small breath of a laugh escapes her, relief, maybe, or something close to it. She grabs her coat off the back of the chair. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1, The Attic, evening, a plot, Claire's announcement. The whole group is already gathered at the corner table, having been summoned by a single group text from Claire that just said, attic. Tonight. Don't be late. Nobody knows what to expect. Mia has her planner clutched like a security blanket. Owen keeps checking his phone. Jake is uncharacteristically still. Priya isn't there yet. Claire walks in, coat still on, and the whole table goes quiet before she's even said a word. Jake, breaking the silence, half joking to cut the tension, "Okay, this feels like the setup to either a wedding announcement or a funeral, and I need to know which snacks to order." Claire, sitting down, taking a breath, "I called them an hour ago. I turned it down." Silence, the real kind, the kind that only lasts a second but feels much longer. Then everyone talks at once, Mia gasping, Owen half standing, Jake letting out a whoop that draws a look from Dana behind the counter. Claire, over the noise, raising a hand, "I kept asking myself if that role would leave me completely fulfilled, and the honest answer was probably. Professionally. But it wasn't the only thing I was weighing." MIA, leaning forward, still needing to hear it plainly, "Are you sure? Really sure, not just." Claire, "I felt a moral obligation to actually think it through instead of running, for once in my life. So I did. And I'm staying." Mia is the first to move, reaching across the table to squeeze Claire's hand, hard, before pulling her into an actual hug, knocking over a napkin dispenser in the process. Nobody bothers to write it. Owen, still seated, hand pressed flat against his own chest like he's checking his pulse, "I need a minute. This is a lot of positive data all at once." Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, the group's reaction. The celebration migrates, Jake insists they move it to an actual bar, somewhere with real lighting for once, and within 20 minutes the group has commandeered a booth. Jake ducks behind the counter to grab a bottle before the actual bartender can stop him, waving an apologetic 20 at her. MIA, grabbing the bottle from Jake, pouring shakily, "Someone let me propose a toast before I cry in front of all of you." Jake, already pouring his own, "Go for it. Crying's on the table tonight, no judgment." MIA, raising her glass, voice catching slightly, to Claire, for once doing the hard, slow, terrifying thing instead of the easy exit. "And for not making us find out over a group text." Claire, dry, but clearly touched, "I would never do that to you. I have some standards." Glasses clink. Owen, sitting slightly apart, is quiet for a moment before speaking, the noise around him dimming as he does. Owen, quiet, genuinely moved, "I don't think I realized how much I'd been dreading, sorry. I dream about bad news a lot lately. This isn't that. Good." A small, warm pause. Mia reaches over and pats his hand once, gently, not making a thing of it. Jake, unable to sit in sincerity for more than a few seconds, leans back with a grin. Jake, "So are we finally going to put a label on whatever this is with you and Leo, or?" Claire, flat, immediate, "Jake." Jake, hands up, all innocence, "Just asking for the group." Claire, "There is no group asking. There's just you." Jake, grinning, unbothered, "I contain multitudes." Mia snorts into her drink. Owen shakes his head, already half smiling despite himself. Act 2. Scene 3, a private corner, the attic rooftop. Away from the noise, back at the attic where it started, Leo has slipped outside onto the small rooftop landing, needing air, needing a second. He's leaning against the railing, guitar left inside for once, hands empty and unsure what to do with themselves. Priya arrives just as Claire finishes talking inside, catching only the tail end through the window before she spots Leo out here. Priya, stepping out, a little breathless, "I was on the way and I heard yelling, is everything?" Leo, still processing, quiet, staring out at the street, "She's staying." Priya stops. Watches him for a second, really watches, the way she always does, catching what other people miss. Priya, gently, "And how do you feel about that?" Leo doesn't answer right away. He looks like he's been struck by lightning, stunned, relieved, something bright and unguarded flickering across his face that he clearly isn't used to letting show. He opens his mouth like he's going to say something and stops himself. Leo, finally, quiet, like I have to actually say something now. Which is worse than not knowing, somehow. Priya, leaning on the railing beside him, worse how? Leo, before, I could tell myself it didn't matter what I felt, because she might leave anyway. Now there's no excuse left. Just me, and whatever I actually mean. Priya, a small, knowing smile, welcome to having feelings, Leo. It's terrible. Everyone hates it. He huffs a laugh despite himself, some of the tension in his shoulders easing. Leo, is this the part where you tell me what to do? Priya, shaking her head, straightening off the railing, no. This is the part where I go back inside and let you have a whole rooftop to figure it out. I did my part already, back in the rain. She heads for the door, then pauses, glancing back at him. Priya, for what it's worth, 19 days was a long time to wait for an answer you already knew. She disappears back inside, leaving Leo alone with the city lights and the quiet weight of the evening. He looks back through the window at Claire, laughing at something Mia said, catching his eye through the glass for just a second before looking away, a small smile still lingering on her face. Act 3. Scene 4, the bar, later. The group has settled into an easy, warm chaos. Is Jake attempting to teach Owen a card game with rules he keeps changing, Mia now 3 drinks in and narrating everyone's night in her planner for posterity. Leo returns from the rooftop, quieter than usual but lighter, and slides into the booth beside Claire without a word. She glances at him. Claire, low, just for him, you disappeared. Leo, matching her tone, needed a minute. Big news. Claire, good big or bad big? Leo, looking at her properly now, good. Still figuring out how good. A moment passes between them, nothing dramatic, no grand declaration, just something quietly shifting. Mia, oblivious, raises her glass again from across the table. MIA, loudly, over the noise, I would like to make a second toast. To the attic. To this ridiculous, mismatched, deeply annoying group of people I would apparently do anything for. Jake, raising his glass, to Owen's spreadsheets never once being useful in an emergency. Owen, offended, they are always useful. Jake, grinning, to Owen's spreadsheets being useful and nobody asking for them. Owen, grudgingly raising his glass, I'll allow that one. Glasses clink all around. Priya squeezes in at the end of the booth, phone buzzing, she glances at it, smiles faintly, and sets it face down without answering, choosing the table instead. Tag/outro. Much later. The bar has mostly emptied out. Claire and Leo are the last 2 left at the booth, everyone else having peeled off for the night. The lighting's low, the noise from earlier settled into something quieter. Claire, you never actually said it. What you were thinking. Back there. Leo, a beat, genuinely considering, no deflection this time, I was thinking I'm glad I don't have to find out what Millbrook looks like without you in it. Claire looks at him for a long moment, something unguarded crossing her face, rare for her. Claire, quiet, noted. Leo, a small smile, that's it? Noted? Claire, the ghost of a smile back, for now. She picks up her coat. He picks up his guitar case. They walk out together into the Millbrook night, the door swinging shut behind them. Dana, still wiping down the counter, watches them go with the faintest, knowing smile. Dana, to no one, shaking her head, about time. Cut to black. End of episode 22. Episode 23, 1 line short. Type, minor episode setting, a few days later. The relief of Claire's decision has settled into something warmer, quieter, but Leo still hasn't said what he really thinks, and everyone's starting to notice. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is setting up for the day, humming something off-key. Jake wanders in early, rare for him, already mid-conversation with no one in particular. Jake, to Dana, dropping onto a stool, okay, hypothetically. If a guy liked a girl and everyone knew he liked the girl and the girl probably knew too, how long is it normal to just not say it? Dana, not looking up from the espresso machine, depends on the guy. Jake, hypothetically. Dana, finally glancing at him, deadpan, Jake, everyone in a 6-block radius knows you're talking about Leo. Jake, mock offended, I could be talking about myself. Dana, you've never once been quiet about liking someone. You once serenaded a girl in this exact room with a kazoo. Jake, pointing at her, genuinely proud, that kazoo solo was a highlight of my 20s. Dana, already walking away, it was a low point for the rest of us. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1 Rooftop. After closing, a plot, Claire takes the initiative. The attic's small rooftop landing, string lights strung along the railing, mostly empty this late. Leo sits with his guitar, not really playing, just resting his fingers on the frets, working through a chord shape without pressing down hard enough to sound it. Claire climbs the last step, coat pulled tight against the night air, and doesn't say anything at first, just leans against the railing near him. Claire, you've said she's staying about 4 times this week and nothing else. Leo, a small, guarded smile, it's an accurate statement. Claire, to hell with the careful version, say the actual thing. Leo's fingers still on the strings entirely. He looks up at her, and for once doesn't reach for a joke to hide behind. Leo, a long pause, I don't think I know how to come out of my shell about this without sounding insane. Claire, crossing her arms, but gently, not a challenge, an invitation, try insane. I've earned worse from you. Leo sets the guitar down carefully against the railing, buying himself a second. When he speaks again, it's slower, more deliberate than his usual easy drawl. Leo, fine. Insane version. I've spent 2 years making sure I never wanted anything too loudly, because wanting things loudly is how you end up disappointed. And then you almost left, and for about 19 days I discovered I actually do want things loudly. Specifically you. There. Insane enough? Claire is quiet for a beat, genuinely caught off guard by how plainly he said it, no deflection, no play it by ear. Claire, soft, almost surprised at herself, that wasn't insane at all. Leo, a crooked half-smile returning, give it a minute. I'm sure I'll ruin it with a follow-up joke. Claire, stepping a little closer, don't. For once, don't. He doesn't. They stand there in the string lights, something unspoken but understood settling between them, not resolved into a kiss, not yet, just 2 people finally being honest in the same room. Claire picks his guitar back up off the railing and hands it to him. Claire, play something. You always think better with that thing in your hands. Leo, taking it, quieter, yeah. Okay. He starts playing something soft and unfinished sounding, the kind of melody that isn't a song yet, just a feeling. Claire leans against the railing beside him, watching the city instead of him, but staying close. Scene 2, the attic, downstairs, B-plot, Mia and Jake. Closing duties, Mia wiping down the corner table more thoroughly than it needs, Jake stacking chairs with visible reluctance. Upstairs, faint guitar notes drift down through the ceiling. Both of them clock it immediately. MIA, glancing up at the ceiling, is that? Jake, also glancing up, yep. MIA, a small, hopeful smile, do you think he finally? Jake, shrugging, setting down a chair, no idea. But if I had to bet money, and I usually do, I'd say tonight's the night. Mia sits down at the newly cleaned table, planner in front of her, though she's not writing anything, just resting her chin on her hand, listening to the muffled music above. MIA, grand gestures are overrated, if he's looking for advice. Just say the thing plainly. Jake, a joke that falls flat, or he could serenade her. Open mic Thursdays, right there. MIA, that was a bad joke. Jake, wincing, immediately self-aware, yeah, I heard it land wrong the second it left my mouth. Mia laughs despite herself, shaking her head. Jake drops into the chair across from her, abandoning the stacking entirely. Jake, real talk though. You think he actually says it? Tonight? MIA, glancing up at the ceiling again, softer. I think if he doesn't, someone in this friend group is legally required to lock them both on that roof until he does. Jake, grinning, I volunteer. I've got a spare padlock at the apartment. MIA, staring at him, why do you have a spare padlock? Jake, already standing, evasive, unrelated story. Different night. Mia shakes her head, smiling, and goes back to wiping down a table that was already clean. Act 2. Scene 3, Apartment A, same night, C-plot, Owen and Priya. Later. Owen sits at the kitchen table, laptop open but untouched, clearly stewing over something. Priya lets herself in, she's taken to treating the apartment like a second home lately, and drops her bag by the door. Priya, noticing his expression, uh-oh. That's your the math didn't add up face. Owen, not looking up, the barista thing didn't work out. I think she wanted to meet someone else, which is fair, I was very formal on a date, apparently. Priya, sitting across from him, gently, formal how? Owen, I brought a printed itinerary. For a coffee date. With estimated timestamps. Priya, trying and failing not to smile, Owen. Owen, defensive, it was efficient. We knew exactly how much time we had before the espresso machine got loud again. Priya, leaning forward, kind, people make mistakes on first dates. That's kind of the whole point of them. Owen finally looks up at her, considering this like it's new information, which, for him, it kind of is. Owen, statistically comforting. Thank you. Priya, smiling, you're welcome. Also, for what it's worth, the itinerary thing is exactly the kind of thing that's charming to the right person. You just haven't found her yet. Owen, a small, genuine smile, you're better at this than a spreadsheet. Priya, standing, heading for the fridge, low bar, but I'll take the compliment. She grabs 2 sodas, hands him one without asking, and sits back down. Faint, distant sound of guitar still drifting from somewhere across the building, Owen glances toward the window, listening. Owen, is that Leo? Priya, also listening, small knowing smile, probably. Owen, quietly, almost hopeful for his friend, statistically, it's about time. Act 3. Scene 4, Rooftop late. Back on the rooftop. The song Leo's been playing has settled into something with actual shape now, quiet, unfinished, but clearly a real melody. He stops, sets the guitar down. Leo, that's as far as I've gotten. Needs an ending. Claire, looking at him, not the guitar, maybe it doesn't need one yet. Leo, studying her, that's very unlike you. Leaving something open-ended. Claire, a small shrug, uncharacteristically loose, I've had a strange couple of weeks. Turns out not everything needs to be resolved immediately to still be good. A quiet beat between them, the string lights, the city hum below, nothing needing to be said further right now. Leo reaches over, not quite taking her hand, just resting his fingers near hers on the railing, an offer, not a demand. Claire looks down at his hand. Then covers it with hers. Claire, quiet, noted. Claire, it's efficient. They stand there together, the unfinished song still hanging in the night air. Tag/outro. Downstairs, closing up. Mia and Jake peek up the stairwell, catching just a glimpse of Claire and Leo's hands still together on the railing above before quickly ducking back out of sight. MIA, whispering, delighted, oh my god. Jake, whispering back, grinning, called it. I want that padlock money back though, never needed it. MIA, smacking his arm, still whispering, shh, don't ruin it. Dana walks past them both, completely unbothered, carrying a stack of chairs. Dana, flat, not whispering at all, I could hear you too from the kitchen. Subtlety's not really your strong suit as a group. Mia and Jake freeze, exchange a guilty look, then burst into quiet laughter, following Dana back downstairs. Cut to black. End of episode 23. Episode 24, A New Idea. Type, minor episode setting. In the wake of episode 16's blow, Mia starts nurturing a new direction for her career. Meanwhile, life keeps moving, dating, gigs, and small victories all around the group. Cold open, Claire's apartment, morning. Claire is in front of the mirror, adjusting a blazer, muttering to herself while going through what sounds like a mental checklist. Leo lies sprawled across her couch in the background, half asleep, one arm draped over his eyes. Claire, to her reflection, opening remarks, then the silent auction intro, then I hand it off before anyone realizes I hate small talk. Leo, not moving, muffled, you could just not go. Claire, it's a charity event, Leo. For children's literacy. I can't just not go. Leo, peeking out from under his arm, you could say you have a rare blazer-related emergency. Claire, turning, unimpressed, that's not a real excuse. Leo, it's never been tested. Could be very real. Claire throws a balled-up sock at him, direct hit. He doesn't even flinch, just laughs into the couch cushion. Claire, get up. You're supposed to walk me to the door like a supportive individual. Leo, grinning, still not moving, I am supportive. From here. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1, The Attic, mid morning, a plot, Mia's idea. Mia has commandeered the corner table with her planner, several loose pages, and new addition, a small whiteboard propped against the sugar caddy. Owen sits across from her, sipping his coffee, watching with a mix of amusement and genuine interest. MIA, okay, just let me throw this out here, smaller events, boutique clients only. No more mega weddings that one bad venue can ruin. Owen, nodding slowly, go on. MIA, standing now, gesturing at the whiteboard like a pitch meeting, think 15-person dinner parties. Small anniversary events. Intimate. Controlled. Nothing that collapses because one banquet hall decides to flood 2 weeks before the date. A flicker crosses her face at the memory, the old wound from episode 16 still tender under the enthusiasm. Owen, that was all over the news last month, actually, smaller local businesses pivoting the same way. Less overhead, more personal service, better margins per client even with lower volume. MIA, pointing at him, delighted, see? I'm not crazy. I'm just better off starting smaller and building back up. Owen, genuinely proud, I could build you a cost model. Compare projected margins on boutique events versus what you were doing before. MIA, already pulling a fresh page toward him, I was hoping you'd say that. I have zero interest in doing that math myself. Owen, already opening his laptop, statistically, this is the most excited I've seen you in weeks. MIA, softer, more honest, statistically, it's the first idea that hasn't scared me since the flood. Owen glances up at her, catching the shift in her tone, and doesn't push it, just nods once, quietly supportive, and starts typing. Scene 2, The Bar, afternoon, B-plot, Claire and Jake. Slow hour at the bar. Jake is restocking bottles behind the counter. Claire sits on a stool, laptop open, clearly using the quiet as a place to work rather than socialize, though she keeps glancing up whenever Jake talks. Claire, I'm doing the opening act for a charity thing next month. Nothing exciting, just standing there being a lawyer at people. Jake, not looking up from the bottles, sounds thrilling. Will there be a dramatic entrance? Spotlight? Confetti cannon? Claire, dry, it's a literacy fundraiser, Jake, not a Vegas show. Jake, grinning, every event's a Vegas show if you believe hard enough. He sets the last bottle in place, leans against the counter, suddenly a little more serious. Jake, I'm going to give it another shot with dating, by the way. New job, new energy. Claire, glancing up properly now, surprised, that's new. Voluntarily? Jake, shrugging, a little sheepish, watching you and Leo finally get your act together made me realize I've been using "I'm just not the relationship type" as a personality trait instead of, an actual choice I keep making. Claire, a small, approving nod, that's surprisingly self-aware. Jake, I have my moments. Rare, but they exist. Claire, please date better than your bar stories suggest you have. Jake, mock offended, hand to chest, my bar stories are a highlight reel, Claire. Curated. The real ones are so much worse. Claire, closing her laptop, standing to leave, that does not inspire confidence. Jake, calling after her as she heads out, it's called character development. Give me arc, Claire. Claire just waves a hand without turning around, already walking out. Jake shakes his head, smiling, and goes back to the bottles. Act 2. Scene 3, Apartment A, evening, C-plot, Leo and Priya. Leo has commandeered the living room floor, guitar case open beside him, going through sheet music with actual focus, a rare sight. Priya sits on the couch above him, scrolling her phone, glancing down at him every so often. Leo, looking up, suddenly animated, fasten your seatbelts, I invited everyone to my actual set on Thursday. First real one. Priya, perking up, wait, like, a real gig? Paid and everything? Leo, grinning, a little proud, paid, real stage time, actual sound system instead of the open mic that cuts out every third word. Big step up. Priya, genuinely happy for him, Leo, that's huge. I'm so there. A small pause, she glances back at her phone, a little hesitant. Priya, I'm out with someone that night, but I'll swing by after. Leo, eyebrows raised, delighted, oh? Do tell. Priya, grinning, I'm out with someone that night, but I'll swing by after. Leo, look at you, casually mentioning it like it's nothing. Priya, it is nothing. Mostly. Leo, setting the guitar down, fully invested now, mostly is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Who is it? Do I know them? Should I be worried? Priya, laughing, waving him off, it's a first date, Leo, not a wedding. Nobody needs to be worried about anything. Leo, grinning, picking the guitar back up, fine, fine. But I want a full report Thursday. Between my sets. Priya, smiling, going back to her phone, deal. Now go practice, rock star. You've got a real gig to not embarrass yourself at. Leo, already strumming, mock hurt, low blow. I've never embarrassed myself on a stage in my life. Priya, not looking up, the attic open mic. 2 months ago. The kazoo incident. Leo, pointing at her, that was Jake's fault, and you know it. Priya just laughs, and Leo goes back to practicing, the melody from a few nights ago on the rooftop, now with a proper ending, filling the apartment. Act 3. Scene 4, the attic, late afternoon, a few days later, resolution. The group is gathered again, the corner table now covered in Mia's papers and Owen's spreadsheets, the boutique event business plan taking real shape. Claire arrives straight from a meeting, still in her blazer, sliding into the booth beside Leo. MIA, excited, sliding a page toward Claire, okay, tell me honestly, does this sound like something people would actually pay for? Claire scans it quickly, genuine focus in her expression, this is her element. Claire, nodding slowly, this is good, Mia. Really good. The pricing tier needs work, but the concept is solid. MIA, visibly relieved, thank God. I needed a second opinion that wasn't Owen's spreadsheet nodding at me. Owen, mildly offended, the spreadsheet doesn't nod. It calculates. MIA, patting his hand, I know, sweetie. That's the problem. Jake arrives, dropping into the booth with easy energy, clearly in a good mood. Jake, got a date lined up for next week, by the way. Met her through the bar, actually stayed sober enough to get her number properly this time. Claire, raising an eyebrow, progress. Jake, grinning, character development, like I said. Leo checks his phone, smiles at something, then looks up at the group. Leo, everyone still good for Thursday? Real stage, real crowd, hopefully no kazoos this time. MIA, raising her coffee cup, wouldn't miss it. Owen, I've already blocked the time in my calendar. Jake, front row, obviously. Claire, beside Leo, just leans her head briefly against his shoulder, small, easy, unremarkable in the best way. He glances at her, quietly pleased, and doesn't make a comment about it for once. Tag/outro. Empty attic, after hours. Dana wipes down the counter, glancing at the mess of papers still on the corner table, Mia's business plan left behind, clearly by accident. Dana picks it up, flips through a page or two, and, for the first time in the series, actually smiles at something without a hint of sarcasm. Dana, to herself, quiet, huh? Not bad, kid. She sets it carefully behind the counter for Mia to grab tomorrow, then goes back to closing up, the rooftop lights flickering off one by one behind her. Cut to black. End of episode 24. Episode 25, staying, still the same. Type, minor episode setting, an ordinary evening at the attic. No big crisis, no deadline hanging over anyone, just the quiet realization that everyone's landed somewhere steadier than they were 5 episodes ago. Cold open, the attic, late afternoon. Dana is behind the counter, restocking syrup bottles, muttering brand names under her breath like a grocery list. Mia comes in first, dropping her bag on the corner table, already mid-thought. MIA, to Dana, without preamble, do you think I should call the boutique thing Nia Events or something with more personality? Like a tagline? Dana, not looking up, depends how much personality you want people Googling at 2 a.m. MIA, considering this far too seriously, that's fair. That's a fair point. Owen enters behind her, laptop bag over one shoulder, phone in hand, already talking before he's fully through the door. Owen, I looked into it. Burial at sea is actually more expensive than I thought, once you factor in permit fees. MIA, turning, startled, what? Owen, sitting down calmly, nothing. Unrelated research. MIA, staring at him, Owen, it is 4 p.m. on a Tuesday. Owen, opening his laptop, death doesn't check a calendar, Mia. Mia just blinks at him, decides not to engage further, and goes back to her tagline notes. Theme song hits. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, evening, a plot, Priya and her job. The corner table has filled in, Priya arrives last, dropping into the seat beside Claire with the particular looseness of someone who's had a genuinely good day. She's got a small folder tucked under her arm, work papers peeking out. Priya, setting the folder down, smiling to herself, they gave me my own account today. A real one. Not help so-and-so with their account, an actual mine. Claire, glancing over, that's good news. Congratulations. Priya, leaning back, almost surprised by her own feeling, I actually feel like I'm starting to earn it here, the job, the group, all of it. Not just borrowed space anymore. A small pause. Claire looks at her for a moment, something unusually open crossing her face. Claire, a rare soft moment, depending on who you ask, you earned it the night you talked me into staying without even knowing it. Priya, surprised, shaking her head, I didn't do anything. Claire, you asked the right question at the right time. That's not nothing. Priya doesn't quite know what to do with the compliment, she looks down at the folder, a small, pleased smile tugging at her mouth. Priya, quietly, I just noticed something. That's all I ever do. Claire, matter of fact, almost gentle, that's a skill, Priya. Most people don't bother looking closely enough to notice anything. Priya glances up at her, genuinely touched. Claire, having said her piece, goes back to her coffee like the moment didn't happen, though the faint softness stays in her expression a beat longer than usual. Scene 2, the bar, later that night, B-plot, Jake and Owen, comic relief. Jake behind the bar, restocking napkins. Owen sits on a stool, laptop still open, clearly not done with his earlier train of thought from the cold open. Owen, if I die before I'm 40, I've decided I want to be buried at sea. Purely logistical, cheaper than a plot. Jake, not even looking up from the napkins, we were having a nice night, Owen. Owen, unbothered, typing, I'll take the first shot at making my own funeral plans early. Efficient. Jake, setting down the napkins, staring at him, you're the strangest person I live near. Owen, closing the laptop, mildly proud, I take that as a compliment. Jake, it was not intended as one. Owen, undeterred, I've also decided I want statistically speaking on the headstone. If there's a headstone. Which, again, there won't be, because of the ocean thing. Jake, pouring himself a drink, resigned, you know most people your age are worried about, like, dating apps and rent increases. Owen, I worry about those too. This is just efficient multitasking of worries. Jake, raising his glass, half a toast, half despair, to Owen. May his spreadsheets outlive us all. Owen, raising an imaginary glass back, pleased, I'll drink to that. Metaphorically. I don't actually have a drink. Jake just shakes his head, laughing despite himself, and slides a glass of water across the bar toward him anyway. Jake, here. On the house. For the strangest man in Millbrook. Owen, accepting it, genuinely touched, that's surprisingly kind of you. Jake, don't get used to it. Act 2. Scene 3, a private corner, the attic rooftop, C-plot, Claire and Leo. Claire steps out onto the rooftop landing, finding Leo already there, leaning against the same railing from the storm night weeks ago, the same spot, though the tension that used to live in his shoulders is gone now. String lights glow softly overhead. Claire, joining him at the railing, you disappear up here a lot. Leo, not turning, gaze on the skyline, yardstick against which I measure every other place I've lived, this rooftop. Sounds dramatic. Is dramatic. Claire, a small smile, you say that like it's a flaw. Leo, glancing at her, a half smile of his own, everything about me is a flaw dressed up as a personality trait. You just like the packaging. Claire leans against the railing beside him, quiet for a moment, looking out at the same view. Claire, it's not the way they were before Halloween, is it? Nothing's the way it was. Leo doesn't answer right away, he lets the question sit, turning it over. Leo, no. Better, though. I think. Claire doesn't disagree. She just looks out at the skyline with him, close enough that their shoulders touch, neither of them needing to fill the silence with anything more. Leo, after a moment, lighter, feels strange, doesn't it? Being okay. I don't think I trust it yet. Claire, quiet, honest, I don't either. But I'd rather not trust something good than spend my whole life bracing for something bad that never comes. Leo, looking at her, something warm in his expression, that's very unlike the version of you from a month ago. Claire, small shrug, a month ago I hadn't turned down a job for a rooftop and a guy with a guitar. People change. Leo, grinning now, say that again. Slower. I want to remember it exactly. Claire, rolling her eyes, but smiling, don't push your luck. He laughs, low and easy, and reaches for her hand on the railing. She lets him take it this time without a beat of hesitation. Act 3. Scene 4, the attic, downstairs, resolution. The group has reconvened at the corner table, Mia scribbling excitedly in her planner, Owen back on his laptop but smiling now. Jake and Priya squeezed into the booth comparing notes on something on Priya's phone. MIA, looking up, catching sight of Claire and Leo descending the stairs, hands still loosely linked, oh, don't mind us, just going to pretend we didn't see that. Jake, grinning, too late, saw it, filing it away for future teasing purposes. Claire, sliding into the booth, unbothered, note it down, Jake. I'll allow one comment per week. Jake, already pulling out his phone, I'm setting a weekly reminder. Priya laughs, sliding her own phone toward Owen. Priya, look, I actually used your budget template for my new account. It's terrifyingly good. Owen, leaning over, genuinely delighted, you color-coded it. Priya, proud, I learned from the best. Owen looks almost moved by this, saying nothing, just nodding slowly with a small, pleased smile. Mia watches the whole table, Claire and Leo close together, Priya and Owen leaning over a spreadsheet like it's the most romantic thing in the world, Jake already texting his date from earlier in the week, and sets down her pen for a second, just taking it in. MIA, quiet, mostly to herself, everyone's kind of good right now, huh? Jake, overhearing, raising his glass, don't jinx it. MIA, raising her coffee cup back, wasn't planning to. Just noticing. Tag/outro. Late. Dana locks up behind the last of them, flipping the sign to closed. She glances back at the corner table, empty now, chairs pushed in, one of Priya's tote bags left behind on the seat. Dana picks it up, sets it on the counter for tomorrow, and pauses a moment, looking around the quiet, empty attic, the same rooftop, the same booth, the same worn wood of the corner table that's held every single one of their messes and milestones. Dana, to the empty room, almost fond, same as it ever was. Just better dressed about it. She flips off the last light. The rooftop string lights glow faintly against the dark skyline through the window. Cut to black. End of episode 25. Episode 26, The Notice. Type, major event, closes season 1 setting. The landlord announces apartment B is being sold. Jake and Leo have 6 weeks to move out. The quiet, settled life the group has just found itself in gets shaken loose all over again. Cold open, apartment B, morning. The usual controlled chaos, one sock still on the doorknob, mismatched mugs stacked in the sink from last night. Leo is in the kitchen making toast, guitar case leaning against the counter, humming the melody he's been working on. Jake shuffles in, half asleep, heading for the door to grab the mail. Leo, not looking up from the toaster, morning. Toast? Jake, grunting, opening the front door, only if it's got actual butter this time and not whatever ghost butter you bought last week. He steps out to check the mail slot and stops cold. Taped to the outside of the door at eye level is an official notice, bright yellow, impossible to miss. Jake stares at it. Jake, flat, not moving, Leo. Leo, still focused on the toast, what? Jake, louder, still staring, Leo. Something in his tone finally lands. Leo abandons the toast and comes to the door, reading over Jake's shoulder. Silence. Leo, quiet, huh? Jake, still staring at the paper, yeah. The toast pops behind them, forgotten, both of them still frozen in the doorway staring at the notice. Theme song hits, it's a beat slower than usual, almost hesitant. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment B, a plot, the bombshell. Jake has pulled the notice off the door and brought it inside, setting it flat on the kitchen table like evidence. He reads it a second time. A third. As if the words might rearrange themselves into something less final. Jake, this scared the crap out of me for a second. 6 weeks. We have 6 weeks. Leo, leaning over his shoulder, rereading it himself, building's been sold. New owners converting units. 6 weeks to vacate or sign a new lease at. He squints at the number, then sits down heavily. Leo, that's not a new lease. That's a joke with extra steps. Jake, rubbing his face, 6 weeks. 6 weeks, Leo. Do you know how long it took us to find this place? I had to fake a credit reference. Leo, dry, I remember. I was the fake credit reference. Jake, pointing at him, and a great one. Very convincing. A pause. Leo leans back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The same apartment they've lived in the whole show, suddenly looking different, temporary, like it's already halfway gone. Leo, only half joking, I say we make a break for it before the landlord notices we haven't signed anything. Jake, deadpan, that's not how any of this works. Leo, sighing, I know. I just wanted to say something that wasn't panicking out loud. Jake, standing, pacing now, okay. Okay. We tell the group. We figure it out. People move all the time, this is a normal, extremely stressful, life-altering thing that happens to normal people constantly. Leo, watching him pace, you're doing the thing where you talk yourself calm by talking a lot. Jake, still pacing, I'm aware. Let me have it. He grabs the notice off the table, folds it, carefully, almost gently, like it's more fragile now that it's off the door, and heads for the door himself. Jake, attic. Now. Group meeting. Leo, grabbing his jacket, following, it's 9 in the morning. Jake, crises don't check a clock, Leo. Scene 2, the attic, mid morning, B-plot, the group reacts. The group assembles fast, even Dana, sensing something's wrong, has stopped pretending to be busy behind the counter and is openly listening. Jake sets the folded notice on the table like he's presenting evidence in court. MIA, unfolding it, scanning fast, going immediately into project manager mode, okay. This is high stakes, but manageable. We make a list, we divide tasks, we. Owen, gently, hand on her arm, you could try to break free of the planning instinct for like, 1 minute, Mia. MIA, stopping, taking a breath, visibly forcing herself to slow down, you're right. Sorry. This is how I stay calm. If I have a list, it's not scary, it's a project. Owen, softer, I know. Just, let it land first. Then list. Mia nods, sets the pen down, takes a genuine second. Then picks the pen back up anyway, old habits die hard, and nobody comments on it. MIA, why didn't they warn us in the first place? Buildings don't just get sold overnight. Claire, already pulling out her phone, business mode fully engaged, they can, actually. Commercial sales close faster than people think if the paperwork's already in motion. Typing, I'll boss people around at the landlord's office myself if it helps move things faster. Jake, genuinely touched, if trying to hide it, you'd do that? Claire, not looking up from her phone, I'm a lawyer, Jake. Making landlords uncomfortable is basically a hobby of mine. Leo, managing a small smile despite everything, remind me never to make you actually angry at me. Claire, glancing at him, a flicker of warmth under the businesslike tone, too late for that ship to sail. Dana, from behind the counter, finally speaks up, arms crossed. Dana, whatever you two need, extra table space to plan, coffee on the house for a week, I don't care, it's yours. This place doesn't run right without all 6 of you cluttering it up. A small, surprised silence. Dana's sincerity is rare enough that it lands hard. MIA, touched. Dana, that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to any of us. Dana, already turning back to the counter, gruff again, don't let it go to your heads. I just don't want to retrain new regulars. Act 2. Scene 3, the bar, that evening, C-plot, Priya. Priya sits at the bar, notebook out, half-heartedly making a list of her own, moving help logistics, boxes, dates, though she keeps getting distracted, staring off, tapping her pen. Jake, behind the bar, wiping a glass, watching her, you've written boxes and underlined it 4 times. That's not really a list, that's more of a cry for help. Priya, sighing, setting the pen down, I want to help but also I want to just say outta here and let future US deal with it. Jake, leaning on the counter, relatable. Deeply, deeply relatable. Priya, it's just, you and Leo finding that place was such a whole thing, you know? It feels like some foundational piece of the group is just, getting yanked out. Even though it's just an apartment. Jake, quiet for a second, more serious than his usual deflection. Yeah. I get that. It's not really about the apartment though, is it? Priya, looking at him, a little surprised by the honesty. No. I don't think it is. Jake, attempting to lighten it, but gently. It's fine. Change your address, keep your people. That's the actual math that matters. Priya, small smile, statistically speaking? Jake, pointing at her, grinning, don't you start too. One Owen is plenty. Priya laughs, some of the tension easing. She goes back to her notebook, this time actually writing something useful. Priya, okay. Real list. What do you actually need help with first? Jake, thinking, honestly? Just somewhere to put everything for 6 weeks that isn't wherever it lands. Priya, nodding, writing, storage. Got it. I'll ask around. Scene 4, Apartment B. Later that night, a plot continued. Jake and Leo, quiet moment. Boxes haven't started yet, it's too soon, too raw, but Leo sits on the floor with his guitar, not really playing, just holding it. Jake drops down onto the couch, exhausted from a day of phone calls and group logistics. Jake, staring at the ceiling, 6 weeks isn't a lot of time to find a whole new place. Especially somewhere that isn't a 40-minute walk from the attic. Leo, quiet, yeah. Jake, glancing at him, you're being weirdly calm about this. Leo, a beat, I'm not calm. I'm just, this apartment's the first place that ever actually felt like mine. Ours. I don't really know what to do with it ending, so I'm doing the thing where I don't do anything. Jake, sitting up, genuinely looking at him, we'll find somewhere else. Might even be better. Somewhere Claire doesn't have to climb 4 flights of stairs every time she visits. Leo, small, tired laugh, she's never once complained about the stairs. Jake, she complains with her face. It's very expressive for someone who barely talks. Leo actually laughs at that, real, if brief. He sets the guitar down, looks around the apartment, worn couch, mismatched mugs, the sock still on the doorknob. Leo, whatever we find next. Same rules. Sock stays on the doorknob. Jake, raising a hand solemnly, sock stays on the doorknob. I'll die on that hill. They sit there a moment longer, the weight of the 6 weeks settling in quietly, neither of them quite ready to start packing yet. Act 3. Scene 5, The Attic, a few days later, resolution, closing season 1. The whole group gathered, notice now pinned casually to the corner table's edge like it's become a fixture of planning rather than a threat. Mia has an actual spreadsheet now, courtesy of Owen, mapping out the 6 weeks in color-coded blocks. MIA, presenting, proud, okay. Week 1, apartment hunting. Week 2 through 4, overlap, so nothing's rushed. Week 5, actual move. Week 6, buffer, because something always goes wrong. Owen, nodding approvingly, statistically sound. I like the buffer week. Claire, checking her phone, and I've already got the landlord's office moving faster than they wanted to. Small threats of litigation go a long way. Jake, grinning, remind me to never get on your bad side. Claire, not looking up, too late. Priya slides a printed list across the table toward Jake and Leo, storage options, a couple of apartment listings circled. Priya, found 3 places within walking distance. 2 have a yard. One's above a bakery, which honestly feels like fate. Leo, perking up, above a bakery? Priya, smiling, above a bakery. Jake, already pulling the listing toward him, sold. I don't even need to see it. MIA, laughing, you have to see it, Jake, that's not how apartments work. Jake, grinning, watch me. The group settles into planning mode properly now, not panicked, just steady, the way they've learned to be steady for each other across the whole season. Claire leans against Leo's shoulder, Owen and Priya huddle over the bakery listing together, Mia's spreadsheet fills in, block by block. MIA, looking around the table, quietly, 6 months ago this would have been a full-blown catastrophe. Now it's just Tuesday. Owen, statistically, that's growth. MIA, smiling, statistically, that's us. Tag/outro. Late that night. Empty attic. Dana locks up, pauses at the corner table, looking at the notice still pinned there, now covered in handwritten notes, arrows, circled dates, Mia's color-coded key scrawled in the margin. She peels it carefully off the table, folds it, and tucks it into a drawer behind the counter, a strange little keepsake, the kind of thing nobody will remember to ask about again until much later. Dana, to herself, quiet, almost fond, 6 weeks. Guess we'll see. She flips off the lights. Through the window, the city goes on below, unaware that 6 floors up, a whole world just quietly shifted its shape, the same booth, the same rooftop, about to become the anchor for one more chapter. Cut to black. End of episode 26. Episode 27, crashing temporarily. Type, minor episode setting, apartment B has just been sold, Leo is packing to move to a new place, and Jake, currently between apartments, temporarily crashes at apartment A while he looks for somewhere new. Mild domestic chaos ensues. Cold open, apartment A, kitchen, morning. Owen is on a step stool, screwdriver in hand, fixing a wobbly ceiling light fixture. Mia stands below holding her planner, watching with visible anxiety. MIA, is this on today's schedule? I don't remember writing electrical repair anywhere. Owen, statistically speaking, a loose fixture has a higher failure rate the longer you ignore it. I'm just being proactive. He touches 2 wires together. Sparks fly. The lights in the apartment flicker off. A beat of silence. MIA, flatly, well. Now it's on the schedule. Owen, strictly speaking, that's a coincidence. From the hallway, a muffled crash and the sound of boxes tipping over. Jake, off-screen, no biggie. Nothing broke that wasn't already broken. Mia closes her eyes and breathes in slowly, pen hovering over her planner like she's about to color in a very stressful block of time. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment A, living room. Boxes everywhere. Owen looks personally attacked. Owen, you've been here 3 days and you already tried to break up this party, my very quiet, very normal Tuesday. Jake, come on, one board game night isn't a party. Owen, you invited 6 people. Jake, he's full of it if he says that bothered him, he loves company secretly. Owen opens his laptop, pulling up a spreadsheet titled Probability Jake Stays Past 1 Week. Owen, I ran the numbers last night. Based on how long it took you to find your last 3 apartments, you have a 72% chance of still being on that couch by Friday. Jake, grabbing a mug from the cabinet, cool, cool. I'll try to beat the odds. You got any coffee left, or did I already run out of that too? Owen, sighing, pulling a bag from the pantry, back left shelf. I stocked up on more yesterday because I had a feeling. Jake, see, this is why I like crashing here. You're basically psychic. Owen, I'm basically prepared. There's a difference. Mia enters, planner tucked under her arm, stepping carefully over a box labeled MISC, do not ask. MIA, okay, quick favor, can somebody help me figure out where the guest towels went? I had them color-coded and now there's just chaos. Jake, pointing vaguely, I think I used one as a pillow last night. MIA, long pause, writing something in her planner, noted. I'm adding by new towels under Thursday. Scene 2, Apartment B, nearly empty. Leo stares at a half-packed box, guitar case blocking the doorway. MIA, arriving with tape, need help? We could live off takeout for the rest of the week, honestly, easier than cooking around all this. Leo, can we stick a pin in the emotional stuff about leaving this place and just pack boxes for now? MIA, deal. They work in silence for a moment, Mia folding a stack of Leo's shirts with almost aggressive precision, Leo half-heartedly tossing loose cables into a bag. MIA, you're not even taste testing how full that box is before you close it. It's going to rip. Leo, shrugging, will make do with duct tape if it does. MIA, that's not a system, Leo, that's a hope. Leo, hope's a system if you believe in it hard enough. Mia stares at him, unimpressed, then goes right back to folding. Scene 3, the attic. Claire and Priya at the corner table. Priya's socks, visibly mismatched, peek out from under the table. Claire, I wanted to help with the move today, I really did, but I got stuck at work until 9. Priya, you have me on your side either way, work or not. Owen can vouch, I basically live at your place already helping. Claire, everyone deserves stability in your own home eventually. Even you too. Dana passes by, wiping down the table without looking up. Dana, whole friend groups playing musical chairs with apartments and nobody's asked me if there's room behind the bar. Just saying. Priya, genuinely considering it, wait, is there? Dana, no. She walks off. Priya blinks, then goes back to her drink, quietly amused. Claire, checking her phone, then setting it face down, anyway. Speaking of which, has anyone actually seen an apartment listing for Jake yet? Or is he just going to live on that couch indefinitely? Priya, I saw him scrolling listings this morning. He closed the tab the second Owen walked by. Claire, small smile, of course he did. Act 2. Scene 4, Apartment A, kitchen, evening. Jake is attempting to cook, chopping vegetables badly while on the phone with a landlord. Owen hovers nearby, unable to help himself. Jake, into phone, yeah, hi, I'm calling about the studio on 5th, is it still okay? Okay. No, I get it. Thanks anyway. He hangs up, tossing his phone onto the counter a little too hard. Owen, that's the 4th one today. Jake, I'm aware, thank you. Owen, I could walk you through building a better search filter. Price range, commute time, laundry and unit, you're probably being flooded with bad options because you're not narrowing anything down. Jake, chopping harder, I don't need a filter, Owen, I need a landlord who doesn't do a credit check like it's a background check for the FBI. He mischops, nearly nicks his finger, curses under his breath. Owen, wincing, you want me to take over? You're mangling that onion. Jake, I'm not mangling it, looks down, okay, I'm mangling it. Mia enters holding a laundry basket, sees the mess, and just quietly starts refolding a stray shirt on the counter without a word, muscle memory taking over. Nobody comments on it, it's clearly routine by now. MIA, not looking up, pitch in and clean as you go next time, Jake. It's not a big ask. Jake, noted. Eventually. Scene 5, Apartment B, later. Leo is down to the last few boxes. He sits on the bare floor next to his guitar case, staring at the empty room. Claire appears in the doorway, still in her work blazer, one shoulder slipping it off out of habit. Claire, I finally got out early. Thought I'd catch you before the room disappeared completely. Leo, standing, brushing off his jeans, just in time. I was starting to have a moment. Claire, define moment. Leo, the kind where you realize you spent 4 years arguing with someone over whose turn it was to take out the trash, and now the room's just quiet. A beat. Claire looks around the empty apartment, then back at him. Claire, carefully light, for what it's worth, the room was never really the point. Leo looks at her a moment too long. Neither says anything else. He picks up a box instead, breaking the tension. Leo, anyway. Help me carry this down, or are lawyers contractually banned from manual labor? Claire, picking up the lighter box, obviously, I'll allow myself an exception. Once. Scene 6, the attic, night. Priya sits alone, sketching something in a small notebook. Owen arrives, visibly stressed, laptop bag over his shoulder. Owen, can I ask you something without you telling anyone, especially Jake? Priya, closing her notebook, depends what it is, but, probably, yeah. Owen, do you think I'm making his apartment search worse by trying to help? Priya, thinking honestly, I think you're trying to fix a feeling with a spreadsheet. Which, to be honest, is very you. But it's not really the feeling's fault, it's just how it is. Owen, sitting down, deflating slightly, I just don't like not having a plan for something. Especially something happening in my own apartment. Priya, I get that. But maybe the plan is just, let him stay a bit, let it be a little messy, and call it a day when it's actually time to worry. Owen, quiet beat, that's surprisingly good advice for someone with mismatched socks. Priya, glancing down, unbothered, I know, right? I stopped fighting it weeks ago. Act 3. Scene 7, Apartment A, Living Room, Night. Everyone ends up there: Jake, Owen, Mia, Leo, fresh from moving, Priya, and eventually Claire. Boxes from both apartments are stacked awkwardly together. It looks like chaos, but a warm kind. Jake, holding a folder, okay, don't make it weird, but I actually found a place. Signed this afternoon. Owen, genuinely surprised, wait, seriously? Which listing? Jake, small one, above the laundromat 2 blocks from here. Landlord didn't even ask about my credit, just asked if I could fix his sink once in a while. Owen, slowly closing his laptop, so all that probability modeling. Jake, was wrong. Sorry, man. Guess I beat the odds. Owen looks almost offended, then quietly pleased despite himself. MIA, setting down her planner, genuinely relieved, okay. Good. Because I was 2 days away from color-coding a chore chart just for you. Jake would have respected that, honestly. Leo, dropping onto the couch, exhausted, can we just agree nobody's allowed to move again for at least a year? I physically cannot fold one more box. Claire, arriving last, taking off her blazer properly this time and actually sitting down, noted. As far as I'm concerned, that's a rule now. Priya looks around at all of them, boxes, exhaustion, easy laughter, and smiles to herself. Priya, quietly, to no one in particular, interesting how a totally chaotic week somehow ends with everyone in the same room anyway. Dana, from downstairs, muffled, if any of you are still up there, I'm locking the door in 10 minutes, and I don't care whose stuff it is. Everyone groans and starts gathering their things, laughing. Tag/outro. The attic, next morning. Owen sits at the counter, laptop open. Dana wipes down the bar nearby. Dana, heard the bartender found a place. Owen, typing, he did. I'm updating my model now. Turns out my failure rate formula didn't account for a landlord who just wants his sink fixed. Dana, not even glancing over, some things don't need a formula, sweetheart. Owen, pausing, genuinely considering it, statistically, that's probably true too. Dana walks off without responding. Owen goes back to typing, quietly amused with himself. End of episode 27. Episode 28, House Hunting. Type, minor episode setting. With Jake newly signed on his own place, the group now turns to helping Leo find somewhere permanent, dragging Jake along too, since he still has opinions about his apartment even after moving out. A string of comically bad apartment viewings ensues. Cold open, Apartment A, morning. Mia sits at the kitchen table with a printed spreadsheet, color-coded in 3 highlighter shades. Owen peers over her shoulder, impressed despite himself. Owen, is that a rubric? 4 apartments? MIA, score out of 10. Natural light, closet space, commute time, noise level, landlord responsiveness. Owen, sitting down, genuinely delighted. Mia, this is beautiful. Statistically speaking, structured decision-making reduces buyer's remorse by MIA. I don't need the percentage, I just need Leo to actually use it today instead of vibing his way into another mistake. Jake wanders in, still in pajama pants, holding cereal directly from the box. Jake, vibing worked out fine for me. MIA, you signed a place because the landlord asked you to fix a sink. Jake, exactly. Vibes. Mia stares at him, then flips to a blank page and starts a new column. MIA, muttering, adding landlord chores requested as a category. Just in case. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the third place that day. A cramped studio apartment. The whole group is crammed into it, barely fitting. A frazzled real estate agent hovers by the door. Leo, it's beyond me how anyone affords this square footage at this price. It's the size of a closet. Owen, scrolling on his phone, the bottom line is your budget and this listing don't agree with each other. At all. MIA, I refuse to waste another buck on an application fee for a place that small. Priya, squeezed near the kitchen, opens what she thinks is a cabinet. It's actually the fridge, roughly the size of a mini cooler. Priya, peering in, oh, this is the fridge. I thought it was decorative. Agent, too chipper, it's compact living. Very popular with young professionals. Leo, I make music for a living. I am not sure I qualify. Claire, arms crossed near the door, checks her watch. Claire, we have 2 more showings before I have to be back at the office. Can we speed this along? Jake, from the bedroom, which is a loft ladder, hey, quick question, is this ladder up to code? Because I don't love the idea of Leo faceplanting into a wall at 2 a.m. Agent, too quickly, it's charming. Everyone exchanges a look. They leave. Scene 2, fourth place, hallway outside. The group stands in a slightly dingy hallway, waiting for the agent to unlock a door that clearly doesn't want to be unlocked. MIA, consulting her rubric, this one's already at a 4 before we even walk in, just from the smell in this hallway. Owen, to be fair, that could just be the neighbors cooking. MIA, Owen, it smells like the building itself is cooking. Leo leans against the wall, scrolling his phone, visibly deflating. Leo, to no one, maybe I just live in the hallway. Cut out the middleman. The door finally creaks open. Inside, a single window facing a brick wall, and suspiciously green ceiling. Priya, pointing, gently, I think that ceiling is a health code violation. Claire, flatly, noted. Next. Scene 3, a coffee shop, taking a break. The group collapses into chairs, drinks in hand, exhausted. Jake stirs his coffee aggressively. Jake, I'd like to actually get a say in this, since it's also my apartment we're picking. Claire, dry, while we're on the subject, you vetoed the last 4 places for reasons involving vibes. Jake, vibes matter. Owen, Jake, you rejected a perfectly good 2-bedroom because the doorknob, quote, felt like a stranger's handshake. Jake, it did. You shake that thing, you're shaking hands with a guy named Gary who's never going to introduce himself. MIA, not looking up from her rubric, I'm adding doorknob handshake energy as an unofficial category just to appease you. Jake, genuinely touched, thank you. Finally, representation. Leo stares into his coffee, quiet for a beat. Leo, can we just, I don't know, is it bad that I'm getting tired of looking? A small silence. Claire glances at him, then back at her phone, saying nothing, but not quite looking away either. Priya, gently, you've got time. Nobody's kicking you out on the street today. Leo, half smiling, yet. Act 2. Scene 4, 5th place, a surprisingly nice living room. Everyone perks up. Actual sunlight. Actual space. The group fans out, cautiously optimistic. MIA, scribbling furiously, okay, natural light, 10. Layout, 9. This might actually be it. Owen, checking a closet, storage is solid too. I'm seeing real potential here. Leo, however, has wandered toward a window, staring out at the view, which faces directly into an identical window of the building next door, close enough to make uncomfortable eye contact with a stranger doing laundry. Leo, to the stranger, hey. Stranger, muffled through glass, hey. Leo, turning back to the group, yeah, so, this one's out. I don't need a roommate I've never met. Jake, joining him at the window, waving at the stranger, he seems nice though. Stranger, still muffled, I can hear you. The group quickly, awkwardly exits. Scene 5, 6th place, a disaster. The group stands in what can only be described as a construction site with a for rent sign taped to the door. There's a literal hole in the wall. Claire, checking the listing on her phone, this says recently renovated. Owen, peering through the hole in the wall into the next room, I'd argue it's currently being renovated. Present tense. Priya, picking up a stray sock left in the corner, examining it, mildly delighted, oh, hey, this matches nothing I own. Perfect. She pockets it. No one questions it, it's routine by now. MIA, closing her rubric with finality, I'm done scoring. This isn't a 4, it's not even a number, it's a crime scene. Leo, sitting down on an overturned paint bucket, head in hands, I could have stayed at your place forever, you know. Just quietly living in your hallway closet. MIA, not unkindly, we checked. It's already full of my off-season decorations. Leo, of course it is. Scene 6, 7th place, the one that's almost right. A modest one-bedroom, slightly worn but livable. The group looks around with cautious hope. Jake tests the doorknob solemnly. Jake, nodding slowly, firm handshake. Respectable. I like this guy. Owen, checking outlets, genuinely thorough, wiring looks fine. No sparks, no fire hazard. 10 out of 10 from me, purely on the electrical. MIA, scanning the room, actually smiling, natural light's decent. Layout's a little weird, but workable. Leo stands in the middle of the room, quiet, taking it in properly for the first time all day. Leo, softly, it's not much, but it feels like a place someone could actually live. Not just crash. Claire, watching him, careful, that's usually the whole point. A beat between them. Leo looks over. Claire looks away first this time, checking the closet instead, all business. Claire, changing the subject, brisk, closet's small but workable. I'd take it. Leo, small smile, letting her off the hook, noted. Second opinion appreciated, counselor. Act 3. Scene 7, outside the 7th place, signing paperwork. The agent hands Leo a clipboard. The whole group watches, oddly invested, like it's a milestone. Leo, pen hovering, this is a lot of pressure for a Tuesday. Jake, clapping him on the shoulder, just play it by ear. Sign the thing. Leo, a dry laugh, that's your solution to everything. Jake, it's worked out so far. Leo signs. A small cheer goes up from the group, even Owen pumps a fist slightly before catching himself and clearing his throat. Owen, composing himself, statistically, that took longer than average, but the outcome was solid. MIA, closing her rubric for good, satisfied, filed under success. Finally. Scene 8, on the way home. Priya and Leo walk a little behind the rest of the group, the day's exhaustion settling into something quieter and warmer. Priya, you'll make it on your own, you know. Even if this search feels endless right now. Leo, a small, tired laugh, I could put intelligent good looks, mediocre rent budget on a listing for myself as a tenant. Might help. Priya, I would not lease to that description. Leo, tough market. Priya, smiling, toughest. They walk in comfortable silence for a moment. Leo, thanks for today, by the way. all of you dragging yourselves through 7 terrible apartments for me. Priya, 6 terrible. The last one wasn't so bad. Leo, considering, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't. Tag/outro. Leo's new apartment, that evening. Empty except for the guitar case, propped in the corner. Leo stands in the middle of the room alone, looking around. He sits down right there on the floor, pulls the guitar out, and plays a few idle, unpolished chords, nothing finished, just testing the space, the acoustics, the quiet. A knock at the door. It's Claire, holding a small houseplant. Claire, housewarming tradition. Apparently you're supposed to bring something living into a place that's mostly just boxes. Leo, standing, taking it, surprised, this from the woman who kills every plant she owns? Claire, dry, which is exactly why I'm giving it to you. As far as I'm concerned, it's your problem now. She lingers a second in the doorway. Leo sets the plant down carefully by the window. Leo, you want to stay? I've got nothing to sit on, but the floor's got character. Claire, a beat, then stepping in, taking off her blazer, noted. I'll allow it. Once. End of episode 28. Episode 29, Game Night. Type, minor episode, recap flavored setting, with Leo settled into his new place and Jake finally out of apartment A. The group carves out one evening to just breathe, board games at the attic, callbacks to a dozen old running gags stacked one on top of the other. Cold open, the attic, late afternoon. Dana is setting up the corner table, stacking board games with visible reluctance, like she's doing them a personal favor. Dana, to no one, 6 adults, 1 table, and somehow it's always my floor that ends up covered in tiny plastic pieces. Owen enters first, laptop bag over his shoulder even though there is, notably, no laptop reason to be there tonight. Owen, setting the bag down anyway, just in case anyone wants win probability breakdowns mid-game. Dana, flatly, nobody wants that, sweetheart. Owen, sitting down, undeterred, statistically, someone always ends up wanting it by round 3. Jake and Priya arrive together, Priya holding a mismatched pair of socks she's clearly still wearing on purpose. Jake, spotting the games, please tell me we're not doing the trivia one again. I still haven't recovered from Owen's opera question. Owen, it was a fair question. Jake, nobody's opera knowledge is fair, Owen. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, evening. Everyone's gathered around the corner table now, the same one that's quietly been there since the beginning. Mia sets down a printed sheet with visible pride. Owen, with the holidays coming up, this might be the last normal game night before everyone's schedule falls apart. MIA, pulling out an actual game night schedule, old habits, I made a rotation. Don't look at me like that. Jake, grinning, have a heart, Mia, it's a board game, not a keynote presentation. MIA, unbothered, sliding it across the table, 15 minutes per game, rotating clockwise, snack breaks built in. It's efficient. Owen, genuinely impressed, leaning over her shoulder, you color-coded the snack breaks. MIA, everything runs better with a program. Jake picks up the schedule, squints at it, then sets it back down without argument, a small, quiet concession that doesn't go unnoticed. Jake, muttering, fine. It's a good program. Claire arrives last, blazer already halfway off one shoulder before she's even sat down, phone going face down on the table without being asked. Claire, sorry. Had to actually finish something before I let myself come. Priya, you say that every time and you're still always the first one to actually stay late. Claire, not denying it, noted. Scene 2, MID game. A board game is spread across the table, clearly the same one from a much earlier, chaotic night. Leo is holding the rulebook like it's a rare artifact. Leo, okay, let me show someone where the actual rulebook is before Jake makes up his own version again. Jake, my version was better. More trading, less arguing. Leo, there was no trading in the actual rules. Jake, you invented an entire economy. Priya, this game is back by popular demand. By the way, we haven't played it since move-in month for you two originally. A small beat. Leo glances toward the empty space where apartment B used to be, in a sense, just a flicker, then back to the board. Leo, lighter than he feels like a while ago. Claire, fanning out her cards, unreadable expression, noted. I intend to win this time. Owen, you said that same thing the first time we played this. Word for word. I remember because I found it statistically unlikely, given your risk tolerance. Claire, not looking up, and yet. Mia watches the board with narrowed eyes, planner open beside her, tracking turns like it's a live spreadsheet. MIA, Priya, it's your go. And can everyone stop stalling? We're already 4 minutes behind my rotation. Priya, moving her piece, unbothered. Interesting how the rotation survived exactly 1 round before falling apart. MIA, it's a living document. Act 2. Scene 3, the attic, later, game still going. The game has clearly devolved into chaos as pieces knocked over, at least one card visibly torn. Jake is triumphantly holding up a card like a trophy. Jake, I don't care what the rulebook says, I'm playing this card and nobody can stop me. Leo, flipping through the rulebook, defeated, that card doesn't even exist in this game. Jake, you brought that from a different box. Jake, doesn't matter. Rule of the table now. No pressure, just accept it. Owen, pulling out his phone, deadly serious, I'm running a probability check on how often you cheat when you're losing. Jake, I'm not cheating, I'm innovating. Dana walks by to collect empty glasses, glancing at the board without stopping. Dana, whoever's winning that game clearly isn't playing it right. Just an observation. Everyone looks at their own hand of cards, briefly self-conscious, before going right back to playing. MIA, to Claire, quietly competitive, you're doing that thing where you go quiet right before you win. Claire, perfectly composed, as far as I'm concerned, that's just called concentrating. MIA, it's unsettling is what it is. Scene 4, the bar, a quiet side moment. Priya and Owen linger near the bar, waiting on drink refills while the others argue loudly at the table behind them. Priya, can I ask you something a little random? Owen, depends how random. Priya, do you ever miss the chaos back before Jake had his own place? Like, the actual mess of it? Owen, considering it, genuinely, strictly speaking, no. My blood pressure has never been better. Beat. Owen, but I did email him a chore chart yesterday. Out of habit. He hasn't lived there in weeks. Priya, smiling, that's kind of sweet, in a very you way. Owen, I'd prefer efficient, but I'll allow sweet tonight. They carry the drinks back to the table, where the game has apparently entered its final, chaotic round. Scene 5, the attic, game ending. The board is a mess. Claire, against all odds, is quietly stacking her winning pieces with zero visible gloating, which somehow makes it worse for everyone else. Jake, I refuse to believe you won that fairly. Claire, calmly, noted. I still won. Leo, laughing, head in hands, she called it before the game even started. I watched it happen and I still don't believe it. MIA, closing her planner with an air of finality, well. That's officially the last event on tonight's rotation. We're actually on schedule. Barely. Owen, checking his phone, statistically speaking, that's the first time this group has been on time for anything in months. Priya, let's not tell anyone. Ruin the streak. Act 3. Scene 6, late that evening. The game has ended, but nobody's actually left. The board sits abandoned, pieces still scattered. The group lingers in the low light of the attic, drinks mostly empty, in no rush at all, a quiet echo of an old chaotic night, without any of the chaos this time. MIA, softly, I forgot how much I needed a night like this. A beat. Nobody rushes to fill the silence. Leo, leaning back in his chair, yeah. No apartments to look at, no boxes to pack. Just this. Owen, quietly, it's nice when nothing's on fire, statistically or otherwise. Jake, kicking his feet up onto an empty chair, don't jinx it. Priya glances around the table at all of them. Claire's blazer draped over her chair instead of on her shoulders, Owen's untouched laptop bag still by the door, Leo's guitar case leaning quietly in the corner where it started to just live now. Priya, small smile, feels like we've been doing this forever, doesn't it? Even the parts that are new. Claire, after a pause, unusually soft, some nights just feel like that. It's rare. Worth noticing when it happens. Dana approaches to start stacking chairs, a clear signal, but even she seems to hesitate a moment before interrupting. Dana, gently, for her, closing up in 20. No rush. Nobody moves right away. The scene holds a beat longer than usual, warm, unhurried, everyone just sitting in it. Tag/outro. The attic, as they finally leave. The group gathers coats and bags by the door. Jake picks up the board game box to return it to the shelf. Jake, to the box, seriously, see you next time. Try not to lose any more pieces. Leo, you lost the pieces, Jake. Jake, we don't know that for certain. Owen, last to the door, glances back at the empty corner table one more time. Owen, to himself, quiet, I should run the numbers on how often we actually do this. Feels like it should be more. He catches himself, smiles slightly, and follows the others out. Dana flips the sign in the window to closed behind them. End of episode 29. Episode 30, New Home. Type, minor episode, season 1 finale/opens season 2 setting. Jake and Leo officially move into their new shared apartment, closing out the search that spanned the last several episodes, and unlocking a new fixed location for the show going forward. Cold open, the old apartment B, empty, morning. Just bare walls and echo now. Jake stands in the doorway for a second, keys in hand, looking back one last time. Jake, to the empty room, you were a real one. Uneven floors and all. He tosses the keys once, catches them, then pulls the door shut behind him for good. Cut to him jogging down the front steps, where a moving truck is already double parked, back door open, ramp down. Leo is up in the truck, wrestling with a mattress that's clearly winning. Leo, muffled from inside, a little help, maybe, before this mattress becomes my cause of death? Jake, climbing up, on it. They both grab an end. It immediately slips, hits the ramp, and slides down onto the sidewalk with a soft thud. They stare at it. Leo, well. It's on the ground now. Technically that's progress. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the new apartment, move-in day. Boxes stacked chest high in every direction. Jake stands in the middle of it all, hands on hips, surveying the wreckage like a general. Jake, finders keepers on anything left behind in the old place. That's the rule. Leo, hauling in another box, you say that like there was anything left behind besides regret and a broken lamp. Jake, regret's still worth something to the right buyer. The elevator dings. Another box slides out on its own, nudged by an unseen mover down the hall. Jake, pointing, exasperated, boxes just keep popping out of that elevator, I swear it's multiplying them. Leo, that one's got your name on it. Literally. You wrote Jake's stuff, do not touch on 4 different boxes. Jake, redundancy is a strategy. He picks it up, immediately drops it when something inside clatters ominously. Jake, that was probably nothing. Leo, already unpacking a different box entirely, it was probably my blender. Jake, redundancy is still a strategy. Scene 2, the whole group helps organize. The rest of the group has arrived, mid-chaos. Mia is aggressively repositioning a couch by herself, inch by inch. MIA, mid-shove, I wasn't going to get involved with the layout, but this couch is objectively in the wrong spot. LEO, watching her struggle, it's been in that spot for 4 minutes, Mia. MIA, 4 minutes too long. Owen enters carrying a lamp still wrapped in plastic, visibly proud of himself. Owen, found a lamp on sale 2 blocks from here, for the record. Practical housewarming gift. Jake, taking it, turning it over, this is nicer than any lamp I've ever owned on purpose. Owen, statistically, most people underinvest in lighting. Consider this a correction. Claire enters last, stepping carefully around boxes in low heels, looking genuinely pleased despite the mess. Claire, looking around, genuinely warm, everyone came through for you too this month. All of us. MIA, still adjusting the couch, not looking up, speak for yourself, some of us are still working. Claire, dry, noted. I came through emotionally. That counts. Priya walks in holding a small box of kitchen supplies, glancing around at the new space with quiet interest. Priya, this place already feels more like you two than the last one did somehow. Jake, give it a week. We haven't broken anything yet. LEO, from the kitchen, the blender's already broken. Jake, give it a day, apparently. Act 2. Scene 3, living room, midday. Furniture chaos in full swing. Owen and Mia are now in an actual standoff over lamp placement. Owen, if you put it in the corner, the light won't reach the reading chair. I measured the throw radius. MIA, unmoved, nobody said anything about a throw radius. Owen, it's a lamp, not a sprinkler system. Owen, lighting design is a real discipline, Mia. MIA, picking up the lamp, moving it herself, it goes by the window. Final answer. Owen, watching, defeated, fine. But I want it on record that I object. MIA, noted and ignored. Jake, unpacking a box of mismatched dishware, holds up a chipped mug with visible affection. Jake, oh, hey, this survived. This is the mug Dana threw out at one time and I fished out of the trash. LEO, from across the room, that explains the smell. Jake, it has character, Leo. Claire, sorting through a box of books, pulls one out and flips through it absently. Claire, holding up a worn paperback, didn't know you read. LEO, glancing over, I don't, really. That one's more decorative. Makes the shelf look thoughtful. Claire, a small laugh, setting it down carefully anyway, that's somehow the most honest thing anyone's said all day. Scene 4, kitchen, a little later. Priya and Mia are attempting to organize the kitchen cabinets, working in easy rhythm. Priya, you've unpacked, like, 4 apartments worth of kitchens this year between everyone. You're basically a professional at this point. MIA, stacking plates neatly, I should charge for it, honestly. Consulting fee. Mia's moving services, we judge your couch placement for free. Priya, I'd hire you. MIA, you're already getting the friends and family rate. Priya opens a drawer, finds a single mismatched sock stuffed inside, presumably from the move. Priya, delighted, pocketing it without hesitation, perfect. This one's actually got character. MIA, not even questioning it anymore, of course it does. Scene 5, hallway, a quiet aside. Owen and Claire pause near the hallway, both taking a short break from the chaos, drinks in hand. Owen, feels strange, doesn't it? New address, same everything else. Claire, a little. Though I'd argue same everything else is the good part. Owen, considering, strictly speaking, statistically, most friend groups drift apart within a year of a move like this. Claire, unbothered, good thing we've never been statistically inclined to do anything you'd expect. Owen, small smile, that's oddly reassuring, coming from you. Claire, don't get used to it. Act 3. Scene 6, living room, evening, mostly unpacked. The chaos has settled into something almost livable. Boxes remain, but the couch has a home, the lamp is lit, and the group is scattered around, drained but content. Jake, collapsing dramatically onto the couch, I would like it on the record that I have never worked this hard for anything in my life. Leo, next to him, equally wrecked, you supervised. I did the actual lifting. Jake, supervising is its own labor. Owen surveys the room, laptop bag finally set down and forgotten in the corner, an unusual sight. Owen, quietly satisfied, it's coming together. Genuinely. MIA, checking her planner one last time, then closing it, and we're only 40 minutes behind my original schedule. I'll take it. Claire, raising a paper cup like a toast to the new place. May the plumbing outlast the friendship. Jake, low bar, but I'll drink to it. Everyone raises whatever's in hand, cans, cups, a chipped mug in Jake's case, and clinks together, laughing. Scene 7, the new apartment's balcony, sunset. Priya joins Leo on the new, smaller balcony, no rooftop view this time, just rooftops of other buildings, ordinary and close. Priya, different view. Same 6 people, though. Leo, a small, honest smile, people just keep getting on with your life whether you're ready or not. Turns out that's not always the bad thing it sounds like. Priya, didn't peg you as the reflective type today, out of everyone. Leo, new apartment brings it out of me. Ask me again in a week when the reflection's mostly about who left dishes in the sink. Below, through the balcony door, they can hear Mia still rearranging furniture, Owen arguing with her about the lamp one more time, Jake and Claire laughing at something neither of them can quite make out from here. Priya, glancing back at them, then at Leo, same group, new address. Leo, story keeps going, I guess. A beat. The sun dips lower over the unfamiliar rooftops. Somewhere below, Jake's laugh cuts through the glass door, unmistakable even muffled. Priya, smiling, heading back inside, come on. Mia's going to need backup against Owen eventually, and it's better if it's not just her. Leo, following, guitar case visible through the window, already leaning in its new corner, yeah. Yeah, all right. He glances back once at the view, new, smaller, ordinary, before pulling the balcony door shut behind him. Tag/outro. The attic, that same night. Dana wipes down the counter alone, quieter than usual, the group notably absent for once. Dana, to herself, checking her phone, huh? No corner table tonight. She glances at the empty corner booth, Leo's seat, technically, though nobody's ever said so out loud, then shrugs and keeps wiping. Dana, guess even they take a night off eventually. A beat. She almost smiles. Then goes right back to closing up, unbothered, as always. End of episode 30, end of season 1. Episode 31, new resume. Type, minor event setting. Season 2 opens with Jake and Leo's new apartment settling into its role as the group's default hangout, alongside the attic. The season's early rhythm leans into career, Priya job hunting, Owen training new blood at work, Mia testing the waters of rebuilding her event business. Cold open, the new apartment, morning. Jake stumbles into the kitchen in mismatched socks, one of which is suspiciously familiar, and finds Leo already at the counter, guitar across his lap, absolutely not eating breakfast. Jake, glancing down, is that Priya's sock? Leo, glancing down, huh? Guess laundry day got interesting. Jake, pouring cereal, we've been here 3 weeks and we're already stealing socks from people who don't even live here. Bold start. Leo, strumming idly, efficient use of space. Everyone's stuff just ends up wherever it ends up now. A knock at the door. It's Mia, arriving with an actual moving-in gift bag, months late and completely unbothered by that fact. MIA, I know it's not move-in day anymore, but I found this candle and it felt right. Jake, taking it, sniffing, smells like a library had a baby with a fireplace. MIA, it's called Autumn Study. Very on brand for the season. She surveys the apartment approvingly, nodding at the now settled couch position. MIA, good. It stayed where I put it. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, evening. Priya has 3 laptop tabs open, all job listings. Claire reads over her shoulder with a mug of tea. Priya, I keep applying and nothing. I just want one place to say yes. Claire, you don't need 10 offers. You need one where you can actually get the job done and not hate every Monday. Priya, easy for you to say, you've had a career since you were 22. Claire, a small smile, I had a plan since I was 22. Different thing. Priya slumps back in the chair, closing one tab in defeat. Priya, what was the plan, then? Since you're bringing it up like it's relevant. Claire, law school, then a firm that wouldn't let me disappear into paperwork forever. Took me 2 tries to actually land the second part. Priya, perking up slightly, wait, you got rejected from somewhere? Claire, twice. I don't bring it up often because it ruins the whole Ice Queen reputation I've worked hard to maintain. Priya, laughing, that's genuinely the most human thing you've ever told me. Claire, don't get used to it. I'm allowing 1 story per calendar year. Priya opens a new tab, scrolling with slightly less dread this time. Priya, okay. 1 place. Realistic goal. I can do 1 place. Claire, sipping her tea, there she is. Scene 2, Owen's office. Owen sits with a new intern, a spreadsheet between them, mid-explanation, clearly enjoying himself a little too much. Owen, okay, here's the deal, this column updates automatically, this one doesn't, and if you touch the second one directly, everything breaks. Intern, got it. I'm actually pretty familiar with the concept, we used something similar at school. Owen, visibly relieved, oh thank God. First person all year who didn't need the whole speech. Intern, there's a whole speech? Owen, already regretting confirming this, there's a whole speech. It's 20 minutes. I've timed it. The intern glances at the spreadsheet again, testing a formula with visible confidence. Owen watches, genuinely moved. Owen, quietly, you have no idea what this means to me. Statistically, most new hires break something within the first hour. Intern, no pressure, then. Owen, deadpan, some pressure. A coworker pokes their head in. Coworker, Owen, did you send the Q3 numbers yet? Owen, already pulling it up, sent an hour ago, CC'd you, and flagged the discrepancy in row 12, which nobody's going to read until Friday. Coworker, already leaving, efficient as always. Intern, watching this exchange, impressed, is everyone here like this? Owen, no. That's why I like you already. Scene 3, Mia's apartment, afternoon. Mia paces, phone to her ear, notes in hand, the same nervous energy she brings to literally everything. MIA, hi, it's Mia, from the event last spring. I know it's been a while, but I wanted to ask a favor, if you have 5 minutes this week. Beat, listening. MIA, yes. Anytime Thursday works. I'll make an appointment for whenever's easiest for you. She hangs up, exhales, allows herself a small victory fist pump. Owen walks in, still in his work bag, catching the tail end of it. Owen, well? MIA, he's still a nice guy. That's half the battle, honestly. Owen, sitting down, what's the other half? MIA, convincing him I didn't completely fall off the map after the whole venue thing. Last year. Owen, you didn't fall off the map. You took a breather. There's a difference. MIA, pulling out her planner, already writing Thursday, call back in a highlighted box, tell that to my inbox. It's been very judgmental. Owen, statistically, most professional relationships survive a few months of silence just fine. You're overthinking the guilt part. MIA, pausing, looking at him, since when do you do pep talks? Owen, shrugging, since I started managing an intern. Apparently it's rubbing off. Act 2. Scene 4, the new apartment, evening. The whole group has drifted over, as they've apparently started doing most weeknights now. Jake is cooking something questionable, Leo is tuning his guitar, Priya sits cross-legged on the floor, laptop open again. Jake, stirring a pot, so this is officially the new spot now? Nobody's going back to the attic? Claire, we're going back to the attic. This is just where we go when the attic closes. Jake, mock offended, so I'm the after party. Leo, you're the after party venue. There's a difference. Priya looks up from her laptop, suddenly excited. Priya, okay, wait, I think I found one. Marketing coordinator, small company, actually decent hours listed. MIA, immediately sliding over, phone out, send me the listing, I want to see if I recognize the company. Priya, typing, sending now. A beat while Mia scans it. MIA, never heard of them, which honestly might be a good sign. Smaller places sometimes treat people better. Priya, hopeful, cautious, small is fine. I just want somewhere that isn't a black hole for applications. Owen, from the couch, not looking up from his phone, want me to look at their financials before you apply? I can pull public filings in about 10 minutes. Priya, pausing, that's either extremely helpful or extremely intense, and I genuinely can't tell which. Owen, both. It's usually both. Scene 5, the new apartment, kitchen. Jake plates something that looks vaguely edible. Leo eyes it with deep suspicion. Leo, what is that, exactly? Jake, it's a frittata. Leo, it's egg soup with ambition. Jake, unbothered, tasting a spoonful, rude, but not wrong. Claire wanders in, drawn by the smell, or possibly the smoke. Claire, is something burning, or is that just the ambition? Jake, little of both. She takes a bite anyway, out of some mix of curiosity and loyalty, and actually pauses, surprised. Claire, this is not terrible. Jake, genuinely thrilled, high praise. I'm framing that sentence. Claire, don't frame it. Just make it again sometime, that'll do. Jake beams like he just won an award. Leo, still holding his own plate, takes a bite and immediately regrets it. Leo, mine's burnt. Jake, character building. Scene 6, Mia's apartment, late afternoon, Thursday. A quick cutaway. Mia sits across from her old venue contact at a small cafe table, notes spread in front of her, visibly nervous but composed. MIA, I know things ended a little abruptly on my end last year. I wanted to actually own that instead of just circling back with an ask right away. Contact, warm, Mia, you ran 3 flawless events for us before that. Nobody was mad. People just move on with their own stuff sometimes. MIA, relieved, scribbling a note anyway out of habit, right. Okay. That's good to hear, actually. Contact, so what's the ask? MIA, steadying herself, I'm easing back into small events. Nothing huge yet. I wondered if you'd consider me for the spring calendar, even just one date to start. Contact, smiling, send me your availability. I'll pencil you in for March. Mia's pen freezes mid-note, like she wasn't expecting it to be that easy. MIA, just like that? Contact, you were good at your job. That doesn't just go away because you took a break. Act 3. Scene 7, the new apartment, night. Everyone's gathered again, wrapped up in various stages of the day. Mia bursts in, still glowing from the meeting. MIA, I got a date. March. Small event, but it's real. A round of genuine cheers. Jake nearly knocks over his frittata pan in celebration. Owen, statistically, that's a faster turnaround than most comeback pitches. You should feel good about that. MIA, I feel great about that. Priya, meanwhile, is staring at her laptop with a different kind of nervous energy. Priya, I sent the application. The marketing one. Claire, sitting beside her, and Priya, and now I wait, apparently. Which is the worst part? Claire, it is. Nobody tells you that part going in. Priya, quietly, thanks for the pep talk earlier, by the way. The plan versus offers thing. It actually helped. Claire, small, real smile, 1 story a year, 1 piece of advice a week. That's my whole quota. Leo strums something soft in the background, half paying attention, half just providing ambience. Leo, for what it's worth, if the marketing thing doesn't work out, you can always come play tambourine in my non-existent band. Priya, generous offer. I'll keep it as backup. Tag/outro, Owen's office, the next day. Owen sits at his desk. The intern approaches, laptop under one arm, looking mildly panicked. Intern, so, I think I might have touched the second column. Owen, closing his eyes briefly, which one broke? Intern, all of them, kind of. Owen, standing, weirdly calm, right. Okay. Sit down. I'm going to give you the speech. Intern, the 20-minute one? Owen, already pulling up a blank slide, the 20-minute one. He clicks to slide 1, visibly delighted despite himself. Owen, statistically, this happens to everyone eventually. You're just early. End of episode 31. Episode 32, meeting an old client. Type, minor event setting. Mia prepares her first real pitch since losing the venue contract back in episode 16, nerves, old wounds, and a small support network trying to hold her together. Cold open, Mia's temporary office, early morning. A small rented desk space, sparse but organized within an inch of its life. Sticky notes color-coded on the wall in a grid pattern. Mia stands in front of a mirror propped against a filing cabinet, practicing a handshake with an invisible client. MIA, to the mirror, hi, so good to see you again. Thank you for making the time. Pause, frowning. MIA, too formal. Tries again, softer. MIA, hey. So good to see you. Frowns harder. MIA, too casual. Somewhere in between. Where's in between? She checks her planner, flips to a tab labeled Pitch Day, Do Not Panic, and takes a long breath. MIA, to herself, okay. In between. You can do in between. Act 1. Scene 1, Mia's temporary office, a plot, Mia rehearses. Mia rehearses in front of Owen, slides on her laptop, notes shaking slightly in her free hand. MIA, and for the venue, we're thinking, okay wait, I'm getting ahead of ourselves, I haven't even done the intro yet. Owen, you're allowed to be nervous. Technically, this is your first pitch since the layoff. MIA, don't say layoff right before I walk in there. Owen, backpedaling, right. Sorry. Since the transition. MIA, closing her eyes, worse. Somehow worse. She sets down her notes, exhaling hard, and starts the slide deck over from the beginning. MIA, okay. Take 4. Hi, thank you so much for making the time today. Owen, gently interrupting, you don't need so much. Just, thank you for making the time. The extra words make it sound like you're apologizing for existing. MIA, staring at him, when did you become a public speaking coach? Owen, I watch a lot of earnings calls for fun. Same skill set, technically. Mia laughs despite herself, some tension breaking. She flips to the next slide, a budget breakdown, meticulously formatted. MIA, this part one actually feel good about. It's just the first 90 seconds that feel like free fall. Owen, statistically, most people remember the first and last 30 seconds of any pitch and forget the middle almost entirely. So the free fall matters, but you've got room to recover if you stumble. MIA, scribbling that down, oddly comforted, that's actually really useful. Terrifying, but useful. Owen, I specialize in both. Scene 2, a coffee shop, B-plot, Owen vents. Owen sits across from a coworker, coffee going cold, visibly annoyed in his own quiet, controlled way. Owen, I did the whole report myself. Dana just added a title slide and somehow got to take credit for it in the meeting. Coworker, that's rough. I've had my fair share of that happening to me too. Owen, it shouldn't be normal, though. Coworker, shrugging, it's not normal. It's just common. Different things. Owen sits with that for a second, stirring his coffee without drinking it. Owen, I keep telling myself the numbers speak for themselves eventually. That the work shows through, statistically, over enough time. Coworker, does it though? Actually? Owen, quiet beat, I don't actually know. That's the annoying part. I've never run that particular number. Coworker, maybe don't. Some things are better left unanalyzed. Owen, half a laugh, that might be the least me advice I've ever gotten. Coworker, try it once. See how it feels. Owen considers this, then deliberately doesn't pull out his phone to make a note of it, a small, visible effort. Owen, there. Not writing it down. Big step for me. Scene 3, Claire's apartment, C-plot, Priya rehearses. Priya practices interview answers in the mirror, Claire watching with arms crossed, mug of tea in hand. Priya, I'm passionate about this role because, that sounds too eager. Claire, slightly. Make a mental note to breathe between sentences. You don't have to sell your whole soul in the first minute. Priya, noted. Literally writing it down. She scribbles breathe in the corner of her notes, underlines it twice. Priya, okay. Try 2. I'm interested in this role because it lines up with what I actually want to be doing, long term. Claire, better. More believable. Less like a greeting card. Priya, exhaling, this is so much harder than I thought it'd be. Talking about myself, out loud, to a stranger who's judging every word. Claire, welcome to every interview I've ever sat through, on either side of the table. Priya, you've been on the other side? Interviewing people? Claire, a few times. It's honestly not that different. Everyone's just trying to figure out if the nervous version of you is close to the real one. Priya, considering that, that's either really reassuring or really unsettling. Claire, both, usually. Try the answer again, this time slower. Act 2. Scene 4, Mia's temporary offices later. Mia is alone now, running through her pitch one final time, quieter and more focused than before. She stops halfway through, staring at a slide. MIA, to herself, the last pitch I gave was in this same outfit, basically. Different slide deck, same blazer. A beat. She looks at the blazer, then shakes it off, refocusing. MIA, not the same pitch. Not the same year. Move on. Her phone buzzes, a text from the venue contact confirming the meeting time. She reads it twice, then closes her eyes and breathes, deliberately, the way Owen described earlier. MIA, quiet, to herself, first 90 seconds. You've got this. Scene 5, the pitch itself, short montage. Quick, wordless beats are Mia walking into the meeting room, shaking hands, not too formal, not too casual. She found the in-between, setting up her laptop with steady hands, clicking to the first slide. A small, silent exhale before she starts talking. We don't hear the words, just her posture straightening, gesturing at the slide, a small, genuine laugh shared with the client at something off mic. Cut to her walking out afterward, phone immediately up to her ear. MIA, into phone, breathless Owen. Owen, pick up. Scene 6, the new apartment, evening. The group gathered again, mid-conversation, when Mia bursts in, still glowing. MIA, they said yes. Provisional yes, paperwork yes, but yes. A cheer goes up, Jake nearly spills a drink in his enthusiasm. Owen, standing, genuinely thrilled, did you do the 90-second thing? MIA, I did the 90-second thing. It worked exactly like you said. Owen, to the room, smug, I called it. Statistically. Claire, raising an eyebrow, you called what, specifically? Owen, the structure of attention retention during a pitch. It's a whole thing. I could show you the studies. Claire, please don't. Priya looks up from her own laptop, distracted but hopeful. Priya, any advice for someone who has an actual interview tomorrow and is currently spiraling? MIA, sitting beside her immediately, breathe between sentences. Don't sell your whole soul in the first minute. Priya, pointing at Claire, she already told me that one. MIA, then it's confirmed. 2 for 2. It's real advice. Act 3. Scene 7, the new apartment, later that night. Quieter now. Just Owen and Mia left on the couch, everyone else drifted into the kitchen. MIA, thank you, by the way. For today. For not letting me talk myself out of going. Owen, you did the actual work. I just did the math part. MIA, the math part mattered. A lot, actually. A small pause. Owen looks at his coffee cup from earlier, still sitting untouched on the counter from the day's coffee shop conversation, forgotten. Owen, can I tell you something a little unrelated? MIA, always. Owen, I let something go today. At work. Something that's been bothering me for weeks. Didn't write it down, didn't run the numbers on it, just let it sit there instead. MIA, genuinely surprised, that's very unlike you. Owen, I know. It felt strange. Might try it again sometime. MIA, smiling, look at us. Growth. On the same day, even. Owen, statistically, that's a coincidence. MIA, let it be a coincidence, then. I'll take it. Tag/outro, Claire's apartment, the next morning. Priya stands by the door, dressed for the interview, visibly nervous but composed. Claire adjusts Priya's collar with the practiced ease of someone who's done this before, for herself if no one else. Claire, breathe between sentences. Priya, breathe between sentences. Claire, don't sell your whole soul in the first minute. Priya, don't sell my whole soul in the first minute. Claire, stepping back, satisfied, you'll be fine. Priya, exhaling, you have to say that. You're basically my landlord/emotional support lawyer at this point. Claire, opening the door for her, noted. I'm still right, though. Priya steps out. Claire watches the door close, then goes back to her tea, checking the time, clearly counting down the hours until she hears how it went. End of episode 32. Episode 33, Out of My League. Type, minor event setting, a big event episode, Leo's audition, but kept light and grounded per season 2 tone rules. Cold open, the attic, early morning, still quiet. Owen sits at the corner booth, laptop open, typing into a fresh spreadsheet. Mia stands over his shoulder, marker still uncapped from her planner. MIA, what are you doing? Owen, calculating Leo's odds of landing the audition. Based on how much he's practiced this week, how much sleep he's gotten, and typing, how distracted Jake makes him. MIA, that's not a valid variable. Owen, statistically speaking, it's the biggest one on the sheet. Dana drops 2 coffees on the table without being asked, deadpan. Dana, he's gonna be fine. Or he's not. Either way, you two are still gonna be sitting here analyzing it at midnight. MIA, already uncapping a second marker. I'm just trying to be supportive. Dana, sure you are, honey. She walks off. Mia looks at Owen's screen, unconvinced, and starts color-coding her planner anyway. Act 1. Scene 1, in the CR, a plot, Leo spirals. Leo and Jake, stuck in traffic 3 blocks from the audition. Leo's drumming his fingers on his knee, guitar case wedged in the back seat. Leo, I shouldn't have said yes to this. These people are out of my league, man. Jake, we're literally still stuck in traffic. Save the spiral for after we park. Leo, I don't even know how I'm supposed to make it work in a room like that. I play bars, Jake. This is a whole label. Jake, so? A room's a room. You've made a bar full of drunk strangers shut up and listen before. This is just quieter drunk strangers. Leo, that's not comforting. Jake, wasn't trying to comfort you. Was trying to get you to laugh so you'd stop tapping my dashboard like a lunatic. Leo half laughs despite himself, but his leg keeps bouncing. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot, Priya plus Claire, small stuff. Priya's wiping down the counter, badly, missing a whole section, while Claire reads something on her phone, blazer still on despite the heat. Priya, do you think he's going to be okay? Claire, not looking up, he'll be fine. Leo always lands on his feet. Sometimes upside down, but on his feet. Priya, that's oddly specific. Claire, a beat, finally glancing up, it's called knowing someone for 10 years. Priya notices Claire's phone screen, a text thread with Leo, unanswered, 3 dots blinking then disappearing. Claire clocks Priya noticing and flips the phone face down. Claire, drink your coffee. Priya, I don't have coffee. Claire, then go get one. I need 5 minutes. Act 2. Scene 3, outside the audition room. Jake grabs Leo by both shoulders before he can walk through the door. Jake, hey. Look at me. Leo, Jake. Jake, look at me. You've played to worse crowds than this. Drunker, meaner, and way less impressed to begin with. This is just quieter, and they're wearing better shoes. Leo, a shaky laugh, that's actually helping a little. Jake, good. Because I did not sit through 45 minutes of traffic for nothing. Leo, you could have just dropped me off. Jake, and miss watching you almost throw up in a stairwell? No chance. Leo shoves him, laughing for real now, some of the tension breaking. He picks up his guitar case. Leo, okay. Okay, I got this. Jake, you got this. And if you don't, we're getting nachos on the way home either way. Leo, that's not incentive, that's just Tuesday. Jake, exactly. Nothing's riding on this. Go. Leo goes in. Jake sits down in the hallway, immediately pulls out his phone, and starts a group chat. Scene 4, group chat chaos, interstitial, quick cuts. Split action, Owen at the office, phone buzzing on his desk mid-spreadsheet. Mia at the attic, planner open. Priya wiping the same spot on the counter for the 3rd time. Claire, still not answering. Jake, text he's in. No news yet. Someone say something encouraging so I can pass it off as my own idea. Owen, text statistically he has a 74% chance based on my model MIA. Text Owen that is not encouraging. Priya, text tell him I said his tie looked nice this morning. Jake, text he's not wearing a tie. Priya, text tell him anyway. Claire reads all of it. Doesn't respond. Just stares at her phone a second too long before setting it down. Act 3. Scene 5, after the audition. Leo walks out, expression unreadable. Jake stands up too fast, nearly knocking over a chair. Jake, well? Leo, they said they're looking into it. Whatever that means. Jake, trying to read him, that's not a no. Owen, apparently, yes. If I want the next promotion. A pause. He rubs his eyes, glances at the pile. MIA, phone Owen. You sound like you're reading off a script someone else wrote for you. Owen, I'll be home soon. I just need to finish reconciling Marta's old files first. MIA, phone Marta's files, or your own head? He doesn't answer that one. Just says soon again and hangs up. Stares at the screen a second too long before going back to typing. Scene 2, office break room, B-plot, coworkers. Two coworkers pass Owen's open office door, voices lowered, not lowered enough. Coworker 1, he got both of Marta's accounts. Must be nice. Coworker 2, feels like everyone's kind of ganging up on him about it, though. Not exactly his fault she quit. Coworker 1, didn't say it was his fault. Just saying it's convenient. They keep walking. Through the open door, Owen hears every word. He doesn't move. Doesn't look up. Just sits there, pen frozen mid-note, the office suddenly very loud in its silence. Act 2. Scene 3, apartment, night, C-plot, Leo advises Owen. Owen's apartment. He walks in late, jacket half off, to find Leo already on the couch with takeout containers spread across the coffee table, uninvited but completely at home. Leo, figured you hadn't eaten. Grabbed extra. Owen, you have a key to Mia's apartment. Not mine. Leo, Mia let me in. Technicality. Owen drops his bag, sits heavily. Leo studies his face for a second. Leo, you've got that face. Owen, what face? Leo, the everyone secretly hates me now face. I've seen it on myself. Usually right before a bad show. Owen exhales, there's a sense of resentment in that office. People talking. And I didn't ask for any of it. I didn't lobby for Marta's accounts, I didn't campaign, I just got handed a stack of files and told congratulations. Leo, so don't let it bring you down. Owen, that's easy for you to say. Leo, it's not, actually. You didn't take the accounts to spite anyone. You have to take responsibility for your own choices, not everyone else's feelings about them. That's on them, not you. Owen looks at him, genuinely thrown. Owen, that's oddly wise for someone who almost missed his own audition yesterday because he couldn't get out of the car. Leo, I contain multitudes. A beat. Owen almost smiles, first time all episode. Owen, multitudes of takeout containers, apparently. Leo, handing him a fork, eat something. You look like your own spreadsheet. Act 3. Scene 4, office, next morning, resolution beat. Owen walks into the break room, visibly more composed, tie straight, one folder under his arm instead of 3. The same two coworkers are there, awkward when they see him. A pause. Owen, morning. Coworker 1, morning. Hey, heard you picked up Marta's accounts. That's a lot. Owen, it is. A beat, then, evenly, I didn't ask for them. But I'm not going to apologize for doing my job well either. If it becomes a problem, my door's open. He says it plainly, no long hedge, noticeably direct for him. The coworkers exchange a look, mildly impressed, and let it go. Owen pours his coffee and walks off, a little lighter. Scene 5, apartment, that evening, Mia plus Owen. Mia's at the table, planner open but untouched, watching Owen hang up his jacket properly for once. MIA, you seem less wound up. Owen, Leo said something that stuck. About taking responsibility for my choices, not other people's feelings about them. MIA, Leo said that? Owen, I was surprised too. MIA, smirking, statistically speaking, low probability. Owen, small laugh, strictly speaking, yes. She pats the seat next to her. He sits. For once, no laptop between them. Tag/outro, the attic, later. Leo's at the bar, Jake beside him, Owen and Mia walk in together, noticeably calmer. Dana clocks it instantly. Dana, you survived the promotion, huh? Owen, barely. Dana, already pouring him a drink he didn't order, on the house. Don't get used to it. Leo raises his glass toward Owen from across the room. Leo, multitudes, my friend. Owen, raising his own, multitudes. Jake, utterly lost, looks between them. Jake, is that a thing now? Are we saying multitudes? Priya, appearing with a tray, deadpan, I've been saying it all day. Nobody noticed. Group laughs. Fade out on the noise of the bar settling back into its usual chaos. End of episode 34. Episode 35, Dress Rehearsal. Type, minor event setting, a recap-flavored episode. Every plotline takes a breather, the whole hour leans on callbacks, running gags, and quiet character beats rather than new drama. Cold open, the new apartment still half unpacked. A couple of boxes stacked in the corner labeled kitchen, fragile in Mia's handwriting. Priya stands in the middle of the room holding a single mismatched sock, turning it over like evidence. Priya, I don't understand. I own pairs. I buy pairs. And yet. She drops it into a bowl on the counter that already has 3 other lone socks in it. Owen walks by, glances at the bowl. Owen, that bowl has a 100% mismatch rate. Statistically, it shouldn't exist. Priya, and yet it thrives. She sets it down proudly next to the fruit bowl, like it belongs there. Cut to the group starting to arrive for dinner. Act 1. Scene 1, kitchen, dinner prep, a plot, the whole group. The new kitchen, small, everyone crowded in at once, elbows bumping. Mia stands at the center with a notepad, already color-coded, directing traffic like a small general. MIA, okay, if we all put our heads together, we can actually get this table set before the food's cold. Jake, grabbing plates, since when do you bring the notepad to dinner? MIA, since always. You've just never noticed. Jake, I'd have noticed a notepad. MIA, you didn't notice I switched your fork out for the bent one 3 weeks ago. I have receipts. Jake checks his fork mid-reach, genuinely suspicious now. Behind them, Owen is very carefully arranging napkins into perfect diagonal folds while Claire, blazer finally off and draped over a chair, pours wine without being asked. Claire, do you want help, or do you want to run this like Y2K? MIA, both. Grab the napkins. Claire, Owen already took the napkins. Owen, not looking up from folding, there's a system. Leo leans in the doorway, guitar-calloused fingers stealing a piece of bread off the counter before anyone can stop him. Leo, smells like an actual home in here. MIA, swatting his hand, it'll smell like an actual home once you stop eating the bread meant for the table. Act 2. Scene 2, the dinner table, B-plot, everyone's news. Everyone squeezed around a table slightly too small for 6 people, plates full, elbows still bumping. Comfortable chaos. Priya sets her fork down, a little nervous. Priya, I have an interview Thursday. Second round. A beat, then the table lights up, genuine, no forced enthusiasm. Claire, genuinely warm, that's a valid reason to be a little relieved. Owen, meanwhile I have the emotional age of a Tuesday spreadsheet, but sure, let's celebrate Priya. Everyone laughs. Owen actually smiles too, small, but real, a callback to how far he's come since the promotion stress of the week before. Jake, to Priya. And to Owen's Tuesday spreadsheet, who we also love. They clink glasses as mismatched, none of them the same set, which nobody comments on because nobody's noticed but the audience. MIA, writing on her notepad without looking up, noting the date. In case Thursday goes well and we need to plan a proper celebration. Priya, you're already planning the celebration for a thing that hasn't happened. MIA, everything runs better with a program. Owen and Priya exchange a look, the exact phrase Mia's said a dozen times before, now landing as a comfortable joke rather than a warning sign. Scene 3, the balcony. After dinner, C-plot, Leo remembers the audition. Leo and Jake step out for air. City noise below, quieter up here. Leo leans on the railing, looking out rather than at Jake. Leo, you know what's funny? I keep replaying the audition. Like if I could just nail it in one take, in my head, it'd come true. Jake, it doesn't work like that. Leo, I know. Valid question, though, is it worse to hope or not hope? Jake, ask me after they call. A pause. Leo taps the railing, same nervous rhythm from the car 3 blocks from the audition room. Leo, you still owe me nachos, by the way. Jake, I got you nachos. You ate them and immediately asked if they meant anything. Leo, they didn't. I checked. Jake laughs, bumps his shoulder against Leo's. Through the sliding door behind them, we see the rest of the group still at the table, Claire watching Leo through the glass for a beat too long before turning back to her wine. Act 3. Scene 4, back inside, wind down. Dishes half cleared. Mia's notepad now abandoned on the counter, momentarily forgotten, a small victory. Owen's napkin folds have all been slightly ruined by use, and he doesn't seem to mind. Priya sits on the counter, swinging her legs. Priya, can I say something? This whole night, nobody's had a crisis. Claire, don't jinx it. Priya, I'm serious. No hallway audition freak out. No spreadsheet meltdown. No gesturing vaguely at Jake, whatever your thing was 2 weeks ago. Jake, my thing was I lost a bet and had to wear Owen's tie for a week. That's not a crisis, that's a bit. Owen, it was a good bit. Everyone nods in agreement, weirdly solemn about it. Dana would be proud, if she were here, she is not, this is the one scene of the season without her, and someone should probably notice that eventually. Scene 5, doorway, goodnights. People start filtering out. Claire's the last to grab her blazer. Leo holds the door. Leo, you good? Claire, I'm always good. Leo, that's not an answer. Claire, a small, real pause, I'm good, Leo. She leaves. He watches the door a second longer than necessary before Jake yanks him back toward the kitchen to help with the last of the dishes. Tag/outro, empty apartment, late. Just Mia, alone, doing one final sweep, straightening a chair, picking up the sock bowl and staring at it like it's personally offended her. She finally gives up and sets it back down exactly where it was. MIA, to herself, writing one last note, by Priya interview flowers. Just in case. She caps her pen, looks around the quiet apartment, dishes done, chairs pushed in, the whole night folded up neatly, and allows herself a small, satisfied smile before flipping off the light. End of episode 35. Episode 36, The Offer. Type, major event setting, Season 2's opening major event. The thread from episode 19 returns. Per the World Bible's tone rule, even with real stakes, the episode stays warm, no melodrama, the group's humor stays load-bearing throughout. Cold open, Claire's office, mid-morning. Sleek, orderly, exactly one plant that's clearly watered on a schedule. Her assistant knocks, drops an envelope on the desk, thick, embossed, out-of-state return address, and leaves without a word, like she already knows not to comment. Claire doesn't open it right away. She finishes the email she's typing first. Then picks it up. Turns it over once. Sets it back down, unopened, and goes back to her monitor like it's nothing. She lasts about 11 seconds before picking it up again. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's office, a plot, the offer letter. Claire, alone, envelope finally open. She reads the letter twice. Sets it down. Picks it up again, like rereading it a third time will change a word. Claire, to herself, worst case scenario, I say yes and hate it. A beat. She sets it down flat on the desk, smooths the corner. Claire, best case, I never wonder what would have happened. She glances at the letterhead, the same firm from the fall, the same partner track language, this time with an actual number attached and an actual deadline. She takes a photo of the letter with her phone. Doesn't send it to anyone. Just closes the camera app and stares at her home screen a second too long. Her phone buzzes, a text from Priya, dinner tonight? I'm making the thing that's not quite pasta. Claire almost smiles, types sure, then puts the letter in her bag instead of the shredder pile. Scene 2, Claire's apartment, evening, B-plot, telling Priya. Priya's at the stove, stirring something that is, in fact, not quite pasta. Claire walks in, drops her bag, doesn't take her blazer off, a small tell. Priya clocks it immediately. Priya, you've been staring at your phone for 10 minutes without touching it. What's going on? Claire, curious as to how to even start, I got the offer. The one from back in the fall. They want an answer in 3 weeks. Priya sets the spoon down. The not pasta keeps simmering, forgotten for a second. Priya, are you going to bail on us? Claire, I haven't decided anything. I promise you'll get a straight answer the second I have one myself. Priya, that's very lawyer of you. Claire, a thin smile, it's the only setting I have when I'm nervous. Priya turns the burner down, comes around the counter, and just sits with her for a second, no pushing, no more questions. Claire seems almost thrown by that. Priya, okay. Well. The not pasta's ready whenever you want to stop staring at your phone and actually eat something. Claire, quietly, thank you. For not making this a whole thing. Priya, I'm saving that for when you actually decide something. Act 2. Scene 3, the bar, late, C-plot, Jake hears the news. Jake's bar, near empty, closing hour. He's wiping the same spot on the counter for the 3rd time, not really cleaning anything anymore. Leo's on a stool across from him, guitar case at his feet. Jake, compared to here, is it even that much better over there? Leo, better paycheck. Worse everything else, probably. Jake, she'll make the right choice. She always does. Doesn't mean it won't suck for us. Leo doesn't say anything right away. Picks at a coaster, tears a small corner off it without noticing he's doing it. Leo, you think she's actually considering it? Or just reading it because it's rude not to? Jake, setting the rag down finally, man, I don't know. You'd know better than me. Leo, would I? Jake, careful, watching him, would you? Leo doesn't answer that either. Just shakes his head slightly, like he's shaking off the question, and knocks back the rest of his drink. Leo, another one of these. Jake, you've had 2. Leo, I said another. Jake pours it anyway, no further comment, but the look on his face says he's noticing exactly what this is. Scene 4, group chat / split screen, word travels. Quick interstitial, Owen at his desk, phone buzzing. Mia in her apartment, planner mid-flip. The chat lighting up one message at a time. Jake, text heads up. Claire got the offer. The real one. Owen, text the fall one. Jake, text the fall one. MIA, text okay. Nobody panic. I'm making a list of pros and cons for her whether she asked for one or not. Owen, text statistically that never goes the way you want it to. MIA, text I'm doing it anyway. Beat. Priya's name pops up last, sent from the kitchen, phone propped against the not pasta pot. Priya, text she seems calm. Too calm. Someone should check on Leo. Act 3. Scene 5, Claire's apartment, later that night. Priya's asleep on the couch, TV still on low. Claire sits at the kitchen table alone, the letters spread out in front of her again, along with an actual legal pad, pros on one side, cons on the other, in her own handwriting this time, not Mia's. Her phone buzzes. A text from Leo, heard the news. You good? She stares at it a long moment. Types something. Deletes it. Types again. Claire, text, finally sent I don't know yet. 3 dots appear on his end. Then stop. Then appear again. Leo, text okay. Let me know when you do. No follow-up question, no pressure, which somehow lands heavier than if he'd asked one. She sets the phone face down on the table, next to the letter, and just sits there in the quiet a moment before folding the legal pad closed. Scene 6, Claire's office, next morning, small resolution beat, not a decision, just a beginning. Claire at her desk, letter now in a drawer instead of her bag. Her assistant pokes her head in. Assistant, should I tell them anything? They asked if you'd need more time. Claire, a beat, tell them I got it. Tell them I'm thinking. Assistant, that's it? Claire, that's all I've got right now. The assistant nods, leaves. Claire looks at the closed drawer a moment, then goes back to her actual work, the letter not solved, just set aside for now, the way she's set aside things before. Tag/outro, the attic, that evening. The whole group crowded into the corner booth, minus the usual chaos, everyone a little quieter than usual, like they're all orbiting the thing nobody's saying out loud. Claire walks in last. Every head turns, then very deliberately turns back, trying not to make it a moment. She sits. Nobody asks. Dana drops a glass of wine in front of her without being asked, the same poor Claire gave Leo back in episode 33, mirrored back to her now. Dana, on the house. Figure your week's been a lot. Claire, surprised, almost soft, thank you, Dana. Dana, don't get used to it. Claire takes a sip. Leo, across the table, catches her eye for just a second, no words, just a small nod, like he's telling her, whenever you're ready. She nods back, barely. Mia's already got her legal pad half out of her bag under the table. Owen puts a hand over it before she can open it. Owen, not tonight. MIA, I wasn't going to. Owen, you were absolutely going to. Mia sighs, tucks it away. The group settles into the familiar noise, Jake arguing with Priya over the bill, Owen quietly correcting the math on it, Leo strumming something absent-minded on his guitar. Claire, in the middle of it, allows herself to just sit in the noise for a while, letter unresolved, decision still 3 weeks away. Fade out on the group, mid-argument, mid-laugh, the thread open, the room warm anyway. End of episode 36. Episode 37, Reactions. Type, minor event setting, recap flavored, few new phrases. The offer isn't resolved, instead, the group processes it in their own uneven, occasionally clashing ways. Per the World Bible, this stays low stakes on the surface even though the undercurrent is real. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana's behind the counter, wiping a glass that's already clean. Priya walks in, immediately hit by a wall of quiet that doesn't match the usual noise level. Priya, why does it feel like everyone already had a fight before I got here? Dana, because they did. 3 separate ones. Over the same thing. Priya, Claire's offer? Dana, setting the glass down, nobody said her name. But yeah. Priya sighs, drops her bag on a stool, and braces herself like she already knows this is going to be her day now. Act 1. Scene 1, Apartment A, a plot, Mia and Owen argue. Small apartment kitchen, dishes half done. Owen's drying a mug slowly, methodically, while Mia scrubs a pan with more force than the pan requires. Owen, honestly, if it were me, I'd take it in a heartbeat. MIA, well, it's not you. And you weren't there in the fall when things got pretty ugly just from her mentioning she'd applied. Owen, I beg to differ, it wasn't ugly, it was just quiet and weird. MIA, same thing, with better manners. Owen sets the mug down, a little too carefully, the way he does when he's trying not to escalate something. Owen, I'm not saying she should go. I'm saying I understand why someone would want to. MIA, you always do that. Owen, do what? MIA, explain the logic of a thing instead of just saying whether it's a good idea. Owen, because logic is usually a more useful place to start than feelings. MIA, finally looking up from the pan, not always, Owen. A beat. The kitchen goes quiet except for the water still running. Owen turns it off, a small concession. Owen, I just don't want to lose a friend over an argument about a decision that isn't even mine to make. MIA, softer, deflating a little, yeah. Me neither. She hands him the pan to dry. He takes it without comment, the fight over, not resolved so much as set down. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Jake and Leo. Jake's bar, mid-afternoon, mostly empty. Jake's polishing a glass that doesn't need it, working faster than usual. Leo watches him from a stool. Leo, you've been weirdly oblivious to how much this is bugging you. Jake, I'm not oblivious. I'm choosing to pour drinks instead of feeling things. There's a difference. Leo, is there? Jake, not looking up, yes. One's productive. Leo lets that sit a second, then leans forward on the bar. Leo, you've repolished that same glass like 4 times. Jake, it had a smudge. Leo, it had 0 smudges the first 3 times. Jake finally sets the glass down, exhales, drops the bit. Jake, fine. Yeah. It's bugging me. She's been around since before this place had a name. Feels weird to think about the group being 5 people instead of 6. Leo, quiet, yeah. Jake, doesn't mean I'm gonna tell her what to do about it. Leo, no. Wouldn't do any good if you did. A beat, both of them just sitting with it. Jake picks up another glass, out of habit more than need. Jake, you gonna talk to her? Leo, evasive, about what? Jake, deadpan, the weather, Leo. Leo doesn't answer. Just spins his empty glass on the bar, watching it turn. Act 2. Scene 3, Claire's apartment, C-plot, Claire and Priya. Claire's apartment, evening. Claire's at the table again, legal pad out, though she's not writing on it, just tapping the pen against the edge. Priya comes in from the kitchen, phone in hand, clearly having just fielded another message about the situation. Priya, everyone has an opinion except the one person whose opinion should matter, you. Claire, be that as it may, everyone's opinion still lands on me like a slap in the face lately. Even the nice ones. Priya winces slightly, sits down across from her. Priya, softer, sorry. We'll try to be less loud about it. Claire, it's not your fault. I know everyone means well. Priya, meaning well and being helpful aren't always the same thing. Claire almost smiles at that, a flicker of recognition. Claire, that's a good line. You should write that down before Owen steals it for a spreadsheet. Priya, small laugh, too late, I think he already has a tab for Claire sentiment tracking. Claire, of course he does. A pause. Claire looks at the legal pad, still mostly blank. Claire, I haven't told him how I actually feel about it. Not really. Priya, Owen? Claire, a beat, Leo. Priya doesn't push. Just nods, lets the name sit in the room without commenting on it, which is its own kind of restraint for her. Priya, you don't have to tell anyone anything before you're ready. Not even him. Claire, I know. Doesn't make the not saying part any easier. Act 3. Scene 4, the attic, evening, everyone converges, low-key. The group slowly filters back into the corner booth over the course of the scene, Mia and Owen first, a little quieter with each other than usual but clearly fine. Jake and Leo next, Jake still faintly distracted. Priya and Claire last. Dana, without a word, sets down drinks for everyone, including one for Claire that isn't the usual wine, something simpler. Claire, noticing, what's this? Dana, something that isn't loaded with everyone's opinions. Figured you could use a break from those two. Claire actually laughs, a real one, the first of the episode. Claire, thank you, Dana. Dana, don't get used to it. The group settles in. Nobody brings up the offer directly. Instead, Jake starts recounting an unrelated bar disaster from earlier, exaggerating wildly, and for once everyone just lets the noise be noise. MIA, leaning toward Owen, quiet, just for him, I wasn't trying to fight with you earlier. Owen, quiet back, I know. Statistically, we fight about twice a month. This one wasn't even in the top 5. MIA, small smile, that's oddly comforting. Owen, strictly speaking, it was meant to be. Across the table, Leo watches Claire laughing at something Jake said, and for a second just looks at her, not saying anything, not needing to. She catches him. Holds his gaze half a second longer than casual. Neither says anything. The moment passes, swallowed back into the noise of the table. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Just Claire and Dana now, everyone else gone. Claire's nursing the last of her drink, coat already on. Dana, you gonna tell them eventually? What you're actually thinking? Claire, I don't know what I'm actually thinking yet. Dana, wiping down the counter, not looking up, sure you do. You're just not ready to say it out loud. Claire doesn't argue with that. Just finishes her drink, sets the glass down gently, and stands. Claire, good night, Dana. Dana, night, honey. 3 weeks isn't as long as you think it is. Claire pauses at the door a second, doesn't turn around, then leaves. Dana goes back to wiping the counter, unbothered, like she's said her piece and doesn't need a reply. End of episode 37. Episode 38, Resolution. Type, minor event setting. Priya's good news lands right when the group needs it, a breather from the tension of Claire's decision, though it hasn't gone anywhere. Cold open, Claire's office, morning. She's staring at the drawer where the letter lives, not opening it, just staring. Her assistant pokes her head in. Assistant, they emailed again. Politely. But it's the 3rd polite email this week. Claire, not looking away from the drawer, tell them I'm aware of the deadline. Assistant, that's it? Claire, that's it. The assistant leaves. Claire finally opens the drawer, looks at the letter for exactly 2 seconds, and closes it again without touching it. Her phone buzzes, Priya's name lighting up the screen, all caps, several exclamation points. Claire actually smiles before she even reads it. Act 1. Scene 1, at coffee shop, a plot, Priya's news. Not the attic, somewhere new, smaller, closer to Priya's old interview spot. She bursts in, practically vibrating, phone still clutched in one hand like she hasn't let go of it since the call. Priya, I got it. The job. They said my manager happens to know the person who referred me, small world. Claire, already seated with 2 coffees ordered ahead of time, looks up, genuinely lit up for the first time in days. Claire, first real smile in days, that's wonderful. Truly. Priya, and apparently they're behind this experiment I pitched in the 2nd interview, so, I start Monday. Claire stands, actually hugs her, not a quick, polite hug, a real one. Priya's a little stunned by the intensity of it. Priya, okay, wow, you're really happy about this. Claire, I am. You worked for this. You should get to have it without anyone else's noise attached to it. A beat. Priya catches the subtext, noise, attached, the same complaint Claire made a scene ago. Priya, gently, speaking of noise? Claire, don't. Not today. Today's yours. Priya lets it go, grinning, and slides into the seat across from her, practically buzzing. Scene 2, split beat, the news spreads. Quick cuts, Owen at his desk, phone buzzing, actually laughing out loud alone in his office. Jake behind the bar, fist pumping so hard he nearly knocks over a bottle. Mia mid-errand, stopping dead in the middle of the sidewalk to read the text twice. Mia, text wait. Wait really? Priya, text really. I start Monday Owen, text statistically this was always the most likely outcome, but I'm still thrilled Jake, text drinks tonight. Not optional. Tell Claire I said not optional either. Leo's the last to respond, a single text, no caps, but somehow the warmest one. Leo, text knew it. Proud of you, P. Act 2. Scene 3, Apartment A, B plot, Mia and Claire. Later that afternoon, before the celebration. Mia's apartment, quiet, just the two of them. Mia sits Claire down properly this time, not a passing conversation, an intentional one, planner nowhere in sight for once. MIA, you keep people at a distance when things get hard. I've watched you do it for years. Claire, quiet, I know. MIA, aside from the fact that it's annoying, it also means we don't actually get to help you. Claire doesn't argue. Just looks down at her hands, the same stillness she had staring at the letter that morning. MIA, so, let your guard down. Just for tonight. Claire, a long beat, I don't know how to do that without it turning into a whole conversation I'm not ready for. MIA, then don't make it a conversation. Just be in the room without the blazer armor on for once. Claire almost laughs, glances down at herself, still fully put together even off the clock. Claire, it's not armor. MIA, raising an eyebrow, Claire. Claire, it's a little bit armor. Mia squeezes her hand once, doesn't push further, and stands, offering a hand up. MIA, come on. Priya got a job. The world can survive one dinner where you're just a person and not a decision everyone's waiting on. Claire, standing, quieter, thank you. MIA, don't thank me yet. Jake's buying the first round and he's terrible at math. Act 3. Scene 4, the bar, C plot, the group celebrates Priya. Jake's bar, packed with just the 6 of them at the usual corner, glasses raised. The whole group is loud, warm, no trace of the earlier tension for once. Jake, to Priya, officially not unemployed. Everyone, to Priya. Glasses clink. Priya's beaming, a little overwhelmed by the attention, swinging her legs on the bar stool like a kid. Priya, I still can't believe it. 3 weeks ago I was putting mismatched socks in a bowl and crying a little about my life direction. Owen, the bowl remains a scientific mystery. Priya, the bowl remains undefeated. Laughter. Claire watches the group from the end of the bar, something in her face visibly softening, not fixed, not resolved, but lighter than it's been in days. Leo notices her watching, catches her eye, raises his glass slightly in her direction. She returns it, small but real. Jake, loud, over the noise, okay, speech. Priya, speech. Priya, laughing, waving him off, absolutely not. Jake, come on, you owe the bar a speech, it's tradition. Priya, it's not a tradition, you just made that up right now. Jake, it's a tradition as of right now, yes. Priya rolls her eyes but stands on the bar rail anyway, glass raised, mock serious. Priya, to the attic, and this bar, and mismatched socks, and in glancing at Claire, softer, to everyone figuring things out at their own pace. Even when it's slow. Even when it's scary. The group goes quiet for half a second, just long enough to feel it land, before Jake breaks it. Jake, okay, that got weirdly emotional, drink up before it gets worse. Laughter again, the moment released. Priya hops down, tackled into a hug by Mia. Claire, at the end of the bar, finally lets her shoulders drop, actually relaxed, blazer or not. Tag/outro, the bar, quieter, later. Most people gone. Claire and Priya are the last two, sharing a booth, coats on but not yet leaving. Priya, thank you. For today. For the coffee, for all of it. Claire, you earned every bit of it yourself. I just showed up with coffee. Priya, you showed up. That's not nothing, especially this week. Claire looks at her, something unspoken passing between them. Claire, I haven't decided anything yet. About the offer. Priya, I know. Claire, I just wanted to say it out loud to someone before I go home and stare at the ceiling about it again. Priya, gently, then say it whenever you need to. I'm not going anywhere. Well, I mean, I'm going to a new job on Monday, but you know what I mean. Claire laughs, a real, unguarded one, rare enough that Priya notices and treasures it. Claire, I know what you mean. They sit a moment longer, comfortable in the quiet, glasses empty, the bar humming down around them. Fade out on the two of them, side by side, nothing resolved but something, for tonight, at rest. End of episode 38. Episode 39, The Decision. Type, major event setting, decision climax. The episode 19 of 36 thread resolves here. Per the World Bible's tone rule, even the biggest beat stays warm, relief, not melodrama, and a comic gut punch reveal to close it out. Cold open, Claire's apartment, early morning. 3 weeks almost to the day since the letter arrived. A suitcase sits by the door, already packed, has been for 2 days, if we're honest, sitting there like a decision she hasn't made yet but has already started to. She stands over it a long moment, coffee in hand, still in yesterday's clothes. Doesn't touch the suitcase. Just looks at it the way she looked at the envelope on day one. Her phone buzzes, a calendar reminder she set herself, weeks ago, decide. No context, no details, just the one word she left for future her to deal with. Claire, to the empty room, thanks for that. She picks up the suitcase. Act 1. Scene 1, the airport, a plot, the final flight. Claire stands near a gate, suitcase beside her. Could be a final interview trip. Could be something more permanent. It's genuinely unclear, even to her, the World Bible's ambiguity holding right up to the wire. Gate agent, VO, this is the final boarding call for the flight to. Claire, to herself, not moving yet, I've had jet lag for 2 weeks straight from flying back and forth for this. Maybe that's the actual answer. She sits down instead of lining up. Pulls out her phone. Opens the group chat, hasn't posted in it in 2 days, everyone's been carefully not asking. She starts typing something, deletes it. Looks up at the departure board. Looks back down. She pulls a folded piece of paper from her bag, not the offer letter, something else, smaller, in her own handwriting. We don't see what it says. She reads it once. Puts it away. Gate agent, VO, final call, paging any remaining passengers? Claire stands. Picks up the suitcase. Doesn't move toward the gate. Scene 2, the apartment, at the same time, B plot, the group waits for news. The new apartment, crowded again, everyone's here, phones face up on the table in a neat, anxious row. Nobody's pretending not to watch them. Owen, to Mia, made plans to celebrate either way? MIA, take a deep breath, Owen. We're not celebrating anything until she calls. Owen, I just think it's efficient to have something ready regardless of outcome. MIA, it's not a merger, Owen, it's Claire's whole life. Owen, quietly, I'm aware. That's why I want something ready. Mia softens, realizing his spreadsheet instinct is just nerves in a different outfit. She puts a hand over his on the table. MIA, I know. Me too. Priya paces by the window, still in her new job blazer from her first week, phone clutched tight. Jake's behind the counter making a drink nobody ordered, just to have something to do with his hands. Priya, it's been 3 hours since her flight window opened. Is that normal? Is 3 hours normal? Jake, not looking up from the drink, nothing about this week's been normal, VP. Leo sits apart from the group, on the arm of the couch, guitar untouched beside him for once, the one time all season he doesn't reach for it. He keeps glancing at his phone, then at the door, then back at his phone. Act 2. Scene 3, the airport, continued. Claire, still at the gate, watches the plane push back from the jet bridge through the window, gone, without her. She doesn't look upset. Just watches it go, exhales once, and sits back down, suitcase still beside her. She calls someone. We don't see who at first, just her, phone to her ear, waiting for it to pick up. Claire, into phone, hi, yes, it's Claire. I wanted to give you my answer directly, not by email. A pause. We don't hear the other side. Claire, thank you for the offer. Genuinely. But I'm going to stay. Another pause. She almost smiles. Claire, no, I'm sure. I've had 3 weeks to be sure. It just took me the whole 3 weeks to get there. She hangs up. Sits there a second, suitcase at her feet, the empty gate around her. Then pulls out her phone again and starts typing, this time, she doesn't delete it. Scene 4, A phone, late, C-plot, Claire's text. Back at the apartment. Still tense, still waiting. Leo's phone buzzes on the couch arm. He grabs it so fast he nearly drops it. The whole room goes silent. Leo, reading, turned it down. Talk tomorrow, I'm exhausted, love you all. A beat. Then the room exhales at once, relief, not triumph, exactly like the direction called for. Mia actually tears up a little and pretends she isn't. Owen lets out a breath he's clearly been holding since scene 2. Priya sits down hard on the arm of the chair, hand over her chest. Priya, oh thank God. Owen, checking his phone, statistically, that outcome was always MIA, cutting him off, laughing, don't. Not tonight. Just be happy. Jake pours drinks for everyone without being asked, hands slightly unsteady with relief. Leo just sits there, phone still in his hand, staring at the text like he's rereading it for a hidden second meaning. Nobody notices, or everybody does and nobody says anything. Then Leo looks up, grinning, like something's just occurred to him. Leo, grinning, phone still in hand, guess I should tell them my news too, then. I got promoted, house band, 3 nights a week. Jake, staring, you couldn't have led with that? The room erupts, half laughing, half yelling at him, Mia actually throwing a napkin at his head. Leo just laughs, arms up in surrender, clearly having sat on that news the entire tense afternoon without a word. Leo, it didn't feel like the moment. Jake, it's been the moment for 3 weeks. Priya, wait. House band. Since when? Leo, since this morning. I was gonna tell you all at dinner but then Claire's flight thing happened and I didn't want to. Owen, flatly, you buried the lead under someone else's plane. Leo, in my defense, it was a good lead to bury it under. More laughing, more chaos, Mia pulling out her phone to immediately start a new note titled Leo Celebration, TBD. Act 3. Scene 5, Claire's apartment, next morning. Quieter now. Claire, home, suitcase unpacked in the corner, still in yesterday's clothes, asleep on the couch with Priya's blanket over her, she clearly came home late and just collapsed. Priya tiptoes in with 2 coffees, sets one down, and gently nudges her awake. Priya, hey. You alive? Claire, groggy, barely. What time is it? Priya, almost 11. You said talk tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Claire sits up slowly, takes the coffee, holds it without drinking for a second. Claire, I turned it down. Priya, I know. We got the text. Claire, I actually did it. Called them myself instead of emailing like a coward. Sat at the gate and watched the plane leave without me. Priya sits beside her, quiet, letting her get there in her own time. Claire, I don't fully know why yet. I had good reasons ready, the firm, the salary, all of it laid out logically. And then I just didn't want to leave. Priya, gently, didn't want to, or someone specific didn't want you to? Claire doesn't answer that directly. Just takes a sip of coffee, small smile threatening at the corner of her mouth. Claire, both, probably. In some order I haven't sorted out yet. Priya, you don't have to sort it out today. Claire, exhaling, good. Because I genuinely cannot. Tag/outro, The Attic, that evening. The whole group back at the corner booth, properly celebrating this time, no held breath left in the room. A small handwritten sign taped crookedly to the table reads "Staying" and "House Band," in Mia's handwriting, clearly made in a rush. Dana, setting down a round for everyone, unprompted, 2 things worth celebrating in 1 week. Try not to make it a habit, I don't have enough glasses. Claire, raising hers, to staying. Elio, raising his, to house bands. Jake, to Leo finally learning how to lead with good news. Elio, 1 time. That happens 1 time and I never hear the end of it. Everyone laughs, glasses clinking together in a messy, overlapping toast. Claire catches Leo's eye across the table again, same look as before, but this time she doesn't look away first. He doesn't either. Something unspoken, still unresolved, but no longer avoided. Owen, watching this exchange, leans toward Mia. Owen, quiet, statistically speaking. MIA, cutting him off, smiling, don't. Let them have it. The group's noise swells back up around them, Jake arguing with Priya over who called the promotion first, Dana refusing to confirm or deny how many free rounds she's given out this week. Fade out on the booth, full and loud, the season's biggest thread finally, warmly, at rest. Episode 40, Milestone 40. Type, minor event setting, a light epilogue, transitional. No new crisis, no new stakes, just the group settling into the shape of what Season 2 has become so far. A breather episode marking the number itself. Cold open, Jake's bar, late afternoon, before opening. He's setting up the small stage area in the corner, one that's clearly never had a proper setup before, mic stand slightly crooked, 1 extra chair dragged over from a table. He steps back, surveys it, adjusts the mic stand a ½ inch. Jake, to no one, historic moment. Nobody's here to see it, but historic. Dana walks in from the back, deadpan as ever, carrying a crate of glasses. Dana, you've adjusted that mic stand 4 times. Jake, it matters. First house band set. There's a legacy being built here. Dana, setting the crate down, it's Leo. He's going to forget the set list and play whatever he feels like anyway. Jake, pausing, yeah, probably. Still. Legacy. Dana just shakes her head and starts polishing glasses, unbothered, while Jake goes back to fussing over a stage that's about 8 square feet. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, a plot, an ordinary evening. The bar's filling up now, regular crowd plus the group, all crammed into their usual corner, right on time for once. Mia looks around at everyone already seated, genuinely surprised. MIA, everyone made it in time. That's a first for this group. Owen, checking his watch, statistically remarkable, honestly. Priya, sliding into a seat, visibly worn out but smiling, first week at the new job and I'm already exhausted, but I'm here. MIA, pouring her a drink without asking, you get double credit for that. Priya accepts the drink gratefully, leaning back in her chair, letting her shoulders drop for what looks like the first time all week. Across the table, Owen's got a small gift bag next to his seat, mostly hidden under the table. MIA, spotting it, what's that? Owen, nothing. It's for later. MIA, Owen. Owen, it's a small congratulations gift. For Priya. I didn't want to make it a thing. MIA, touched, you brought a gift and then tried to hide it under the table? Owen, I didn't want it to seem like I was expecting recognition for bringing it. Mia just smiles at him, shaking her head, and lets it go, a small, quiet Owen moment tucked into the noise of the room. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Owen and Claire. A little later, the two of them slightly apart from the main group, drinks in hand. Owen's tie is looser than usual, off the clock, relaxed. Owen, so. No regrets? Claire, ask me again in 6 months. For now, no. A pause. She turns her glass slowly, not quite looking at him. Claire, I just wanted someone to check up on me for once instead of the other way around. Owen, I can reach someone anytime you need. That's a standing offer. Claire looks at him properly now, a small, genuine smile, rare and unguarded. Claire, that's oddly sweet of you. Owen, I contain multitudes. Leo's line. I'm borrowing it. Claire, laughing, poorly. Owen, I'm aware. They clink glasses lightly. Behind them, Jake's frantically waving at the group, pointing toward the stage where Leo's just walked out, guitar in hand. Act 2. Scene 3, the small stage, C-plot, Leo plays. Leo takes the small stage, the same crooked mic stand, the same 8 square feet Jake fussed over all afternoon. The room quiets, just slightly, not a hush exactly, just an attentiveness that wasn't there a moment ago. He adjusts the guitar strap, glances briefly toward the corner booth, toward Claire specifically, though he tries not to make it obvious, before addressing the room. Leo, this one's new. Every now and then you get exactly 1 good year in a row. This is for that. He starts playing. Something warm, unhurried, clearly written recently, not one of his usual bar covers. The group watches, glasses raised, quiet in a way none of them usually manage. Mia leans into Owen's shoulder. Priya, half asleep on her feet from her first week, still manages to stay upright, eyes on the stage. Jake stands by the bar, arms crossed, watching with an expression that's trying hard to look casual and failing completely, genuinely proud. Claire watches Leo the whole song, unmoving, glass untouched in her hand. When the song ends and the room applauds, she claps last, a half beat behind everyone else, like she needed the extra second to come back to herself. Act 3. Scene 4, after the set. Leo comes down off the stage, guitar slung over his shoulder, immediately swarmed by the group. Priya, that was so good, Leo, genuinely. Jake, clapping him on the back, hard, told you. Legacy. Leo, it's one song, Jake. Jake, it's the first of many songs. That's how legacies start. Mia hands him a drink, and Owen finally produces the gift bag from under the table, sliding it toward Priya instead, having waited for the right lull in the noise. Owen, this is for you. For the job. Congratulations, properly, this time. Priya opens it, inside, a small, absurdly specific gift, a single new pair of socks, wrapped individually, with a tag that reads for the bowl, so it can retire one member. Priya, laughing, genuinely delighted, Owen, this is the most oddly thoughtful thing anyone's ever gotten me. Owen, I aim for oddly thoughtful. It's my niche. The table laughs. Claire watches all of it, the socks, Leo still catching his breath from the set, Mia already writing something new in her planner, Jake refilling drinks nobody asked for twice, and something in her expression settles, quiet and unforced. Scene 5, the bar, winding down. Later, the crowd thinning, just the group left at their table again. Leo sits down last, guitar finally set aside, dropping into the seat next to Claire without quite making a thing of it. Leo, you clapped last. Claire, I was listening properly. Takes longer to come back from that. Leo, a small smile, that's a good excuse. Claire, it's not an excuse. It's true. A beat between them, comfortable, unresolved, the same charge that's been sitting under every scene they've shared all season, still not spoken aloud, but a little closer to the surface than before. Jake, loudly, from across the table, oblivious or pretending to be, can we get a toast in before Owen falls asleep in his drink? Owen, already half asleep, I'm awake. I'm listening. MIA, you're not. Owen, I'm resting my eyes attentively. Everyone laughs. Jake raises his glass, the whole table following. Jake, honestly, I don't even know what we're toasting anymore. New jobs, new bands, staying instead of leaving, socks. Priya, to all of it. Jake, to all of it. Everyone, to all of it. Tag/outro, empty bar, very late. Dana's stacking chairs, Jake counting the till. The group's long gone, the small stage dark now, Mike stands still slightly crooked despite Jake's efforts. Dana, good night. Jake, still counting, best one in a while. Dana, glancing at the stage, told you he'd forget the set list. Jake, checking his notes, he played 4 songs I've never heard before. Dana, told you. Jake just shakes his head, smiling, and flips off the stage lights. Dana grabs her coat, pauses at the door. Dana, same 6 people, huh? Jake, same 6 people. Dana, new chapter, though. She leaves. Jake stands alone a moment in the quiet bar, looking at the small empty stage, then flips off the last light and locks up behind him. End of episode 40. Episode 41, 12 Cocktails. Type, minor event setting, Jake's old episode 10 line, 12 cocktails for 2 years, resurfaces, the first real seed of his season 2/3 arc toward opening his own bar. Cold open, Jake's bar, mid-shift. Busy. He's 4 drinks deep into an order, moving fast, when a regular leans over the bar. Regular, hey, what's in this one again? It's good. Jake, barely looking up, made it up 20 minutes ago. Don't have a name for it yet. Regular, you should write these down somewhere. You'll forget half of them. Jake, a beat, something flickering behind his eyes, yeah. Probably should. He goes back to work, but his eyes drift to a stack of cocktail napkins by the register, dozens of them, scribbled with half-finished recipes in his own handwriting, crumpled, unsaved, clearly never organized anywhere. He stares at the pile a second too long before the next order pulls him back. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, after closing. Chairs up, lights dim. Jake's wiping down the bar one last time. Leo's still there, guitar case by his feet, finishing a drink Jake poured him for free 20 minutes ago. Jake, I keep thinking I could be on my own with this, my own place, my own list, not just refilling someone else's. Leo, wait your turn, big guy. You've said that every year since I've known you. Jake, yeah, well, this year I might actually mean it. Leo looks up properly now, setting his glass down. Leo, what's different about this year? Jake, shrugging, not quite meeting his eyes, nothing, really. Just, Claire took her shot and stayed anyway. You got the house band thing. Priya's got the new job. Feels like everyone's building something except me. Leo, you've got the bar. Jake, I've got a bar. Not mine. There's a difference. He wipes the same spot on the counter he's wiped a dozen times over the season, the same gesture from episode 36, except this time it's not nerves, it's want. Leo, quiet, you remember what you said back, what was it, 2 years ago? Something about 12 cocktails. Jake, surprised he remembers, 12 cocktails for 2 years. Said if I couldn't come up with 12 good original drinks in 2 years, I wasn't cut out for my own place. Elio and Jake, pulling the crumpled napkins out from under the register. I think I'm at like 19. Never counted till tonight. Leo actually laughs, delighted. Elio, 19? Jake, that's not a maybe anymore, that's a menu. Jake, half smiling, half serious, yeah. Maybe. Act 2. Scene 2, Claire's apartment, B-plot, money matters. The next evening. Claire's apartment, the usual crowd gathered, though this time it's less a hangout and more an accidental business meeting. Jake sitting a little stiffer than usual, the napkin stack now transcribed into an actual notebook. Claire, if you're serious, you'll need capital. I can pay right away for a steak if the numbers make sense. Priya, or borrow some from the group first before it gets that official. Claire, I expect to see an actual business plan before either option. Jake shifts in his seat, a little overwhelmed by the speed of it. Jake, I said I was thinking about it. I didn't say I had a pitch deck. Claire, then make one. I'm not investing in a feeling, Jake. I'm investing in a plan. Jake, investing. That's a big word for something I brought up over a drink. Claire, flatly, that's how every big word starts. In the background, Mia's on the phone, half listening, half not, until something catches her attention. MIA, into phone, I'll call for the venue tomorrow, don't book it out yet. She hangs up, catches the room's attention belatedly. MIA, sorry, what did I miss? Priya, Jake's maybe getting his own bar. MIA, immediately pulling out her planner, okay. That needs a folder. A whole folder. Jake, nobody said getting. I said thinking about. MIA, already writing, thinking about Jake's bar. That's the folder name for now. We'll rename it when it's official. Jake, to Leo, quietly, see what I mean? Nobody lets you just think about a thing around here. Leo, grinning, welcome to being taken seriously. It's uncomfortable at first. Act 3. Scene 3, the bar, a few days later. Jake's bar, quiet afternoon before opening. He's at a table with the notebook open, actually writing now, real notes, not napkin scrawl. Owen walks in, unprompted, laptop bag over his shoulder. Owen, Priya said you might need help with the numbers part. Jake, surprised, you drove all the way over here for that? Owen, I like numbers. And I like you. It seemed efficient to combine the two. Jake actually laughs, gestures at the seat across from him. Owen sits, opens his laptop, starts pulling up a blank spreadsheet, a familiar sight by now, but this time it's for Jake, not against him. Owen, talk me through it. What's the concept? Jake, a little nervous, like it's the first time he's said it out loud properly, small place. Not a dive, not fancy either. Somewhere in between, like, somewhere people actually talk to each other instead of just drinking at each other. Owen, typing, that's not a business plan, that's a mission statement. But it's a start. Jake, leaning back, genuinely moved, nobody's ever helped me with something like this before. Usually I'm the one pouring the drinks while everyone else figures their stuff out. Owen, not looking up from the screen, well. Consider the tables turned. Statistically overdue, honestly. A beat. Jake looks at the notebook, 19 cocktails, a name half crossed out and rewritten twice at the top of the page, and, for the first time all episode, looks less like he's daydreaming and more like he's actually planning. Tag/outro, the attic, evening. The whole group crowded in as usual. Jake walks in last, notebook tucked under his arm like it's something fragile. Mia spots it immediately. MIA, is that the notebook? Jake, it has a name now. Sort of. He sets it on the table, slides it toward the middle so everyone can see. On the cover, scrawled and half crossed out several times, one name has survived, 12. Leo reading it, grinning, 12. Even though you're at 19. Jake, felt right. Started with 12. 12's the reason I'm even doing this. Claire, studying the cover, unexpectedly soft, that's a good name, Jake. Jake, a little embarrassed by the attention, don't get sentimental about it. I need the money part figured out before it means anything. Priya, we know. But it's still a good name. Dana walks by, glances at the notebook on the table, reads the cover upside down without asking permission. Dana, 12, huh? Jake, yeah. Dana, unreadable, walking off, better be good cocktails. Jake watches her go, then looks back at the group, all of them looking at the notebook like it's already real, even though it's just a name and 19 scribbled recipes and one nervous idea. He closes it carefully, tucks it back under his arm. Jake, okay. Enough about me. Somebody else's turn to be interesting tonight. The group laughs, the noise of the bar swallowing the moment back into its usual rhythm, but the notebook stays on the table a beat longer before he finally puts it away, like even he's not ready to stop looking at it yet. End of episode 41. Episode 42, Finding a Location. Type, minor event setting, the attic, an empty commercial space uptown. Cold open, the attic, morning. The cafe is nearly empty. Owen is crouched behind the counter, wrestling with a tangle of extension cords and a broken blender. Dana, not looking up from her register, that blender's been dead since March. Owen, statistically speaking, there's still a 12% chance it's a loose wire. Dana, there's a 100% chance it's a dead motor. But sure. Keep going. Owen plugs it in anyway. A small spark. The lights flicker. Dana doesn't even blink. Dana, add it to the list. Owen sighs, pulls out his phone, opens a spreadsheet titled The Attic, Things Owen Broke. Act 1. Scene 1, a vacant venue, a plot. The group is gathered around the corner table, Leo in his usual seat, feet up. Jake stands at the head of the table like he's about to pitch something, phone in hand, practically vibrating. Jake, okay. So. I found the spot. Leo, the spot for what? Jake, the bar. My bar. There's a place 2 blocks from here, old dry cleaners, been empty for months. Good bones. Great light. Smells a little like bleach, but that's a detail. Priya, perking up, wait, this is real? Like, actually real? Jake, as real as it gets when you have no money and a dream. MIA, I made contact with the landlord already. He's willing to talk. Everyone turns to her, surprised. Jake, when did you do that? MIA, pulling out her planner, tapping a color-coded tab, last night. I pulled the zoning info too. It's technically light industrial, so we'd need a variance, but that's a Tuesday problem, not a today problem. Owen, quietly, to Priya, she has a tab for this. There is a tab. Priya, whispering back, there's always a tab. Jake, can everyone give a hand this weekend? Cleaning, painting, whatever. Leo, raising a hand lazily, I can bring the speaker. Set the mood. Motivational painting playlist. Owen, remind someone to bring gloves. Last time I ruined a good shirt for this group. Jake, that was a free shirt, Owen. It said Millbrook 5K on it. You didn't even run the 5K. Owen, I walked most of it. That still counts as ownership. Priya laughs, then looks down, she's wearing one green sock and one gray sock. She quickly tucks her feet under her chair. Scene 2, Claire's office, B-plot setup. Claire is at her desk, laptop open, phone wedged between ear and shoulder. She's mid-call, clearly stalling someone. Claire, no, I understand the concern, we'll circle back Thursday. Hangs up, exhales. Her phone buzzes. A text from Leo, painting this weekend, bring old clothes, bring you. She stares at it a beat too long, then locks the phone screen down on the desk. Act 2. Scene 3, the empty dry cleaners, Saturday. Drop cloths everywhere. Paint cans, a ladder, a boombox playing something upbeat. Jake is up the ladder painting a wall a slightly too bold shade of blue. Mia is on the floor, tape measure out, marking off a bar counter footprint with painter's tape in total precision. MIA, if the bar runs along this wall, you get 11 feet of counter and still leave room for foot traffic. If you push it here instead, you lose 2 feet but gain a sightline to the door. Jake, not really listening, focused on the wall, sure. Yeah. Door sightline. Love that for us. MIA, narrowing eyes, you're not listening to me. Jake, I'm painting a wall the color of a Gatorade flavor. Mia, I have limited bandwidth. Owen enters carrying a toolbox, wearing rubber gloves up to his elbows, looking extremely prepared. Owen, I brought gloves for everyone. And a spreadsheet of who's doing what, in 15-minute increments. Priya, entering behind him, holding 2 mismatched paint rollers. I couldn't find a matching pair of anything today. Rollers, socks. It's a theme. Owen, handing her gloves, statistically, mismatched objects account for 40% of my personal belongings, so, welcome. Scene 4, the old bar, B-plot, memories. Leo sits on an overturned paint bucket, guitar across his lap, not really playing, just resting his hands on it. He's looking around the space like he's somewhere else entirely. Leo, remember when Dana saved him from doing the whole inventory alone? Good times. Jake, climbing down the ladder, man, don't remind me. I was counting bottle caps at 2 a.m. and Dana just showed up with 2 coffees and didn't say a word, just started counting. Leo, that's Dana for you. Shows up, doesn't ask, does the thing. Jake, checking his phone, I might catch a flight to see a supplier upstate this week too. Growing pains. MIA, yawning, wake up, it's not even noon and you're already talking business trips. Jake, this is what having a real plan looks like, Mia. It's not glamorous. It's flights and spreadsheets and paint fumes. MIA, deadpan, still taping the floor, I know. I have a tab for it too. A beat. Jake actually smiles at that, genuine, a little caught off guard. Across the room, Priya drops an entire tray of paint rollers with a clatter. Everyone turns. Priya, I'm okay. Everything's fine. Picking them up, red-faced, this floor is just very slippery. With paint. That I put there. Owen, deadpan, jotting something down, adding banana peel floor incident to the spreadsheet. Scene 5, the complication. Everyone's mid-task when Jake's phone rings. He steps away to take it, comes back a minute later, visibly deflated. Jake, so. Small hiccup. Landlord wants first and last month's rent by Friday. Not next month. This Friday. Silence. Paint rollers stop mid-stroke. Leo, how much are we talking? Jake, enough that no biggie doesn't really cover it this time. MIA, already flipping open her planner, okay. Okay, don't panic. Panic is not on today's schedule. Owen, I could run the numbers on a short-term loan, but statistically, that puts you underwater for at least 4 months. Jake, cutting him off, quiet, I've got numbers coming out of my ears right now, Owen. I don't need the numbers. I need the money. Beat. Everyone feels it. This is the closest Jake's gotten to actually admitting he's scared. Act 3. Scene 6, the attic, later that evening. Everyone's back at their usual table, paint still on their hands and clothes. Dana walks over, unprompted, sets down a stack of napkins with numbers scrawled on them in her own messy handwriting. Dana, heard you're short on rent. Jake, word travels fast. Dana, shrugging, small city. Anyway, I've got a little put away. Silent investor. You don't put my name on anything, you don't thank me in a toast, and you never, ever put a blender behind that bar. Jake stares at her, genuinely thrown. Jake, Dana, I don't know what to. Dana, don't. Just don't ruin it by getting emotional. Already walking away, table 4 needs napkins. Leo, quietly, to Claire's empty seat beside him, she hasn't shown up yet, some people just show up and do the thing. A beat later, the door chimes. Claire walks in, still in work clothes but with a smudge of blue paint on her sleeve she clearly didn't notice, she must have stopped by the space earlier without telling anyone. Claire, I heard there was a rent problem. I made a few calls. The landlord will take a payment plan instead, if someone with a steady job co-signs. She looks pointedly at Mia and Owen. Then, almost reluctantly, at herself. Claire, I'll do it. Jake, stunned, why? Claire, sitting down, unreadable as ever, noted, I like knowing where my friends drink. Leo grins at her. She catches it and looks away first, but not before a small smile slips through. MIA, closing her planner with a satisfied little snap, see? Everything runs better with a program. Jake, raising his glass, to the world's most overprepared rescue squad. Everyone raises their cups, mismatched mugs, one water glass, Owen's protein shaker. They clink. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Everyone's gone except Owen, who's still crouched behind the counter with the dead blender. Dana, passing by, not stopping, still not fixed. Owen, plugging it in one more time, statistically speaking. The blender sparks again. This time, smoke. Dana, already walking away, deadpan, add it to the list. End of episode 42. Episode 43, cleaning the venue. Type, minor event setting, the new venue, Jake's future bar, the attic. Cold open in Mia's apartment, early morning. Mia is at the kitchen counter, 3 grocery bags already unpacked, color-coded sticky notes on the fridge. Owen shuffles in, half asleep, wearing mismatched socks he clearly grabbed in the dark. Owen, squinting at the sticky notes, why does one of these say do not touch, snack reserve? MIA, because last time we brought snacks to a group project, they were gone in 20 minutes and Jake blamed low blood sugar. Owen, that was a valid medical claim. MIA, already grabbing her keys, it was a granola bar, Owen. You don't have a medical claim to a granola bar. She hands him a bag without asking. He takes it automatically, still half asleep, and follows her out the door like he's done this 100 times. Act 1. Scene 1, the new venue, weekend, a plot. The dry cleaners turned bar looks better than last episode, walls painted, some furniture pushed against one side under plastic sheeting. Priya walks in carrying 2 overstuffed grocery bags, slightly out of breath. Priya, I did the grocery shopping for snacks so nobody complains about being hungry mid-paint job. Jake, taking a bag, peering inside, Priya. This is not snacks. This is a small grocery store. Priya, I didn't know what everyone liked. So I got a little bit of everything. Leo, pulling out a bag of chips, you got the good chips though. Respect. Mia walks in behind her, already on her phone, scrolling through what looks like a recipe. MIA, not looking up, already delegating, I'm cooking dinner for everyone after, don't argue. Jake, nobody's arguing. MIA, finally looking up, Owen argued last week about the seasoning on the chicken. Owen, from the doorway, overhearing, I said it statistically needed more salt. That's not an argument, that's a data point. A delivery guy appears at the open door, holding a large flat box, sweating slightly despite the cool morning. Owen, to the delivery guy, you can take your coat off, it's warmer inside than out. Delivery guy, already halfway out of it, man, thank you. Where do you want the mirror? Jake, just anywhere that's not the floor with wet paint. Actually, looking around, realizing every surface has wet paint. Okay, just hold it for a second. The delivery guy stands there awkwardly holding the large mirror while everyone scrambles to find a dry spot. Scene 2, inside the venue, B-plot. Priya is crouched by a stack of boxes near the back wall, one of them rattling faintly when she nudges it with her foot. Priya, holding a box, should I open it? It might be glassware. Jake, calling from across the room, if it rattles, it's either glasses or Owen's spreadsheet printouts. Open carefully either way. Priya peels back the tape. Inside, a dozen mismatched glasses, clearly secondhand, a few chipped. Priya, pulling one out, these are very charming. In a found at 3 different garage sales kind of way. Jake, that's the brand identity. Charming chaos. Claire enters, still in weekend clothes but somehow looking more put together than everyone else combined. She stops in the doorway and inhales. Claire, sniffing the air, it does smell great in here already, for a construction site. MIA, that's the soup. I started it early and left it simmering. Claire, you started dinner. Before we've cleaned the venue. For dinner that happens after we clean the venue. MIA, completely unbothered, time management, Claire. Everything runs better with a program. Claire just shakes her head, almost smiling, and sets her bag down carefully, avoiding the one dry patch of floor everyone's been guarding like treasure. Leo wanders over to Jake, nodding toward a wall outlet with a raised eyebrow. Leo, Jake, go over there and check if that outlet even works. Jake, why me? Leo, because if it sparks, I'd rather it be you than me. Emotionally, I'm not prepared for that today. Jake, already walking over, muttering, real supportive business partner energy right now. Act 2. Scene 3, cleaning montage, dialogue over action. Everyone spread out across the venue, Owen scrubbing a stubborn stain on the counter with startling intensity, Priya organizing the mismatched glasses by size on a shelf, Leo half-heartedly mopping while humming, Mia checking on the soup in a slow cooker set up in the corner, Claire wiping down the mirror the delivery guy dropped off. Owen, scrubbing, this stain has been here since probably the Clinton administration. Priya, arranging glasses, should these go biggest to smallest, or by how chipped they are? Leo, chipped to least chipped. Give the sad ones the front row. Sympathy marketing. Claire, polishing the mirror, catching her own reflection, pausing a beat too long, this mirror's actually a good find. Where'd it come from? Jake, estate sale. Guy was selling his whole apartment. Felt weird buying a stranger's mirror, but here we are. Claire, still looking at her reflection, everything in this place used to belong to someone else. Jake, pausing, catching the weight in that, yeah. Guess that's kind of the whole idea, actually. Give old stuff a second round. Beat. Claire looks at him, something unspoken passing between them, not quite about the mirror anymore. Across the room, Owen yelps as the outlet Jake checked earlier finally sparks weakly when Leo plugs in the mop bucket's little radio. Owen, that's a fire code violation, statistically speaking. Jake, everything's a fire code violation to you. Owen, because everything keeps sparking. Scene 4, the complication. Priya, mid-shelf organizing, knocks over a box she hadn't opened yet. It splits open, old photographs slide out across the floor, clearly belonging to whoever owned the space before. Priya, oh no. I'm so sorry. She kneels to gather them. One photo catches her eye, an old photo of a young couple standing in front of what looks like this exact building, decades ago, a hand-painted sign reading Dana's Cleaners behind them. Priya, quietly, guys. Look at this. Everyone gathers around. It's clearly an old photo of Dana, much younger, standing outside what used to be her family's dry cleaning business. Leo, wait. This was Dana's place? Jake, taking the photo, stunned, she never said anything. MIA, soft, maybe that's why she offered the money so fast. A beat of quiet settles over the group, the kind that means something's shifted. Act 3. Scene 5, the attic, that evening. Everyone's back at the corner table, tired, paint splattered, smelling faintly of Mia's soup which she insisted on bringing over in a thermos so it doesn't go to waste. Dana is behind the counter as always. Jake, approaching the counter, photo in hand, found this today. Cleaning out some old boxes. Dana glances at the photo. Her expression doesn't change much, but something in her shoulders does. Dana, huh? Forgot that was even in there. Jake, you never said it used to be your family's place. Dana, shrugging, wiping down the counter, wasn't relevant. It's your place now. Jake, Dana, it's incredibly relevant. Dana, finally looking up, you want it to mean something, it means something. You want it to just be a building, it's just a building. Your call. She slides the photo back to him and walks off to help another table. Jake looks down at it for a long moment, then tucks it carefully into his jacket pocket. Leo, quietly, to the group, told you. Shows up, doesn't ask, does the thing. Claire, looking at Leo, a small real smile now, you did say that. Mia starts ladling soup into mismatched mugs for everyone, the same charming chaos energy as the bar glasses. MIA, okay, nobody complain, I only had soup mugs, not soup bowls. Owen, taking one gratefully, statistically, soup tastes the same regardless of vessel. Priya, taking hers, still a little starry-eyed from the day, I can't believe we're basically renovating a piece of Dana's whole life and she's just casually wiping counters like nothing happened. Jake, that's kind of her whole thing. Tag/outro, the attic, closing. Dana is stacking chairs. She pauses by the window, looking out toward the direction of the new venue 2 blocks away, visible faintly under a streetlight. Owen appears beside her, still holding his empty soup mug. Owen, for what it's worth. Statistically, most family businesses don't get a second location. This one did. Dana, not looking at him, small pause, yeah. Well. Add it to the list. She goes back to stacking chairs. Owen just nods, satisfied, and quietly adds one more line to his spreadsheet before heading out. End of episode 43. Episode 44, the floor plan. Type, minor event setting, the new venue, Claire's office, the attic. Cold open, Jake and Leo's apartment, morning. Leo is sprawled on the couch with his guitar, not playing, just resting his chin on top of it. Jake walks past in a towel, toothbrush in his mouth, holding up 2 paint swatches. Jake, around the toothbrush, MMF, Mitch 1. Leo, I can't understand a word you're saying, there's a toothbrush in your mouth. Jake spits, rinses quickly at the kitchen sink instead of the bathroom, comes back. Jake, which one? Harvest wheat or toasted almond? Leo, those are the same color, Jake. Jake, they are not the same color, one has undertones. Leo, squinting, what's an undertone? Jake, I don't know, Mia said it, I'm repeating it with confidence. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, midday, a plot, Mia organizes. The bar space now has folding chairs set up around a table covered in small paper menus, candle samples, and fabric swatches. Mia stands at the head of it like a general reviewing troops, clipboard in hand. MIA, pass around the sample menus, tell me which ones you'd actually order. The menus circulate. Owen studies his like it's a tax form. Owen, these prices don't account for inflation projections over the next 18 months. MIA, Owen, it's a bar menu, not a retirement account. Owen, everything's a retirement account if you think about it long enough. Priya, sitting cross-legged on a folding chair, winces and starts working off her shoes. Priya, kicking off her shoes, sorry, take them off, my feet are killing me. Jake, We've been standing for like 4 hours. Priya, I know. My feet are having an opinion about it and the opinion is no. Mia lights a small candle sample, sniffs it, makes a face, moves to the next one. Owen leans over, curious, and knocks the first candle slightly, causing the flame to flare. MIA, blowing out a candle sample, put it out, we're testing scent, not starting a fire. Owen, in my defense, I was testing proximity to combustible materials. MIA, deadpan, that's not a defense, that's a confession. Leo picks up one of the menus, scanning it upside down without noticing. Leo, this all sounds good to me, but also I would order literally anything with the word smoked in it, so I'm not a reliable focus group. Jake, noted. Removing Leo from all future taste testing panels. Scene 2, Claire's office, B-plot, Claire worries. Later that afternoon. Tidy, sharp-edged, a stark contrast to the paint-splattered chaos of the venue. Leo leans in the doorway, still in his weekend clothes, clearly having come straight from the venue. Claire is behind her desk, not quite meeting his eyes, organizing papers that don't really need organizing. Claire, I told Priya I'd look in on him with Jake, make sure he's not overworking. Leo, grinning, feels stupid saying it out loud, but you two worry about him the exact same amount. Claire, that doesn't make sense. Jake, wait, make more sense. Leo. Leo, not bothering to fix it, just enjoying it, you knew what I meant. Claire, finally looking up, a little flustered, I did not worry about him, I made a professional observation that his sleep schedule is currently a public health concern. Leo, sure. That's very just professional of you. Claire, it is professional. I'm his emergency contact on the loan paperwork now, apparently, so it's practically in my job description. Leo, leaning further into the doorway, arms crossed, still grinning, careful. Emergency contact today, worried best friend tomorrow. Next thing you know you're bringing him soup. Claire, Mia already brings everyone soup. There's a rotation. Leo, laughing, there's a rotation. A pause. Claire almost smiles despite herself, then catches it and goes back to her papers, a little too briskly. Claire, did you actually come here for a reason, or just to make fun of my sentence structure? Leo, bit of both. Mostly the second one. Act 2. Scene 3, the venue, taste test continues. Back at the venue. The table's now covered in small plates, sliders, fries, little cups of sauce. Jake is watching everyone's faces like a nervous chef on a cooking show. Jake, okay. Honest reactions. Don't be nice. Owen, chewing, thoughtful, this one's statistically the best. 7 out of 10. Would reorder. Jake, a 7? Owen, that's not a review, that's a math problem. Owen, all reviews are math problems if you're honest with yourself. Priya tries a slider, eyes going wide. Priya, oh, okay, wait, this one's actually amazing. She reaches for another one, knocks her water glass instead, catches it just before it tips, sloshing a little onto the table. A running theme. Priya, I'm okay. It's fine. Nothing happened. Leo, deadpan, Priya versus inanimate objects, round 40-something. Mia is scribbling notes furiously, tasting things methodically, one bite at a time, checking boxes on her clipboard. MIA, okay. Sliders, strong. Fries, good, but the seasoning's inconsistent between batches. Candle scent, leaning toward the cedar one, it doesn't compete with food smell. Jake, watching her work, you know this is a bar, right? Not a hotel opening. MIA, not looking up, a good bar is just a hotel opening with worse lighting and lower expectations. Jake, that's actually kind of true. Scene 4, the complication. Jake's phone buzzes. He glances at it, and his easy energy drops slightly. He steps a few feet away to answer, voice low. Jake, into phone, yeah, no, I know the inspection's Thursday, I've got it handled, pause, no, I said I've got it handled. He hangs up, rubs his face. Everyone's noticed, pretending not to. Priya, gently, everything okay? Jake, forcing a smile, yeah. Fine. Health inspection's Thursday, that's all. No biggie. Owen, already pulling out his phone, statistically, first-time venue inspections fail at a rate of roughly 40%, mostly due to Jake, Owen. Not helping. Owen, sorry. I'll text you the full breakdown later instead. Jake laughs despite himself, some of the tension breaking. Mia quietly adds something to her clipboard without making a big deal of it, clearly already restructuring the week's plan around this new deadline. Act 3. Scene 5, the venue, late afternoon. The lights gone gold through the windows. Most of the food's gone. Everyone's slouched in their chairs, comfortably tired. Claire walks in, still in her work blazer, catching the tail end of the taste test. Claire, am I too late for feedback, or is this now just a group nap? Jake, brightening, you came. Claire, sitting, picking up a leftover fry, tasting it, needs salt. Owen, pointing at her, triumphant, thank you. I said the exact same thing about the chicken last week and everyone acted like I was insane. Claire, you probably were insane about the chicken. You're right about the fries. Jake sits across from her, more relaxed now than he's been all episode. Jake, inspection's Thursday. If I fail, this whole thing gets pushed back a month, minimum. Claire, matter of fact, already thinking it through, then we make sure you don't fail. I'll go through the checklist with you tonight. I've read enough compliance paperwork to make your eyes bleed. Jake, you'd do that? Claire, shrugging, like it's obvious, someone has to look in on you. Apparently that's my job now. She glances, just briefly, at Leo across the table. He's already smiling like he heard exactly what she said and exactly what it meant. Leo, mouthing, silent, just for her, professional. Claire, under her breath, not looking at him, shut up. Tag/outro, the attic, evening. Everyone's squeezed into the corner booth, the leftover candle samples lined up on the table like trophies. Dana walks by, sniffs the row of candles without asking. Dana, Cedar's the only one that doesn't smell like a Bath and Body Works had a bad day. MIA, pointing at her, victorious, that's exactly what I said. Dana, already walking off, course you did. Priya reaches for her shoes under the table, still off from earlier, and can't immediately find the left one. Priya, has anyone seen my shoe? Everyone looks under the table. No one finds it. Owen just sighs and pulls out his phone. Owen, adding missing shoe to the spreadsheet. End of episode 44. Episode 45, the bar's name. Type, minor event setting, the venue, the attic. Cold open, Jake and Leo's apartment, night. Owen is at the kitchen table surrounded by index cards, each with a different word written on it, tap, anchor, ledger, proof. He's arranging and rearranging them like it's a crime board. Mia walks in, robe on, hair up, and just stares. MIA, Owen. It's 11 p.m. Owen, I'm brainstorming bar names. Statistically, one-word names perform better in local search results. MIA, picking up a card, ledger? That sounds like an accounting firm. Owen, defensive, it sounds trustworthy. MIA, it sounds like somewhere you'd go to do your taxes, not have a drink. Owen, muttering, gathering the cards, fine. I'll workshop it more. He shuffles the cards again, immediately unconvinced by his own idea, as Mia shakes her head and heads to bed. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, evening, a plot, naming the place. The venue's coming together now, a half-finished sign frame leans against one wall, waiting for actual content. Jake stands in front of it, arms crossed, staring at the blank space like it owes him an answer. Mia joins him, clipboard is always tucked under one arm. MIA, you have real artistic talent, Leo, design the sign, would you? Leo, from a stool nearby, guitar across his lap, in an ideal world, sure. In this world, I have a gig tonight. MIA, the sign doesn't need to be tonight, it needs to be eventually. Leo, eventually is my favorite deadline. Jake shoots him a look. Leo raises both hands in surrender. Leo, fine, fine. I'll sketch some ideas after the gig. No promises on good. Jake, low bar. I appreciate that about you. Priya walks in holding a small stack of printed name suggestions, clearly having taken this way more seriously than assigned. Priya, okay, so I made a list. The Fold. Second round. Millbrook and Main, even though we're not on Main Street, but it sounded nice. Owen, examining the list, nodding slowly, these are good. Genuinely good. Why are yours good and mine were bad? Priya, I don't think yours were bad, I think Ledger specifically was bad. Owen, wounded, everyone's a critic. Jake takes Priya's list, scanning it, landing on one in particular. Jake, quiet, almost to himself, second round. Priya, you like that one? Jake, nodding slowly, yeah. Yeah, I think I do. Feels right for a place that used to be something else. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot. Later. Just Jake and Owen now, sweeping up sawdust near the half-built counter. The mood's shifted a little, quieter, more real. Jake, I'm not working for anyone else's vision this time. This one's mine. Owen, pausing the broom, no more managers telling you the well drinks need to be cheaper. Jake, no more managers telling me anything. Just me, screwing it up on my own terms for once. Owen, deadpan, just don't turn us into your unpaid parenting team for this place. Jake, laughing, when have I ever? Owen, you texted me at 1 a.m. last Tuesday asking if grout was food safe. Jake, that was a legitimate question. Owen, it was concerning is what it was. Mia enters mid-conversation, already on the move toward the door where a delivery van has pulled up. A supplier steps out, clipboard in hand, looking a little unsure where to go. MIA, brightening, immediately switching into professional mode, hi. You must be from the beverage distributor, welcome, thank you so much for coming out. The supplier, caught off guard by the warmth, relaxes visibly. Supplier, oh, yeah, hi. Wasn't expecting such a nice greeting for a delivery. MIA, already walking him through the space, greeting each other properly matters, by the way, practice your opening line for investors. Jake, calling from across the room, was that for me or for him? MIA, both. Everyone needs a good opening line. Act 2. Scene 3, the venue, name debate heats up. The groups gathered around the folding table again, name suggestions scattered everywhere, index cards, printed lists, a few scribbled on napkins. Leo, returning from his gig, guitar case still on his back, hair a mess, okay, I thought about it during my set. What about something with attic in it? Like a callback. Claire, who's joined, arms crossed, unimpressed, the second attic sounds like we're running out of ideas. Leo, harsh. Claire, accurate. Priya, I still think second round is good. It's got a double meaning, drinks, and also, you know. Second chances. The building used to be Dana's. A beat. Everyone glances toward the door, half expecting Dana to materialize the way she always does. Owen, statistically, names with hidden meaning perform better in word-of-mouth marketing. People like explaining a name to their friends. It makes them feel smart. MIA, writing it down, second round it is, pending Jake's final approval. Jake, who's been quiet, running his hand along the unfinished counter, finally looks up. Jake, yeah. Second round. Let's go with that. Leo, see, this is why you keep me around. Creative genius, works exactly 1 hour a week. Jake, you suggested attic, which we didn't use. Leo, I said I was in the room when the genius happened. Didn't say I caused it. Scene 4, the complication. As everyone celebrates the name choice, Priya's phone buzzes. She checks it and her face changes, a little worried. Priya, So, small thing. The sign company just texted, they need the final name and design mock-up by tomorrow morning or we lose our production slot for another 3 weeks. Silence. Everyone turns to Leo, who's still holding his guitar, looking mildly panicked. Leo, tomorrow? I said I'd sketch something after the gig, I didn't say which gig. Jake, Leo. Leo, I know. MIA, already flipping open her planner, okay. Nobody panic. Leo, you sketch tonight, I'll help with layout, Owen can do the actual measurements so it fits the frame properly. Owen, nodding, pulling out his phone, already calculating, give me the frame dimensions and I'll have a proportional draft in 10 minutes. Leo, a little touched, a little overwhelmed, you guys really don't have to. Jake, we do though. That's kind of the whole point of tonight. Act 3. Scene 5, the venue, late night. Hours later. The floor's covered in sketch paper, half of them crumpled. Leo's sitting cross-legged with a final draft in front of him, simple, clean lettering, a small line drawing underneath it that looks unmistakably like the corner table at the attic. Leo, holding it up, okay. What about this? Everyone leans in. It's simple, second round and warm lettering, with a tiny sketch detail of a booth and mismatched mugs underneath. Claire, quiet, genuinely surprised, Leo. This is really good. Leo, shrugging, trying to play it cool, clearly pleased, told you. 1 hour a week, but it counts. Jake, staring at it for a long moment, yeah. That's it. That's the one. Mia measures the design against the sign frame with Owen's numbers, nodding, satisfied. MIA, fits perfectly. Sending it to the sign company right now. Priya, relieved, we actually did it. In 1 night. Owen, statistically, that's a 42% faster turnaround than the industry average for a small business rebrand under deadline pressure. Jake, laughing, rubbing his face, exhausted but happy, I don't even know what that means, but thank you, Owen. Claire looks at the sketch again, then at Leo, something soft in her expression she doesn't quite try to hide this time. Claire, you should design more. You're actually talented, Leo, not just gig guy talented. Leo, quiet, a little thrown by the sincerity, thanks, Claire. A beat lingers a little longer than usual between them before Jake breaks it, oblivious, holding up the sketch triumphantly. Jake, second round, everybody. It's official. Tag/outro, the attic, next morning. Dana is behind the counter as usual when Jake walks in, phone out, showing her a photo of the finished sign mock-up. Jake, what do you think? Dana studies it for a long moment. Doesn't say anything at first. Dana, finally, quiet, good name. Jake, you sure? You're not just saying that? Dana, already turning back to the register, I don't just say things. Jake grins, pockets his phone. As he turns to leave, Dana calls after him, not looking up. Dana, bring me a mug from the old boxes. For old time's sake. Jake, surprised, then smiling, yeah. Yeah, of course. She nods once, already moving on to the next customer, business as usual. Jake heads out the door, sign mock-up still glowing on his phone screen. End of episode 45. Episode 46, Living with Risk. Type, minor event setting, Jake and Leo's apartment, the venue, the attic. Cold open, Jake and Leo's apartment, morning. Jake is at the kitchen table, laptop open, staring at a loan document like it might bite him. Leo wanders in, shirtless, holding his guitar for no reason other than habit, and peers over Jake's shoulder. Leo, what's that face for? Jake, co-signing paperwork. There's a clause here that says if I default, they can come after associated household assets. Leo, pause, wait. Does that include my guitar? Jake, I don't know, does your guitar count as a household asset? Leo, clutching it protectively, this guitar has never once been household. This guitar is a dependent. Jake, rubbing his face, great. So I have two things to protect now. This bar and your emotional support instrument. Act 1. Scene 1. Jake and Leo's apartment, continued. Same scene, a little later. Leo's now sitting across from Jake, guitar finally set down, actually engaging with the seriousness of it. Leo, you know living with roommates who also co-sign your business loan is a special kind of chaos. Jake, we already live together, might as well go all in. Leo, that's not exactly reassuring. Jake, I'm not trying to reassure you, I'm trying to get you to initial page 4. Leo takes the pen, hesitates, pen hovering over the page. Leo, if this goes badly, are we still gonna be, like, normal? Or is it gonna be weird between us? Jake, surprised by the sincerity, matching it, Leo. Nothing's going badly. And even if it did, we've survived worse. Remember when you set the smoke alarm off making toast 3 times in 1 week? Leo, that toaster was cursed. That wasn't on me. Jake, my point is, we've survived dumber things than a business loan. Leo signs, finally, with a flourish that's a little too dramatic for the moment. Leo, there. Officially chained to your chaos. Jake, right back at you. A beat of genuine warmth between them, quickly undercut when Leo notices the time. Leo, wait, I'm late. Owen's helping me restring my guitar before rehearsal, I have to go. He grabs the guitar and bolts, nearly tripping over a rug on the way out. Jake just laughs, shaking his head, going back to the paperwork alone. Scene 2, the venue, B-plot. The venue's noticeably closer to finished now, the counter's built, shelving's up, the sign frame from last episode now actually holds the printed second round sign. Mia stands near a folding table covered in fabric swatches for booth seating, Priya beside her, looking a little wrung out. MIA, holding fabric swatches, this one's brand new, came in yesterday. Priya, touching it, unimpressed, it's fine? MIA, fine is not a design opinion, Priya, I need a real reaction. Priya, sighing, flopping into a folding chair, sorry. I'm just tired. Our first weekend away from the city, gone, spent picking fabric instead. Worth it, though. MIA, softening slightly, you had plans? Priya, nothing major. A friend from back home was visiting, we were gonna do a whole thing. Had to cancel. MIA, pausing, genuinely considerate, I can finish the fabric stuff alone if you want to go see them instead. Priya, shaking her head, no, it's fine, really. This matters more right now. I'll see them next time. A small, quiet moment, Priya's growth from a quiet observer to someone who chooses to show up, even when it costs her something. Claire enters, clipboard in hand, laser-focused, cutting straight through the moment in her usual way. Claire, writing on a clipboard, opening up, that's the header for the press release. Simple. MIA, not second round opens its doors? Claire, too long. Nobody reads past the first 4 words of a headline. Opening up works on 2 levels, literal opening, and also, vulnerability. Risk. Very on theme for this whole venture. Priya, impressed, that's actually really smart. Claire, not looking up from the clipboard, I'm a lawyer. Smart headlines are basically my whole job now, apparently. Act 2. Scene 3, the venue, afternoon. Jake arrives, still slightly rattled from the loan signing, and finds the place buzzing with activity. Owen's testing the new sound system. Leo's back from rehearsal with a fresh guitar string still coiled around one finger, everyone mid-task. Jake, taking it all in. Okay, this is actually starting to look like a real place. Owen, adjusting a speaker. Statistically, that's because it is 90% structurally complete. Jake, what's the other 10%? Owen, emotional readiness. Can't quantify that one, sadly. Jake laughs, but there's a flicker of real nerves underneath it. Leo notices, wanders over. Leo, you good? Jake, yeah. Just, a lot's riding on this now. Not just my money. Everyone's, kind of. Yours. Claire's. Dana's, technically. Leo, shrugging, easy, that's what happens when you let people care about something. It stops being just yours. Doesn't mean it's not still yours. Jake, a beat, taking that in. When'd you get wise? Leo, grinning, woke up this morning and it just happened. Might wear off by tomorrow. Scene 4, the complication. Mia's phone rings loudly, cutting through the moment. She answers, immediately switching into professional mode, but her face shifts as she listens. MIA, into phone. Wait, the health inspector's coming early? As in, today early? Everyone freezes. Jake goes visibly pale. Jake, I thought that was next week. MIA, hanging up, already moving, apparently they had a cancellation. He's here in 40 minutes. Priya, already grabbing cleaning supplies. Okay. Okay, we can do this. We did the whole venue in one day before. Owen, pulling out his phone, dead serious, I'll pull up the compliance checklist. We go through it in order, no skipping steps. Claire, already rolling up her sleeves, I read that whole handbook, remember? Follow me. The group scrambles into motion, a flurry of wiping counters, checking fire extinguisher tags, hiding the fabric swatches that are technically a trip hazard according to Owen. Leo, of all people, takes it seriously too, quietly stacking chairs without being asked. Act 3. Scene 5, the venue, 40 minutes later. The place looks immaculate, genuinely transformed. Everyone's slightly out of breath, standing in a loose line like they're posing for a school photo, trying to look casual and failing completely. The inspector walks in, clipboard in hand, unreadable expression. Inspector, looking around slowly, this is a very clean bar for one that isn't open yet. Jake, too brightly, we like to stay ahead of things. The inspector walks the space methodically, checking the counter, the storage, the fire exits. Owen trails a respectful distance behind, silently mouthing checklist items to himself. Mia watches with white-knuckled hands. Priya holds her breath. Claire stands perfectly composed, the only one who looks like she does this for a living, because she basically does. Finally, the inspector reaches the counter, sets down the clipboard, and signs something. Inspector, passed. Cleanest first inspection I've seen all month, honestly. A beat of stunned silence. Then the room erupts. Priya actually jumps, Owen pumps a fist with restrained triumph, Leo lets out a whoop, Mia nearly cries with relief. Jake, grabbing the past paperwork like it's a winning lottery ticket, we did it. We actually did it. Claire, quiet, satisfied, told you the handbook was worth reading. Jake, turning to her, genuinely moved, Claire. Seriously. Thank you. Claire, a small, real smile, glancing briefly at Leo before catching herself, someone had to look in on you. Already said that once. Leo, catching the callback to episode 44, just grins knowingly and says nothing this time, letting the moment be hers. Tag/outro, the attic, that evening. Everyone's collapsed into the corner booth, thoroughly exhausted, sharing one giant plate of fries between them like they've earned it. Dana drops off water glasses without being asked. Dana, heard you passed inspection. Jake, word really does travel fast in this city. Dana, shrugging, small city. Also, Mia texted me the second it happened. 3 exclamation points. MIA, mouth full of fries, it was a big moment. Dana almost smiles, the closest thing to genuine warmth she allows herself in public, and walks off. Owen, ever consistent, pulls out his phone. Owen, adding past inspection on first try to the spreadsheet. Under wins, for once, not incidents. Priya, leaning her head on the table, half asleep, there's a wins tab? Owen, there is now. Everyone laughs, tired and happy, the whole group crowded into one booth that's really only built for 4. End of episode 46. Episode 47, the final check. Type, minor event setting, the venue, the night before opening. Cold open, Mia's apartment, late evening. Mia is laying out an outfit on her bed with the precision of a museum exhibit, 3 options, each labeled with a sticky note, opening night, option A, option B but with the other shoes. Owen walks by the open door, stops, backs up. Owen, are you planning your outfit or building a court case? MIA, both. I need to look supportive friend, but also this was partially my idea, notice me. Owen, deadpan, option B. With the other shoes. MIA, genuinely surprised, you didn't even look at option A. Owen, statistically, people trust the second choice more when it's presented after a first. It's a psychological anchoring thing. MIA, pause, that's actually really useful. Write that down for the menu pricing too. Owen, already texting himself a note, way ahead of you. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, the night before opening. Second round glows dimly under its new sign, the space fully finished now, chairs up on tables, floors gleaming. Jake stands behind the bar in the near dark, holding a glass up to the one working light, turning it slowly, inspecting every inch. Jake, hold it in the light, check every glass, I don't want a single smudge tomorrow. Mia enters holding 2 takeout containers, sets one down in front of him without asking. MIA, you're being intense. Take someone by surprise with the standards, not with a hunger strike, please eat something. Jake, not looking up from the glass, I ate. MIA, you ate a granola bar at 2 p.m. That's not a meal, that's a snack having an identity crisis. Jake finally looks up, exhausted, wired, clearly running on nerves more than food. Jake, setting down a rag, fine. Move something to the back, I need this counter clear. Mia moves a stray box without argument, watching him carefully, this isn't the usual playful chaos, this is real pre-opening nerves. MIA, gently, but firm, Jake. It's going to be good. You've checked everything 4 times. Jake, 5. MIA, 5 times. Everything's fine. Jake, quiet, honest, what if nobody shows up? A beat. Mia sets down her clipboard, a rare thing for her, and just looks at him. MIA, then we show up. All 6 of us, every single night, until it catches on. That's not a backup plan, Jake, that's just what we do. Jake exhales, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. He finally picks up the takeout container. Jake, okay. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Mia. MIA, already back to business, tapping her clipboard, now eat, and then help me count the chairs, I keep getting 2 different numbers. Scene 2, backstage, B-plot. The small back storage room, shelves of glassware, unopened boxes, a mini fridge humming in the corner. Owen is meticulously organizing a rack of hanging aprons, muttering to himself. Owen, organizing racks, I'll go through clothes, wait, wrong checklist, I mean glasses. Priya looks up from a box of bottles she's unpacking, grinning. Priya, you've got 2 checklists going at once? Owen, 3, technically. One for inventory, one for staffing logistics, and one that's just personal. Unrelated. Don't worry about it. Priya, raising an eyebrow, is the personal one about Jake? Owen, too quickly, no. Priya, grinning wider, it's about Jake. Owen, sighing, giving up, it's a list of reassuring facts to tell him if he starts spiraling tonight. Statistics about successful bar openings. Comforting ones. I curated them. Priya, touched despite herself, Owen, that's actually really sweet. Owen, flustered, it's data-driven emotional support. Don't make it weird. Priya picks up an old bottle from the box, its label half peeled, clearly leftover from the dry cleaner days. She picks at the corner of the sticker. Priya, laughing, scraping a label off a bottle, let me scrape off the old sticker, at least. Owen, careful, some of that glue's basically fossilized. Priya, still scraping, focused, it's kind of satisfying, actually. Getting rid of the last little pieces of what this place used to be. She finally peels the whole label free, revealing clean glass underneath. She holds it up, pleased with herself, then immediately fumbles it. It slips from her fingers. Priya, oh. Owen lunges and catches it an inch off the floor, both of them frozen for a second. Owen, deadpan, still holding the bottle, add near miss bottle catch to the personal list. Also a good stat for Jake, actually. Team has excellent reflexes. Priya, laughing, relieved, you're ridiculous. Owen, setting the bottle down carefully, statistically accurate, though. Act 2. Scene 3, the venue, main floor. Everyone's gathered now, doing final touches. Leo's testing the small stage area in the corner where he'll play sometimes, strumming a few notes just to check the acoustics. Claire walks the room with her clipboard, checking off the press list. Leo, strumming, sounds good in here. Real good, actually. Bounces off the brick nice. Claire, not looking up, please don't test that theory at full volume before the neighbors file a noise complaint on opening week. Leo, no promises. Claire finally looks up from her clipboard, taking in the finished space properly for the first time, the sign, the booths, the mismatched glasses lined up neat behind the bar. Claire, quiet, genuinely struck, it actually looks like a real place. Leo, setting down the guitar, watching her look around, yeah. Kind of wild, right? A few months ago this was a room that smelled like bleach. Claire, smiling slightly, some things need a little work before they turn into something good. A beat, the words landing a little heavier than the sentence needs to. Leo catches her eye. Neither looks away first this time. Leo, quiet, yeah. Some things do. Scene 4, the complication. The moment's interrupted by Mia's voice calling from across the room, holding up a chair count sheet, looking genuinely stressed for the first time all night. MIA, okay, so, small issue. We're 2 chairs short for capacity. Fire code capacity, specifically, which Owen will tell you is not a flexible number. Owen, calling from the back, it is not a flexible number. Jake, rubbing his face, we ordered the exact amount. MIA, 1 set got delayed at the distributor. Won't be here till Monday. Priya, already thinking, what if we borrow some? The attic has extra folding chairs in their storage, I've seen them. Everyone turns toward the door, half expecting Dana to already know somehow. Jake, it's after 10. Dana's probably closing up. Claire, already grabbing her coat, then we go ask nicely. Or, in my case, ask like a lawyer, which is somehow more effective. Act 3. Scene 5, the attic, late night. Dana is stacking the last chairs onto tables, closing up alone, when the whole group bursts in, slightly out of breath, looking like a chaotic search party. Dana, not even looking up, let me guess. You need something. Jake, 2 chairs. Just for opening weekend, I'll bring them back Monday, I swear. Dana studies him for a long beat, the kind of pause she does before delivering something unexpectedly generous, which by now everyone recognizes. Dana, take 4. In case someone breaks one, which, given this group's track record. Owen, statistically fair. Dana, you'll probably need the backup. She waves toward the stack without further ceremony, already moving on to wiping down the last table. Leo starts loading chairs onto his shoulder. Jake grabs 2 more. Jake, pausing at the door, chairs balanced awkwardly. Dana. Seriously. I don't know how to ever pay you back for all of this. Dana, not looking up, wiping the counter, show up tomorrow with a good bar. That's the payment. Jake nods, something settling in him, real, quiet confidence, finally, after a whole episode of nerves. Jake, yeah. Okay. I can do that. Tag/outro, second round, a few minutes later. The group sets the borrowed chairs down in their proper spots, completing the room. Everyone stands back to look at it, really look at it, fully finished for the first time. Silence for a moment. Just the 6, well, 7, if you count Dana in spirit, of them, and a room that used to be nothing, now ready to be something. MIA, quietly, almost to herself, everything's actually ready. Jake, looking around, voice a little rough, yeah. It really is. Priya, leaning her head on Owen's shoulder, half asleep on her feet, we did good. Owen, gently, not moving away, statistically, extremely good. Leo picks up his guitar one last time, plays a few soft, unhurried notes, nothing structured, just a quiet closing note for the night. Claire watches him from across the room, arms crossed, a small unguarded smile she doesn't bother hiding this time. Jake flips off the lights. The sign outside stays lit, second round, glowing warm against the dark street, as the group heads out together. End of episode 47. Episode 48, Grand Opening. Type, major event setting, the attic, outside and inside the new venue. Cold open, the attic, late afternoon. Owen sits hunched over his laptop at the corner table, spreadsheet open. Mia is nearby stress-folding napkins into perfect triangles. Dana wipes down the counter, unbothered. Owen, typing, muttering, okay. So if I factor in average foot traffic for a Friday, minus the fact that it's Jake running this, I'm putting the odds of a smooth opening night at 41%. MIA, not looking up, still folding, 41's generous. Dana, deadpan, not even glancing over, it'll be a disaster. A fun disaster. But a disaster. Priya rushes in, one sock visibly mismatched, holding a box of string lights that's already tangled beyond recognition. Priya, these were supposed to be easy setup. The box lied to me. Owen, typing, adding string light incident as a risk factor. Beat. Priya sits, immediately starts untangling. Act 1. Scene 1, outside the venue, opening night, a plot. The pop-up bar's storefront, half lit. A ladder leans against the wall where the sign should be. Mia checks her phone, then her clipboard, then her phone again. Jake stands a few feet back, staring up at the blank space above the door, keys in hand, not moving. MIA, opening got pushed back 20 minutes, the sign guy's running late. Jake, pacing, it hit me just now, this could actually flop. Leo, leaning against the doorframe, guitar case at his feet, spell it out for me, you're scared, or you're excited. Jake, both. Is that allowed? Leo, shrugging, easy smile, around here? Yeah. Jake exhales, rubs the back of his neck, then finally starts unlocking the door. Mia is already back on her phone, texting the sign guy in all caps. MIA, to herself, on my way means nothing. On my way is a lie people tell. Jake, half laughing, you good? MIA, I'm great. I'm fine. I've triple-checked the run sheet. Everything runs better with a program. Jake, there it is. Scene 2, inside, bar top, setup continues. Owen carries in a box of glassware, counting under his breath. Priya trails behind with a crate of coasters, still wearing the mismatched socks, now visible under her rolled-up jeans. Owen, setting the box down carefully, aligning it with the edge of the counter. Statistically speaking, most soft launch venues lose about 15% of their glassware in the first week. I brought backups. Priya, you brought a backup for glasses? Owen, I brought a backup for the backup. Priya laughs, sets the coasters down slightly crooked. Owen immediately straightens them without comment. Jake walks behind the bar for the first time that night, runs his hand along the counter like he's checking it's real. Jake, quiet, mostly to himself, huh? Priya, noticing, what? Jake, nothing. Just, feels different when it's actually got my name on the lease. Act 2. Scene 1, the bar, early evening, B-plot begins. Doors have opened. A modest but growing crowd. Claire arrives in her work blazer, straight from the office, scanning the room like she's assessing a courtroom. She spots Leo already holding down a stool at the far end. Claire, you're sitting in the one seat with a direct sightline to the door. Leo, not even looking up, force of habit. Claire, sliding onto the stool beside him, noted. Behind the bar, Jake is in motion, shaking, pouring, sliding drinks down the counter with more confidence than he's shown all day. A line is starting to form. Scene 2, the bar, mid night, B-plot, the crowd's reaction. The place is packed now, louder, warmer, chaotic in a good way. Owen stands near the host stand, laptop balanced on one arm, scrolling a list. Owen, fixating on the reservation list, we're already over capacity by 20 names. He looks up, alarmed, searching for Mia. Across the room, Mia is gripping a clipboard so hard her knuckles are white, watching the door with the intensity of someone bracing for impact. Claire notices and leans in. MIA, with intense vulnerability, whispering to Claire, I really want this to work for him. Claire, squeezing her hand, it already is. Look around. Mia does. The bar is loud, full, alive, people laughing, drinks being passed hand to hand. Jake, behind the counter, catches Priya's eye and points at her. She'd suggested the garnish on the drink he's currently making. She beams. Scene 3, side of the bar, micro-crisis builds. Owen, still panicking quietly about capacity, tugs Mia's sleeve. Owen, we need to do something. Fire code, insurance, the actual math. MIA, snapping into event manager mode, suddenly calm, okay. Overflow goes to the sidewalk. Priya, cups to go, now. Owen, you're on the door, one in, one out. Owen, already typing, I can build a queue system in the next 4 minutes. MIA, you have 3. Owen freezes for half a second, then nods and speed walks off. Mia allows herself the smallest smile, this, at least, she knows how to run. Act 3. Scene 1, behind the bar, the crunch, climax. The rush hits its peak, orders stacking up, Jake's hands moving fast but starting to fumble. He drops a shaker, it clatters, doesn't break, but the moment rattles him. He freezes for a second too long. Jake, under his breath, okay. Okay. Leo slides over the bar top, actually over it, easy as anything, and picks up the shaker. Leo, play it by ear. What do you need? Jake, exhaling, for whiskey sours, 2 of whatever Priya's making up back there, and somebody who isn't panicking to run the till. Claire, without a word, steps behind the register like she was born there. Owen appears with his laptop, calmly redirecting the door line. Priya slides a tray of her improvised garnished drinks down the bar. For a few seconds, all 5 of them are working the same 6 feet of space, and it works. Scene 2, the bar, last call, resolution. The crowd has thinned to the regulars and the friends. Jake leans against the counter, wiping it down slowly now instead of frantically. Mia sits on a stool across from him, planner finally closed on the bar top. Jake, we didn't burn the place down. MIA, low bar. You cleared it beautifully. Owen slides his laptop toward Jake, screen turned around. Owen, final numbers. You beat my 41% by a lot. Jake, reading, then grinning, no biggie. Owen, it's genuinely not what no biggie means, but sure. Claire, still behind the register, counts the last of the drawer, glances at Leo across the room, still perched on his stool, guitar case now open at his feet, quietly tuning it for later. She allows herself a small, real smile before catching herself. Claire, to no one in particular, as far as I'm concerned, that's a good night. Scene 3, outside, closing up. The group steps out onto the sidewalk. Jake locks the door for the first time as an owner, pauses with his hand still on the key. Priya, noticing, you good? Jake, echoing her earlier question back, softer this time, yeah. I think I actually am. Tag/outro, the attic, the next morning. Everyone's exhausted, nursing coffees. Dana slides a mug toward Jake without being asked. Dana, flat, heard it went well. Jake, it did, actually. Dana, unbothered, walking off, don't let it go to your head. Owen, still scrolling his laptop, updates a cell in the spreadsheet. Owen, revised probability for the second week, 89%. MIA, deadpan, sipping her coffee, statistically speaking, I'll take it. Priya, sitting cross-legged on the couch, looks down and notices, still mismatched socks, unchanged since yesterday. Priya, sighing, I never even went home. Group laughs. Freeze on Priya's socks. End of episode 48. Episode 49, after the first night. Type, minor event setting, Mia's apartment, the venue, the attic. Cold open in Mia's apartment, early morning. Mia's kitchen. She's still in last night's clothes, mascara slightly smudged, standing at the counter eating cereal directly out of the box. Owen shuffles in from the couch, blanket still wrapped around his shoulders like a cape, hair doing something unfortunate. Owen, squinting at the light, what time is it? MIA, mouth full, time doesn't apply to us today. Owen, sitting heavily at the counter, fair. He reaches over, takes a handful of cereal straight from her box without asking. She doesn't stop him. Neither of them speaks for a solid 5 seconds. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, the next morning, a plot. Daylight version of last night's bar, chairs up on tables, one string light still blinking weakly from Priya's tangled setup. Mia walks the space with her clipboard, now covered in new notes. Priya trails behind, phone already out, framing a shot of the half-lit sign. MIA, some of what we did last night borders on reckless, honestly, no backup bartender. Priya, not looking up from her phone, we didn't die, though. MIA, that's a low bar for an event manager, Priya. Priya, snapping a photo, satisfied, noted. Writing it down. Nobody died, 10 out of 10. Mia gives her a look. Priya lowers the phone, more serious for a beat. Priya, posting online, let me call attention to it properly, at least. Free press. MIA, softening, leaning over her shoulder to see the screen, okay, that photo's actually good. Priya, I know. I took 40 of them. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Mia sits on a bar stool, pulls out her planner, starts a new list. Priya hops up onto the bar top itself, sitting cross-legged, still scrolling. MIA, writing, backup bartender. Backup ice. Backup Owen, for when the real Owen has a small breakdown about capacity. Priya, laughing, add backup socks while you're at it. Mine have been wrong since yesterday. MIA, glancing down, noticing, Priya. Priya, I know. MIA, you've had one pink and one green sock on for over 12 hours. Priya, shrugging, unbothered, it's basically a brand now. Act 2. Scene 1, Mia's apartment, mid-morning, B-plot. Owen is now horizontal on the couch, one arm draped over his face, still in yesterday's shirt. Leo lets himself in without knocking, guitar case slung over his back, looking suspiciously well-rested. Owen, half asleep on the couch, I nodded off at 2 a.m. standing up. New record. Leo, dropping onto the armchair, grinning, the glass is half empty, come on, we sold out. Owen, not moving, I'm aware of the glass. The glass and I have made peace. I just also fell asleep vertically behind a bar. Leo, that's basically a superpower. Owen, finally sitting up, hair chaotic, statistically speaking, that's a sign of exhaustion, not power. Priya walks in through the still open door, sock situation unresolved, holding 2 coffees. She hands one to Owen without being asked. Priya, it'll take my mind off finals week at work, at least. Leo, wait, you have finals? You graduated. Priya, sitting on the arm of the couch, work finals. Quarterly review. Same energy, worse snacks. Scene 2, Mia's apartment, continued. Mia enters, dropping her bag by the door, clearly still riding the adrenaline of the morning. She looks at Owen, still half collapsed, and can't help herself. MIA, to Owen, exasperated, honestly, the chaos last night burns me up a little, but, good chaos. Owen, deadpan, sipping coffee, everything runs better with a program, and yet. MIA, pointing at him, don't quote me back at myself, I'm too tired for irony. Leo picks up his guitar, starts idly strumming something unfinished. Priya pulls her knees up, watching the room with the small, quiet satisfaction of someone who's found her people. Leo, playing softly, for what it's worth, best opening night I've seen. And I've seen a few. Act 3. Scene 1, Mia's apartment, early afternoon, resolution. Everyone's slumped in various states of undress-appropriate exhaustion, Owen back to horizontal, Priya now also lying on the floor with a couch cushion under her head, Mia curled into the armchair with her planner finally closed. Leo still plays, low and unhurried. Priya, from the floor, posts already got likes. People are asking when Jake's open again. MIA, eyes closed, smiling, tell them Thursday. Tell them to arrive in shifts. Tell them Owen built a queue system. Owen, muffled, arms still over his face, I did build a queue system. I'm very proud of that queue system. A beat of comfortable silence. Leo's playing fades into something almost like a lullaby. Priya's eyes are closing. Priya, sleepily, is it weird that this is my favorite part? Not last night. This. Right now. MIA, quiet, no. It's not weird. Owen, still not moving, gives a small thumbs up from under his arm. Fade out on the 4 of them, half asleep in a pile of exhaustion and coffee cups. Tag/outro, the attic, that evening. Dana wipes the counter as Mia, Priya, Owen, and Leo drag themselves in, one by one, still looking wrecked. Dana, not looking up, you all look like you lost a fight with a bar. Owen, we won, technically. Dana, deadpan, didn't look like winning from the pictures. Priya's phone buzzes. She checks it, breaks into a grin. Priya, the post hit 2,000 shares. MIA, sitting up straighter, suddenly alert again, 2,000? Priya, nodding, savoring it, free press. Dana slides 4 waters across the counter without a word, no coffee this time. Everyone accepts it in silence, too tired to argue. Freeze on the group, half collapsed but grinning. End of episode 49. Episode 50, 1 month later. Type, minor event setting, the venue. Cold open, the venue, before opening. The bar looks lived in now, a chalkboard menu with handwriting that's clearly Jake's, a small shelf of regulars' favorite bottles, a laminated sign taped crookedly to the wall that reads, Q System, trust the process, Owen. Jake is behind the bar, restocking, humming to himself. Leo walks in, sets his guitar case down in what has become his designated corner. Leo, 1 month. We didn't even burn it down once. Jake, not looking up, give it time. Leo, settling onto a stool, optimist. Jake tosses him a bar rag. Leo catches it without looking, already reaching for his guitar. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, mid morning, a plot, settling in. Claire sits at a corner table, laptop and a stack of paper receipts spread in front of her, blazer draped over the back of her chair. Owen stands nearby holding 2 clipboards like he's about to referee something. Across the room, Mia and Jake are mid-argument over the chalkboard menu, gesturing at handwriting, clearly not agreeing. Owen, mediating, let me ease things over between you two before this becomes a whole thing. MIA, not breaking eye contact with Jake, there's no thing. I'm simply right. Jake, the handwriting is a whole vibe, Mia. It's intentional. MIA, it says Margarita with 2 R's in the wrong places. Owen, stepping fully between them, clipboards raised like a shield, statistically, one of you is going to win this, and statistically, it's probably going to be Mia. Jake, betrayed, traitor. Owen, I have a spreadsheet on menu legibility. I did not choose this. Claire, still buried in receipts, doesn't look up but raises a hand slightly. Claire, checking receipts, there's some unusual activity on the supplier invoice, probably nothing. That gets everyone's attention. Mia and Jake's argument dissolves instantly. MIA, how unusual. Claire, scanning the page, unbothered on the surface, probably a rounding error. I'll look closer tonight. A beat. Owen, unable to help himself, leans over her shoulder to peek at the numbers. Owen, squinting, that's not a rounding error. Claire, flat, I said probably. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Jake wipes down the bar, still stewing slightly over the menu loss. Priya enters carrying a small box of new coasters, this time matching, this time on purpose. Priya, new coasters. I picked ones that don't have a hidden joke on the bottom this time. Jake, disappointed, that was the best part of the old ones. Priya, the health inspector didn't think so. Jake sighs dramatically, takes the box anyway. Priya glances toward Claire's corner table, sees the receipts, lowers her voice. Priya, to Jake, is that a whole thing? Jake, quietly, don't know yet. Act 2. Scene 1, the bar, afternoon, B-plot. Later. The venue's prepping for the evening crowd. Jake is behind the bar, visibly buzzing with energy, an empty espresso cup in front of him and another halfway gone. Mia leans on the counter, watching him with mild concern. MIA, to Jake, you and Leo are going to fight over who gets credit for the playlist, I can feel it. Jake, too fast, there's no fight. There's no fight because I made the playlist and Leo just plays guitar over it sometimes, which is technically collaboration but not co-ownership. MIA, cutting in, okay. Priya slides onto the stool next to Mia, arms crossed, trying very hard to look neutral. Priya, it'd be inappropriate to admit I already picked a side. MIA, which side? Priya, mouthing, not saying it out loud, Leo's. MIA, laughing, you didn't even say it and I still heard it. Jake slams back the second espresso shot like it's a challenge. Mia and Priya both stare at him. Jake, extremely wired on espresso shots, I'm extremely wired, ask me anything, I have all the answers right now. MIA, deadpan, testing him, what's 7 times 8? Jake, love. The answer is love. Next question. Priya, delighted, that's not even a number. Jake, I'm aware. I contain multitudes. Scene 2, the bar, continued. Leo strolls in from the back, guitar slung over his shoulder, unaware of the brewing credit issue. He starts tuning near the small stage area. Jake watches him from behind the bar, jaw tightening slightly despite the caffeine haze. Leo, strumming, sounds a little off tonight. Might retune before the set. Jake, too casual, cool. Cool. Whose set, exactly? Leo, not catching the tone, mine? I mean, ours. The playlist thing. Jake, forced smile, right. The playlist thing. Mia and Priya exchange a look. The fight Mia predicted is now visibly assembling itself in real time. Owen appears behind them with his laptop, sensing tension the way he senses spreadsheets. Owen, already typing, I'm building a playlist credit resolution doc. Give me 10 minutes. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, early evening, resolution. The bar's filling up for the evening. Jake and Leo stand near the small stage, mid-conversation, voices low but clearly working something out. Owen hovers a few feet away, laptop open, ready to mediate if needed but not yet called upon. Jake, I built this whole vibe, and then you come in and everyone says, oh, Leo's set, like the music's separate from the bar. Leo, genuinely surprised, it's not separate. It's your bar. I'm just background. Jake, you're not background, man, you're the reason people stay past one drink. Leo, a real, unguarded smile, okay. Then it's Jake's bar, featuring Leo. Fair? Jake, considering, fair. They bump fists. Owen closes his laptop, satisfied, without needing to say a word. Across the room, Claire is still at her corner table, now with a second stack of receipts, expression harder to read. Scene 2, Claire's table, same time. Mia approaches carefully, sits across from Claire. MIA, the invoice thing. Bad? Claire, closing the laptop slightly, not sure yet. Small enough to be nothing. Odd enough that I want to be sure. MIA, you'll tell me if it's something? Claire, meeting her eyes, a small crack of honesty, as far as I'm concerned, you're all going to hear about it the second I know. Mia nods, satisfied, and doesn't push further. Behind them, the bar swells with early evening noise, Leo starts playing, Jake calling out a drink order, Priya laughing at something Owen said. Tag/outro, the venue, later that night. Jake's crash finally hits, he's slumped against the back counter, wide-eyed exhaustion replacing the earlier caffeine buzz. Priya leans against the bar, watching him with amusement. Priya, the espresso's wearing off, huh? Jake, staring blankly, I don't feel my hands. Priya, no biggie. Jake, deadpan, that's my line. Priya, I'm testing it out. Just testing. Dana appears out of nowhere with a glass of water, setting it in front of Jake without comment, then walking off just as silently. Jake stares after her. Jake, how does she keep doing that? Leo, from the stage, not looking up from his guitar, nobody knows. Nobody asks anymore. Freeze on Jake, wide-eyed and hydrated, as the bar hums on around him. End of episode 50.